Welcome to SEN's coverage of the Olympic Games 2020. For Mate Communications, award-winning Aussie service and a bonus Tidal music subscription included on selected mobile plans. And Xero, invoicing but instantly, receipts but organised, cash flow but clearer. Try Xero free for 30 days. Search Xero, Xero.
Yes, indeed. A very good morning to you and welcome to SEN's broadcast of what is officially day one of the Games of the 32nd Olympiad, the Tokyo Games. This is a Games unlike any other. 1 year late and set in the midst of the COVID world we currently inhabit. The athletes of the world come together in Tokyo. But a Games that will no doubt, like everyone before it, provide incredible moments, achievements and stories that will capture our hearts and minds and echo through sporting history. And SEN will be here to make sure you experience all of those moments and more over the next 16 days. We are extremely proud to be the official radio broadcast partner of these Olympic Games with our good friends at Channel 7. And on behalf of Channel 7, today's Tokyo 2020 unmissable moments are medal contenders. The Kookaburras beginning their campaign for gold against host city Japan at 10:30am Australian Eastern Standard Time. And Richie Port leads Australia's hopes as cycling opens with the men's road race from midday today. Tokyo 2020 live, free and in HD on 7 and 7 Plus, the only place to see it all. And our broadcast partners, we thank Mate Communications, award-winning Aussie service mobile plans from $20 and Xero. Online accounting to help you do business, but better. And we could not do this without them. These Olympics promise to be something absolutely spectacular. 11,000 plus athletes from 206 countries, 33 sports at 42 venues with 339 gold medals up for grabs, including in 4 new sports: the skateboarding, surfing, sports climbing and karate. Now, how will our broadcast work? It's a great question you ask on SEN. So right now you can download the SEN app and you'll find me on SEN Flip. From Monday to Friday, depending on the market you're in around Australia, your brekkie show will be as normal. And then at 10 o'clock, our Olympics coverage will begin with a different host in every market. 3 till 6, you'll go back to local programming. Then around the country from 6 till midnight, I'll bring you the evening sessions as well. So we will have you covered and you will not miss a moment. So download the SEN app. It is absolutely incredible what we've been able to put together there, where you can hear us, you can hear Channel 7, and you'll be able to flick between your preferred programming each and every day. Now, this is interactive. This is what we do that no one else can do. Olympics coverage that's interactive. 0433 98 11 16. The text machine is always open, and we're happy to take your calls. 1300 736 736. Cannot wait for the next 16 games. This Australian team, our third largest ever squad, 487 athletes will compete in 33 different sports. 262 blokes, 225 women, 262 women, our second biggest squad of women, and 225 men. 307 debutantes, and we've got 16 Indigenous athletes, more than we've ever taken to an Olympic Games. Our oldest, 66 years old, Mary Hannah, in the equestrian, her 6th Olympics. She joins Jia Fang Lei in the table tennis, 6-time Olympians. The youngest is 17-year-old Molly O'Callaghan, and Andrew Hoy, the 3-time gold medalist, is contesting his 8th Olympic Games. The record is 10 by fellow equestrian star Canadian Ian Miller. We've got medal hopes in several sports. I can't list them all, but we can't wait for Ash Barty to get her campaign started today. The Wimbledon champ, the world #1 in the tennis. Our Kookaburra men's hockey team, they take on Japan today. We'll bring you that action live. They didn't medal for the first time in Olympics since Barcelona. At Rio, they went medalist, and they'll be looking to atone for that. The #1 ranked team in the world. Jess Fox, who's won 10 world championships, hasn't been able to claim gold. She had bronze at Rio, silver in London. She'll be looking to go one better this year. Our rowing is strong. Men's and women's fours looking really good. Our men's fours, they qualified second for the final yesterday. I'll give you the results of what happened yesterday in just a moment. Sally Fitzgibbon, surfing's here for the first time. There's a typhoon that's building off the coast of Japan, which has just put a smile on every surfer's face as they look to get big swells, and she looks to create history, the world number one. The Boomers, the Opals, they've had controversy leading up. It's not about who's not there, it's about who is, and they've had brilliant form leading in to this Olympic tournament. History awaits for Ariane Titmus, looking to dethrone legend Katie Ledecky, and four-time gold medal winner Emma McEwen, who's eyeing off a record haul. We'll go through those numbers in just a moment, but she might become our most successful ever Olympian with a full deck of swims across the next couple of weeks. Logan Martin could be our first gold medalist in the BMX freestyle. That's a new discipline this year. Kyle Chalmers will defend his 100-metre freestyle gold medal in Freo. Our women's rugby sevens are looking to defend their Rio gold, and we've got medal hopes in so many different sports, and we can't wait to see history made and stories to be told. The opening ceremony last night, of course, and I'd love to get your thoughts on it. 0433 98 11 16. Paddy Mills, our first ever Indigenous flag bearer, along with Kate Campbell, our first female swimmer to ever carry the flag into the opening ceremony of an Olympic event. 63 athletes attended in the stadium, many more at the village, and then satellite sites and camps all around Japan and even back in Australia, where some athletes are still here before they head over to the Tokyo Olympics. Naomi Osaka lit the cauldron, the tennis superstar. And what about our Aussie pistol athlete, Alina Galiabovic, who was one of 6 frontline medical crew who had the honour of carrying in the Olympic flag and paying tribute to frontline and medical workers all around the world, given what we've experienced in these COVID times. So what's on today? Well, it's the first official day of competition. 15 different sports will have Aussies competing, and there's medals up for grabs in the taekwondo, in the cycling, the men's road race, and the shooting. So for us, Richie Port, who's just come off the Tour de France, Luke Durbridge and Lucas Hamilton are all in that road race, a 244-kilometre course starting at Musashio Namori Park and then winding up Mount Fuji. That's at 12 p.m. today. Daniel Ripaccioli headlines 3 Aussie shooters in action today in the shooting. There's gold medals up for grabs in the 10-metre air pistol and the women's 10-metre air rifle. He's a 5-time Olympian, and they've just got going in the shooting. So Elise Collier and Katarina Kauplos, both at their first ever Olympics from Frankston and South Australia, respectively, are currently in action as we speak. And in the taekwondo, Safwan Khalil, who's 35 years old, he was born in Lebanon. It's his 3rd Olympics. He lost the bronze medal match in London, came 7th in Rio. He's part of a 4-person taekwondo team. He starts his campaign today at 1:40. So there's plenty of other sports that we're going to get through today as well. The badminton with Simon Leung and Gronya Somerville. That's the mixed doubles. The women's doubles, Satanya Mapasa and Gronya Somerville will be in action from 10 a.m. The table tennis, as I mentioned, Jian Fang Lei at her 6th Olympics, 48 years old. Her best was the 3rd round at Rio. She's a 4-time silver and 3-time bronze Commonwealth Games medalist. The hockey, as I mentioned, the Hockeyroos are in action. They've only ever won gold once, and that was at Athens in 2004. 3 silvers, 5 bronze. Last Olympics knocked out by Netherlands in the quarterfinals. They are looking to atone for that, as we mentioned earlier. And Captain Eddie Ockenden joins hockey greats Rochelle Hawkes, Jamie Dwyer and Mark Knowles in making his 4th Olympics, so congratulations to him. They take on Japan, whose only ever medal at an Olympics was in 1932, and that was at the LA Games, so they should get the job done there. In the rowing, our women's pairs, Jess Morrison, along with Annabelle McIntyre, will take on ROC, which is what Russia are called this year. They can't be officially competing as Russia given the sanctions for the doping program. In the beach volleyball, Chris McHugh and Damien Schumann will look to do Australia proud in those events. And then the softball, as we mentioned, the Spirit, they've had a rocky start to this campaign. They lost the first game to Japan 1-8, and then they beat Italy 1-0. So yet to really hit their stride, but they're in action against Canada today. Canada's never medalled at an Olympics. They've had a silver at the World Champion. They are ranked number 3 coming into this event. Rowing, we were really strong. The men's pairs today, Sam Hardy and Josh Hicks, they're a real medal chance. They actually won bronze at the 2019 World Championships behind New Zealand and Croatia. So they are one to watch today and a real chance to get a medal. The taekwondo in the cycling, as we mentioned, medal up for grabs there, and we have got a really strong contingent in the men's road race. Going to speak to Brett Phillips very soon. He's got all the action and the whole team assembled for the tennis. We've got a really strong team that we've put in for the tennis, led by Ash Barty, of course, but Sam Stozer, John Millman as well, and, of course, Nick Kyrgios pulling out, Alex de Minaur with the COVID scare. Which has been really disappointing. But nonetheless, our tennis team looks set to go far in this tournament. So, as I mentioned, strong in the rowing. We're in the table tennis, the shooting as well. There's water polo at the Satsumi Water Polo Centre. We take on Canada today. Our Stingrays get going. The equestrian events start tonight as well, and the dressage. And, of course, the swimming heats get going tonight with the men's 400 individual medley, the women's 100-metre butterfly, the men's 400-metre freestyle, the men's 100-metre breaststroke, and the women's 4x100-metre freestyle relay. Our women's team in particular in swimming is incredibly strong, and I think we could be set to go head-to-head with the US all the way through. And James Magnuson, he believes that we can actually defy and maybe put the Americans to bed with a really strong swimming team that we've assembled here. So results yesterday, before we get to our special guest and someone who knows the Olympics really well, we're going to speak to Amanda Spratt. This is her third Olympics, and we're going to chat to her in just a moment. But results yesterday, the archery in the men's individual ranking round at Umenashima Archery Field. It was the individual event there. And Aussie Taylor Worth, who won bronze in the men's team event, he was our best ranked at 39th. Ryan Tyak was 42nd and David Barnes in 50th. Our men's team were 11th. These are the ranking rounds. And then 25th was our mixed team. And our women's individual, we had Alice Ingley in there, who was 57th out of 64. The rowing women's quad sculls heats at the Sea Forest Waterway. Australia, the women's quad sculls, Australia finished fourth in their heat and will contest the repechage to make the final. Rhea Thompson, Rowena Meredith, Harriet Hudson and Caitlin Cronin were the team that was assembled there. Bear with me just a moment there. And just before we get to Amanda Spratt, our other results from the rowing, our men's quad sculls, they finished second in their heat. It was a fantastic performance and they looked really good. They haven't actually competed with each other for well over a year, given COVID. So they go through to the final and they finished just behind the highly fancied Dutch team. Our women's double sculls finished third in their heat and they go through to the semis. And we'll go through more results in just a moment. But it's an absolute pleasure to speak to our very first Olympian on SEN's coverage. So what an absolute honour this must be for Amanda Spratt. I'm sure it just goes alongside the honour of representing a country, being our very first ever guest on SEN's Olympic coverage, all thanks to Mate Communications and Xero. Three-time Olympian now, Amanda Spratt, who's going to contest the road race tomorrow, has joined me on the phone live from Tokyo. Amanda, hello to you.
Hi, thanks for having me. Great to be here.
Talk us through the build-up, and last night, were you one of the over 60 that were able to get into the stadium for the opening ceremony, or were you watching back at the village?
Yeah, so I was watching after the comfort of my own bed, the opening ceremony. So, unfortunate, but with road cycling kicking off the games today and tomorrow for us, we made the decision to skip the opening ceremony and watch it. And where the road cycling is based is also a couple of hours out from the Olympic Village. So, yeah, we were there marching in spirit, but certainly even just watching it on TV and watching the Australians walk out, it's already, you start to get really, really excited and really feel the atmosphere. So, yeah, excitement levels are high now.
So, just paint the scene for us in the village at the minute. How long have you been there for? And we're hearing stories already that there's a whole lot of decorations that the Australians have put up there. There's a real intent to bring an energy and a togetherness, especially given, I suppose, the theme of this is that we're more separated than we've ever been. But the idea of trying to make sure that everybody feels that they are connected and a part of this Australian team.
Yeah, so it's a little bit different for the road cyclists because we are a couple of hours out of Tokyo, where our course and where our base is. So we're on a sub-site sort of village. So we're not actually in the main Olympic Village. But even so, I mean, the Australian Olympic staff has been really amazing in sort of involving all the athletes and keeping everyone connected and really feeling part of the team. And I think, this is my third Olympic Games, and it's always so special to come into this Olympic atmosphere, green and gold, and feeling part of all different sports. It is a different feeling this year with social distancing and trying to sort of keep to yourself, and it's a different feeling. But I think the Australian Olympic Committee are really doing a great job of still getting that Olympic vibe and atmosphere happening amongst us all.
So, Amanda, have you had a chance yet to train and to go through the course? The men's, obviously, the road race today, over 244 Ks, and to go up Mount Fuji, it's got an incredible look to it. Have you had a chance to go over the course?
Yeah, we have. So we're fortunate we already flew in. We arrived on Saturday, actually, so we've now been here for a whole week. And I actually was here 2 years ago as well to ride and see the course. But, it's been great having so many days here to be able to really go out and see the whole course. And we've been allowed to train on most of the course as well. And, it's spectacular. We've been able to see Mount Fuji many days in a row. And I think I read that normally you can only see that 85 days a year. So I think we've been really lucky so far. But, it's going to be a really exciting and tough course for us. It's very up and down, and the heat as well, the humidity. Aside from the course itself, I think the conditions are really going to make it a very, very grueling and taxing race.
So tactics obviously plays a massive part, and we'll get to all that. But one of the great things about the Olympic Games, I feel, is that we get to learn more about our athletes who do tremendous things. I mean, your record around the world is just unparalleled. Your Wikipedia page of your achievements is actually the size of the whole. You've got to scroll down a long way to get to the bottom of it. I was fascinated to find out that you started as a BMX rider and it competed internationally all around the world from a very, very young age. What prompted the change for you to go from a superstar BMX rider, which is now an Olympic sport, ironically, to go into the road race situations?
Yeah, you're right. So, I was on the BMX bike from 9 years old and was racing up until the World Championships level there. And then, more just family history. My dad and my grandfather had both raced on the road and on the track when they were younger, and Dad sort of took us along to the local road cycling club in Penrith, and we had to go. My brother and I were 18 months apart, and just loved it. And we tried to continue with BMX road and track for a year, and then I think probably drove our parents crazy trying to struggle, getting us between all three places. But I fell in love with the road cycling, and that's sort of what I've been doing ever since. And I'm really grateful to my parents for the support and the family, and if it wasn't for them, I wouldn't be in this position now. So, I think that's really special for me to think, where I've come from and all the people that have supported me. And I think, the Olympics is such a special time to sort of remember that and be really grateful for it too.
So, obviously we know what your best is because, as I say, your list of accomplishments is incredibly long. The Olympics hasn't been a happy hunting ground for you, though. Conditions awful in 2012 in London, and then a 15th, but you're only 4 minutes outside the eventual gold medalist at Rio. Your best, is as good as anybody's. What do you feel needs to go right for you, or what's the real focus for you coming into your third Olympic Games?
Yeah, I feel like I've definitely matured a lot as an athlete, both physically and mentally, since Rio and definitely since London. And I've definitely had my best years medaling at the World Championships in 18 and 19. And so I feel like I'm really hitting that peak in my career. So I certainly go into Tokyo with a completely different mindset about what I'm capable of, but also about what our whole team is capable of as well. So I think, we're realistically targeting a podium there, and I think we can achieve that. We have a really strong team as well, and Tiff Cromwell, Grace Brown's really stepped up this year, and the young enthusiasm of Sarah Giganti as well. So I think it's a really exciting team that we have, and I think if I look to my past Olympic experiences, it's also probably the strongest team I've had in a number of years, and for this course as well. So, I think we are, realistically targeting that podium, and I think it's achievable.
Amanda, we wish you all the best. As you say, it's a strong team that you've got assembled. There's 8 of you in the road team, but you're part of an overall team in the cycling of 29 athletes, which just goes to show the strength of Australian cycling and the BMX as well. And we've got real medal chances all throughout, including yourself. So we can't wait for tomorrow, 2 p.m. our time for that to get started. Get a good night's sleep tonight. Enjoy watching the men. I know you'll be cheering them home, and we can't wait to do the same for you tomorrow.
Great. Thanks very much, and thanks for the support from Australia.
Fantastic. Amanda Spratt has the esteem of being our very first ever guest on SEN's Olympic coverage, thanks to Mate and for Zero. We're going to turn our attention to tennis next. The first event we're going to be taking today, by the way, is the hockey. The Hockey Roos will be taking on Japan. But before that, actually, we'll be doing the rowing. So rowing, hockey, all to come, but next BP will set the scene as Australia's tennis campaign gets started, led by world number one Ash Barty. That's all still to come, thanks to Mate Communications' award-winning Aussie service. Mobile plans from $20 and Zero, online accounting to help you do business, but better. You're listening to SEN's Olympic coverage.
Sustained performance in footy is more than just one great game. It's about playing consistently, game after game, season after season. It's the same with your super. Because if you're with Host Plus, you're the super fund with a history of long-term top performance. Host Plus, we go with you. This is general advice only. Consider the relevant Host Plus PDS available at hostplus.com.au before deciding if Host Plus is appropriate for you. Past performance is not a reliable indicator of future performance.
Red Energy is 100% owned by the mighty Snowy Hydro, and that makes us as Aussie as the Gold Rush. We're based right here in Victoria and have been providing electricity and gas to thousands of homes in Ballarat for years. So, if you want an energy company that's 100% Australian owned, supports Aussie jobs and is committed to supporting the economy, call our Victorian-based contact centre on 131 806 to make the switch today.
Sportscraft are the official formal uniform supply for the Australian Olympic team in Tokyo as they go for gold. For your own podium finish style, discover the latest Sportscraft collection of men's clothing, including relaxed shirting, classic jackets, warm coats and chinos. All perfectly curated to bring quality, style and versatility to your wardrobe. Sportscraft, we are Team Australia. Discover the latest menswear collection online at sportscraft.com.au.
Hi, I'm Tim from Red Energy. The Australian-made logo is a true mark of Australian authenticity. So, for Red Energy to be certified to use the famous green and gold Australian-made logo, well, it's fair to say it's something we're pretty proud of. Here at Red, we're owned by the mighty Snowy Hydro, and that makes us 100% Australian. We're also based right here, so our team really understands your needs. So, if supporting Australian means something to you, switch to Red today. Call 131 806.
Save that try. When Brownie takes one for the team and Bradbury skated by. This golden crusty pastry watched as Taylor kicked the sky. When Ben Simmons makes a three, we give a big high five. What future sport looks like just won't be right without a pie. Oh, what a lovely pie, me mates are 4 and 25.
If you love racing, then must-listen radio is Bensley on SEN Track 1593 AM. Each morning, Andrew Bensley covers the latest news from the stables and track.
Ben and JD Hayes will launch off in a matter of days.
He's the broadcaster that racing personalities, leading trainers and jockeys talk to.
Welcome, Les. Ben joins us. Morning to you, Henry.
Bensley, Monday to Thursday, 8 till 11 on Australia's home of chasing, pacing and racing. SEN Track on 1593 AM, the SEN app and DAB+.
The Doc Shop makes space to make the world a better place.
The Doc Shop is the future of document and data destruction. Where we can, we recycle. At our own secure facility, we destroy the page but save the paper, protecting your data from falling into the wrong hands and our environment from unnecessary waste. The Doc Shop, unashamedly green. Just look at our trucks.
The Doc Shop makes space to make the world a better place.
thedocshop.com.au.
As the Aussie athletes compete overseas for glory, they rely on our supports. It's the same for tyre safety here at home. We rely on the support of Tyre Power to steer us safely on the roads. If you haven't been to Tyre Power for your free 5-minute tyre safety check, then book in now and experience the CanStar Blue award-winning customer service. Get the power of Australia's biggest independent, Tyre Power. Aussie owned and operated, keeping you safe on the roads. tyrepower.com.au.
SEN's coverage of the Olympic Games 2020 for Mate Communications. Award-winning Aussie service and a bonus Tidal music subscription included on selected mobile plans.
Welcome back to SEN's coverage of the Tokyo Olympics. Sam Hargraves with you, and at the moment their men's hockey team, the Kookaburras, have just stepped out for the national anthem. They take on Japan today, so they have got a real resolve to put the Demons of Rio behind them, and before that they hadn't not medalled since the Barcelona Games, and they've got a fantastic record at the Olympics. Only one gold, which they got at 2004 in Athens. We'll go there in just a moment. The women's 10-metre air rifle, the shooting's currently on at the moment. Elise Collier and Katarina Kauplos in action there. The women's singles of the table tennis are currently going. The six-time Olympian Jian Fang Lei will take on Daniela Fonseca from Cuba, and the women's pairs for the rowing at about 10:50. The heats have started, but Jessica Morrison and Annabelle McIntyre should be heading off in their heat against the team that's called ROC, which is actually the Russian athletes that were able to compete. Great Britain and China in that heat as well. So the Hockey Roos will get and drop in on that in just a moment, but it's going to be a big day as well for tennis, the men's singles as well as the women's doubles, and there's no better to talk to about that than our resident tennis expert, Brett Phillips, of course, for Yonex, celebrating 75 years performance product crafted in Japan. Check out their latest range at yonex.com.au. BP, hello, my friend.
Sam, very nice to join you. It's great to have tennis part of the Olympics. It's had, I suppose, an on and off relationship ever since the Olympics started. But if you ask a lot of tennis players, ask Steffi Graf what it meant to her in 1988, and that's what Novak Djokovic is trying to emulate this year, to win all four majors and an Olympic gold medal. I was looking back at London the other day, Andy Murray, and, winning on centre court at Wimbledon, a gold medal there. So not everyone's here, but the ones that are here in Japan want to be here. And the fact that you've got Djokovic and Barty, the two best in the world, they've got a clear mission, and that's to have a gold draped around their neck in the next 7 days.
Yeah, the Golden Slam. It's an elusive one at BP, but again, as you say, it holds a great amount of esteem. So let's not worry about who's not there. We feel for Alex de Minaur. COVID meant that he had to withdraw. Nick Kyrgios decided that he wasn't interested. That's fine. But the team that is assembled, it's an impressive team, and I think obviously led by Ash, but we've got, especially in the women's with her, a real chance to make some history.
Yeah, no doubt, Sam. So she'll play doubles today to kick off her campaign alongside Storm Sanders, who's had a very good
great name.
6 to 12 months. She could be, it is one of the great names in sport. She could be inside the top 100 by years end in singles. So she's a beauty, the lefty Storm Sanders. So her and Ash, closest of friends, they'll make a pretty good combination in the doubles. So we'll watch out for that today. And then Ash will kick off her singles campaign tomorrow up against a Spaniard who's had a great year, actually, Sara Sorribes Tormo, a bit like Paul Adams, the former cricketer, who used to bowl. He used to have his head down, he used to flip those arms over. She's got a similar sort of service action. It's quite odd, but she's been very effective inside the top 50 this year. So that's a tricky one for Ash in the first round. But Johnny Millman in action today up against Lorenzo Musetti, this young Italian who had a great run, Sam, at the French Open, of course, back a couple of months ago. So he's rising fast. So Johnny, anytime, like Ash, anytime they can get the green and gold on, there's no greater Australian probably on the men's side than John Millman in terms of the passion for representing Australia. So they're going to be in action today. Sam Stosur, her fifth and final Olympic Games. That's extraordinary, really. She'll take on Elena Rybakina, who's a rising star from Kazakhstan, inside the top 20 in women's tennis. That's a tough one for Sam. And then Isla Tomljanovic, you've got James Duckworth coming up tomorrow, Johnny Peers, Max Purcell. What a story this is. A bit like Sam Groth, who squeezed in last minute to the Rio team 2016. Here's young Max. de Minaur goes out, as we know, and Max is in Kazakhstan playing a challenger. He gets the phone call, Max, we need you. You're going to take the spot. Didn't quite qualify for singles, but he's had a great 2 years in doubles inside the top 50, so he'll be alongside Johnny Peers. That'll be a good combination, and Ellen Perez will play some doubles as well. So there's a big chance, no doubt, headlined by Ash Barty to win some medals.
What are your predictions, BP? Obviously, Ash is going to be really tough to beat. The number one ranked player in the world comes off Wimbledon. Is that where our medal hopes realistically lie?
No doubt, absolutely, yeah. I mean, she is top billing. I suppose the intrigue, Sam, is going to be the return of Naomi Osaka, and as you mentioned off the top, lighting the cauldron last night. We haven't seen her. We know what happened at the French in Wimbledon, but she seems to be in a good place in the last probably couple of weeks. How's she going to go? We don't know. She's at the other end of the draw, so could it be Barty Osaka by week's end? We'll have to wait and see whether Naomi's going to be in tip-top shape for the Olympic Games. Might be a little bit of rust there. Djokovic, hot favourite on the men's side, makes it probably difficult for everyone else in the field. But we chatted to Jamin Crabb on our First Serve show last Monday night. This men's field is actually quite wide open. James Duckworth, he'll love the conditions in Tokyo. It's humid, hot. Balls are flying around on the courts there where they do play the Japan Open. So this facility the players are quite familiar with. And, Ducks loves to have a lot of top spin on his balls. He could be a real danger to go deep. And Johnny Millman will fight strong and hard, and he can squeeze through a few rounds, no doubt. So it's 64 on both sides. So it's one less round than a major, 3 rounds, quarters, semis and a final. And we'll see what takes shape at Ash Barty. Fingers crossed.
BP, brilliant work as always. We're going to love you and leave you, so thank you very much, because we've got to head to the rowing. BP was here thanks to Yonex, celebrating 35 years of performance, product crafted in Japan. Check out their latest range at yonex.com.au. So the Aussies are away for their heat. Jessica Morrison and Annabelle McIntyre in the women's pairs heats. These the one-oar competitions today. So we'll explain what that means at the moment. Yesterday was for those that carry 2 oars. Today's a one-oar situation, and they are often racing against Great Britain, China, and the team that are representing what's left of the Russian contingent. Let's drop in now, courtesy of 7 Mate.
Interesting for the Australian girls, they also have another race in 2 hours' time, so they'll be looking at their race tactics to get through, but also not use as much energy as they have to, because they do have the heat in the women's 4 coming up also later this morning. So great start by the Aussies. They've found their rhythm. Technically, these 2 athletes are superb, technically, and also superb athletes. And watch them just try and slot into a constant pace and then maintain that pace all the way down the course.
So yes, they'll be joining Lucy Stephan and Rosemary Popper in the 4s later on. So interesting, the tactics. Do they just consolidate their position here in the semi-final and then conserve energy?
They'll go hard to the 1,000. They'll race hard to the first 1,000 metres, then assess. And then see where they are around the course, see how their rhythm's feeling. Look at them, they look relaxed, they look calm, they look in control, and that's the important thing. At the 1,000-metre mark, they'll assess how much further pushing they'll do, but they also know that China on the right-hand side of the screen is still in close contact, and they don't want to be in a race for that final spot coming into the next round. But so far they're racing very well. Tactically, they're executing the perfect race.
It's a great guide to see how they are travelling in this competition as they head under the central bridge, because in the middle of the screen, Helen Glover, 13-time World Cup gold medalist and 3-time world champion, 2-time Olympic champion, and ranked the best rower in the world since 2015. British champion in both 4s and quad sculls currently, partnered with Polly Swan. Of course, Australia with the silver medal in the London Games and didn't make the final in Rio. There is the Australian squad of Jessica Morrison and Annabelle McIntyre. At the 500-metre mark, they led by 0.3 of a second. Currently, they're a canvas in front of Great Britain second, and also the Russian Olympic Committee in third, reiterating first 3 through to the semi-final, and then the 4th crew will go through to a repechage.
Yeah, no, I'm looking at their boat speed. They are maintaining, a very even split, and what you'll find is the Australian and the crew from Great Britain will slowly push out. I'm expecting the crew from the Russian Olympic Committee to slowly drop back. With the experience of both the Australians and the British, I think they might start just to pace themselves and get through to that important spot. But it looks like the top 3 are pretty secure.
Yeah, the first 3 do look cemented with China off the pace. They'll be heading to a repechage. But having a look at the technique, they're over the top of the Australians, Nick.
Yeah, good aerial shot just to show that they're rowing long. Their blades are in the water, they're composed, and they're just leveraging their boat through. So I think the Aussies and their coach will be really pleased with their race to date. They'll be watching the crew from Great Britain who are defending their Olympic title. Helen Glover, we talked about, has won this gold medal at the Olympics on 2 occasions before. So if she wins this, it'll be a 3rd consecutive Olympic gold medal in this boat class. So this is a hot heat, and the Aussies are performing exceptionally well.
And what do you think of the tactics of Team Great Britain? They look like they're conserving energy sitting there in 3rd.
Well, they don't have to row a second boat, and the Australians do. So the Australians have the heat of the women's 4, and so I expect this movement might stay about the same. But all 3 athletes and all three boats want to really, their first priority is to get through to the next round, and at the moment they're doing that superbly. So good rowing for all 3 crews at the moment.
So Morrison and McIntyre, they led by almost 1 full second at the 1,000 metre marker. They've almost completed 1,400 metres of this 2,000 metre course. They lead by half a boat length. The Russian Olympic Committee second, and Great Britain, they know that the Chinese team have dropped off the pace, so they're happy just to get the job done.
Yeah, there's a little communication between the girls and the crew. Jess at the bow seat was just having a little bit of a word to Annabelle about, right, this is our plan, let's keep it strong, let's keep it stable. So it's just a little bit of a communication, and I think the girls are in great form and rowing together very well.
So now that lead margin is 1.32 seconds ahead of Glover and Swan in 3rd. As I mentioned, silver medalists together at the Rowing World Cup in 2019, McIntyre and also Morrison, and their great rivals coming up in the 3rd heat of this women's pairs division of Grace Prendergast and also Kerry Gowler. They were just great rivals in that World Championships a couple of years ago, but that's to come. And the Australians happy just to extend that margin now to a boat length.
Yes, rowing in Oceania is very, very strong at the moment. Great rivalry between Australia and New Zealand in this boat class, in the women's 4 and in the women's 8. You'll see a great rivalry between the nations in the Oceania region. But this, I'm really, really impressed with this. It's a very, very solid row. The girls have been in control right from the stroke 1. They're just long, lopey rowing, doing what they need to do, find their rhythm, and that rhythm now they can take through the whole regatta, so they'd be pleased with this so far.
Well, due to the pandemic, it's been very difficult to get a guide of how the Australians are sitting against the other countries, because there haven't been that many competitions, and the Australians would be really happy with this. They lead by a boat length ahead of the Russian Olympic Committee in 2nd. Great Britain looking strong late in 3rd. That team of Helen Glover and also Polly Swan. But they'll be watching at the Mercantile Rowing Club, and they'll be watching at Hamilton Hill in Western Australia as well. Jessica Morrison and Annabelle McIntyre. The first part of the job is done, straight through to the semi-final in a really good display here in this 2nd heat. They lead by 3/4 of a boat length, and a terrific job in 2nd over on the far side, the Russian Olympic Committee. Great Britain in 3rd, just keeping those cards close to their chest at this stage.
Beautifully called, as all things are when Matty Hill's involved, one of our very own, and thanks to Channel 7 for that. SEN, of course, they're the official broadcast partner of the 2020 Tokyo Olympics. They're still officially called 2020, of course, because they were supposed to be done last year and they're not. So well done to the team of Jessica Morrison, 29 years old from Victoria, her 2nd Olympics, and Annabelle McIntyre, her 1st Olympics from WA, 24 years of age. She won silver in the 2019 World Champs in this event and a gold at the Rowing World Cup. And these two are part of a really strong sweep team in the rowing squad. So the sweep, the 1-oar specialists, and they're coached by John Keogh. So Jess and Annabelle, they'll be very, very happy in their hometowns with their performance. Great Britain, of course, Helen Glover looking for a 3rd straight gold medal in this event. But the Aussies are through to the semi-finals of the women's pairs at the Sea Forest Waterway. When we come back on SEN, thanks to Mate Communications, award-winning Aussie service mobile plans from $20, we will take you to the hockey The Kookaburras at the moment, with about 9 minutes to play in the first half, still 0-0 against Japan. So we will turn our attention to the Oi Hockey Stadium in Tokyo on the other side of this. You're listening to SEN's broadcast of the Tokyo Olympics.
Hi, Jared Waitley here. Us Aussies, we're a patriotic bunch and we love supporting our own, which is why I'm with Red Energy. It feels good to support a 100% Australian-owned company and know I'll be looked after by a customer service team who are based right here. I love having Red Energy on my team and I reckon you will too. Red Energy, that's real Aussie energy.
How's your latest energy bill looking? It's time to flip the switch and experience the amazing value at Kogan Energy. Want proof? Just upload your electricity bill on koganenergy.com.au and find out how much you could be saving on Kogan's incredible energy rates. See why thousands of Aussies are already saving with Kogan Energy. Visit koganenergy.com.au. Kogan Energy, powered by PowerShop and does not operate in all areas.
Gazy, as an Aussie athlete, you did it all. Carrying the flag for Australia has to be right up there.
Well, Jared, it was an amazing honour.
And if scores are close, who should we rely on in the last 5 minutes?
These days, G, always Tyre Power. A quick, free 5-minute tyre safety check at Tyre Power and you're on your way to a podium finish, G. Protecting your family on the roads is more important than any medal.
Tyre Power, Aussie owned and operated. Your trusted tyre experts. tyrepower.com.au.
Who'd you go with for unlimited data?
Want unlimited data and top speed with your internet service? Mate, Serves Up award-winning all-Aussie service. Get the Elite Mates Home Superfast plan for $89 a month for the first 6 months. Mate, how good's that? Plus, get unlimited data on all internet plans, no contracts, and 1 month risk-free guarantee. What are you waiting for, mate? Choose a provider you can trust, like mate. Visit letsbemates.com.au.
A start. That's all it takes. It doesn't matter when, or where, or how. Just start. With the biggest range and the best brands, sporting dreams start at Rebel. Sport is calling.
EdMatch at 40 Winks takes the confusion out of buying a bed. And right now, get any size mattress for the price of a single. That's a queen, king or super king mattress for the price of a single. But hurry, limited time only. 40 Winks, serious about sleep.
Hi, Jared Waitley here. Us Aussies, we're a patriotic bunch and we love supporting our own, which is why I'm with Red Energy. It feels good to support a 100% Australian-owned company and know I'll be looked after by a customer service team who are based right here. I love having Red Energy on my team and I reckon you will too. Red Energy, that's real Aussie energy.
Hi, I'm Tim from Red Energy. The Australian-made logo is a true mark of Australian authenticity. So, for Red Energy to be certified to use the famous green and gold Australian-made logo, well, it's fair to say it's something we're pretty proud of. Here at Red, we're owned by the mighty Snowy Hydro, and that makes us 100% Australian. We're also based right here in Melbourne, so you can speak with a local who understands your needs. So, if supporting Australian means something to you, switch to Red today. Call 131 806.
Sportscraft are the official formal uniform supply for the Australian Olympic team in Tokyo as they go for gold. For your own podium finish style, discover the latest Sportscraft collection of men's clothing, including relaxed shirting, classic jackets, warm coats and chinos. All perfectly curated to bring quality, style and versatility to your wardrobe. Sportscraft, we are Team Australia. Discover the latest menswear collection online at sportscraft.com.au.
SEN's coverage of the Olympic Games 2020. For zero. Invoicing but instantly. Receipts but organised. Cash flow but clearer. Try Xero free for 30 days. Search Xero. Xero.
Just repeating our first result today from an Australian point of view. Jessica Morrison and Annabelle McIntyre won their heat of the women's pairs at the Sea Forest Waterway, so they will go through to the semi-final now, along with the Russian Olympic Committee and Great Britain. China will go through a repechage. Just about to drop in, 4 minutes 22 left at the Oi Hockey Stadium. The Kookaburras, ranked number 1 in the world, they hadn't played for 400 days together, have just scored the opener in this match against Japan, who have never beaten Australia in international competition. They drew at a World Cup in 1971, but Australia are on the board, 1-0 with 4 minutes to play. So let's drop in. Australia, of course, were knocked out by the Netherlands in the quarterfinal stage of Rio. It was the first time since Barcelona that they hadn't registered a medal. They won gold at Athens in 2004 and have got their campaign off to a very nice start. Let's drop in now, courtesy of Channel 7.
A brilliant finish, 1-0 lead to the Kookaburras, opening their campaign. I think that's going to settle some of their nerves. It's going to take away that scoreboard pressure coming into this quarter time in 4 minutes. Very different mindset going in 0-0 as opposed to 1-0. And floodgates can open.
So first Olympics for Tim Brand, 22-year-old from Chatswood in Sydney, and he scored his opening goal. He's actually born in the Netherlands and moved to Sydney at the age of 3.
Well, as we know, people in Holland, they're born with hockey sticks in their hands. Absolutely love the game over here.
Here's Mitten again, and another opportunity. The shot taken by Beale on this occasion, but defended by Yoshikawa. Zaluski's going to try and get it moving inside the circle again. Beale near the baseline. They've lost possession.
Trent Mitten being the way he's driving in here, he's creating these angles which are making it really difficult for the defenders behind him to be marking their players. As you can see, he is travelling across, and that pass, it doesn't look like it's a difficult pass, but passing off of your wrong foot, it's a very difficult one here. And Real Deal Bill, he likes to be called. I don't know if he likes to be called it. It's his Twitter handle, Real Deal Bill.
I think he's borrowed that from former world champion boxer Real Deal Gill, Daniel Gill. Zaluski wins it for Australia, although Mitten's fallen over. I was about to talk about the family lineage of the Mittens before the Brand goal was scored. So Don played for the Kookaburras way back, and Grant, his father, was a World Cup winner with Australia, went to the Olympic Games as well.
It's in his blood to play hockey. Loves the game more than anyone I know. Plays for the Wasps in Perth.
Promising build-up Australia, but Craig can't keep it going. Matani of Japan from the halfway line. No one home.
A relieving play there from Japan. Just wanted it out of their attacking 50, or defensive 50, I should say, in the final 2 minutes here. Hayward has the ball.
Ogilvie. Eddie Ockenden. 373 games now up at international level for Eddie Ockenden.
A lot of games, absolutely a lot of games. Comparing it to some of the other players that are playing, you know, you've got Dylan Martin, who's just played the 6 matches. It's incredible stuff, really.
Dawson. I think we better get this out of the way early because his mum, Trish, hates it, but she was an Australian Test and one-day cricketer. Australia again! Tom Craig's joined the party! So the housemates have both scored goals in the opening quarter of the Olympic Games.
That was incredibly good goals there. A very simple goal as well. It's one that you don't think about practicing very often, just a push into the goal, but a brilliant receive here. Little jink over the ball. And what was so good about it is he just didn't want to take his stick off the ball, and it makes the goalkeeper not want to move in the direction that the ball comes. He was a reserve in Rio. It's a difficult spot to be in that reserve. You're watching your teammates play. And he opens his opening game here at the Olympic Games, Tom Craig, with a goal, a brilliant goal, giving his team a 2-0 lead in this first quarter here in Tokyo.
So Tom Craig's scored, Tim Brand's scored, Tim Howard, another housemate's playing in the game, so he's surely due. And Lockie Sharp not playing in this first encounter for Australia, but he's bound to score the way this trend's going.
Absolutely. It's a hockey household there in Scarborough or Inaloo, Doubleview, somewhere in Perth.
Australia's really got the bit between the teeth now. Another opportunity for Brand, this time defended by Yoshikawa.
And this is what happens. The floodgates open, and it's team number 1 in the world compared to 15, and you can only hold off for so long. until the confidence gets up, their tails get up.
Kitazato couldn't get it through.
It's the nerves settling. These young players coming through.
Well, they absolutely have settled now, because early on Japan really tested the Australian defence. Now the Aussies approaching quarter time, enjoying this 2-goal buffer.
Much more positive mindset when you're going into quarter time as leaders, particularly against lower ranked sides. You can get quite frustrated when you're playing them.
So Ogilvy plays it back. Martin now involved for Australia. Is there enough time for one more? Beale? No. Wanted Brand, but didn't quite read the cues.
It was a good lead there. Just needed to put the ball a little bit more in front.
It's good goalkeeping from Yoshikawa. Could easily be 3-0.
Absolutely. Difficult shot there, the upright reverse shot. One that I'd probably never attempt. A very, very difficult shot come into quarter time. 2 minutes rest here at quarter time.
What a start from Australia, the Kookaburras, to the Tokyo Games. A 2-0 lead at quarter time.
Beautifully done. Thanks to Channel 7, Alison Nicholson and Georgie Parker there as well. And we do it all thanks to our very good friends at Hockey Australia. Check the Hockey Australia Club Finder and Play. So 2-0 at the quarter time break. Australia v Japan. Tim Brandt and Tom Craig, the housemates, as you heard there in the call, the scorers. Japan did most of the attacking for the first half of that quarter, but then just the sheer class of Australia came to the fore late in that quarter. So a 2-0 lead as we go to the break and come back with the second quarter. You're listening to SEN's coverage of Tokyo 2020 Olympic Games.
Sportscraft are the official formal uniform supply for the Australian Olympic team in Tokyo as they go for gold. For your own podium finish style, discover the latest Sportscraft collection of men's clothing, including relaxed shirting, classic jackets, warm coats and chinos. All perfectly curated to bring quality, style and versatility to your wardrobe. Sportscraft, we are Team Australia. Discover the latest menswear collection online at sportscraft.com.au.
Hi, I'm Charlie from Red Energy. The Australian-made logo is a true mark of Australian authenticity. So, for Red Energy to be certified to use the famous green and gold Australian-made logo, well, it's fair to say it's something we're pretty proud of. Here at Red, we're owned by the mighty Snowy Hydro, and that makes us 100% Australian. We're also based right here in Melbourne, so you can speak with a local who understands your needs. So, if supporting Australian means something to you, switch to Red today. Call 131 806. Hi, I'm Charlie from Red Energy. The Australian-made logo is a true mark of Australian authenticity. So, for Red Energy to be certified to use the famous green and gold Australian-made logo, well, it's fair to say it's something we're pretty proud of. Here at Red, we're owned by the mighty Snowy Hydro, and that makes us 100% Australian. We're also based right here, so our team really understands your needs. So, if supporting Australian means something to you, switch to Red today. Call 131 806.
The Kogan Money credit card is full of value with no annual fees, amazing rewards and a complimentary Kogan First membership giving you cheaper deals and free shipping at Kogan.com. And right now you can earn up to $400 Kogan.com credit when you meet the spend requirements. Plus earn up to 2 cents worth of Kogan.com credit for every dollar of eligible spend. So make the switch to a better value credit card today at koganmoney.com.au/footy.
Offer ends August 2nd, 2021. T's and C's credit criteria apply. Product issuer and credit provider Citigroup Pty Ltd.
As we cheer on our athletes, there's a star of Australia you can always rely on, and that's Tyre Power. Each Tyre Power store is independently Aussie owned. When you visit your local Tyre Power, you're literally dealing directly with the local owner. And Tyre Power dealers love a podium finish, having recently won CanStar Blues prestigious events across customer service, value for money, plus the highly sought after overall satisfaction events. Tyre Power, your trusted local Aussie tyre experts. Get the power of Australia's biggest independent.
Just really want customer support from someone close by.
True Blue award-winning Aussie support, you betcha. Mate has got your back. Mate serves up award-winning internet and mobile. Get unlimited talk and text, plus great data inclusions with data banking of unused data up to 100 gigabytes from only $20 a month. Plus, you get a Tidal music subscription included free with selected plans. Mate, how good's that? What are you waiting for, mate? Choose a provider you can trust, like Mate. Visit letsbemates.com.au.
you. To celebrate 50 years of Macca's, we're introducing the Mac family. And with every medium or large, Mac Junior, Big Mac or Grand Big Mac meal, you'll get one of 6 free Macca's glasses, but only for a limited time. Available after 10:30am while stocks last.
A start. That's all it takes. It doesn't matter when, or where, or how. Just start. With the biggest range and the best brands, sporting dreams start at Rebel. Sport is calling.
Red Energy recently won the 2021 CanStar Blue Award for Most Trusted Energy Provider. Being trusted by our customers means the world to us, because at Red Energy, we're 100% Australian owned and based right here in Victoria. You'll deal one-on-one with a local who fully understands your needs and, what's more, knows where Melbourne is. So call 131 806 and find out why being a customer of ours means there's no place like Red.
SEN's coverage of the Olympic Games 2020 for Mate Communications. Award-winning Aussie service and a bonus Tidal music subscription included on selected mobile plans.
Welcome back. SEN's coverage of the 2020 Tokyo Olympics. It's 2-0 in the hockey. The Kookaburras 2-0 up in the first quarter. The second quarter has just started. Well, I've got to make sure I get this right whenever I do the hockey. Now, where's my sheet gone? Isn't this wonderful radio? The Oi Hockey Stadium in Tokyo. The softball's going to get started just after 11 o'clock. The women's softball team, they are 1-1, currently sitting fourth in the rankings. Canada sit third. They are the third-ranked team coming in. USA and Japan are both undefeated at the moment. So our softball side that's been named for the game coming up after 11 o'clock, Lee Godfrey, Stacey Porter, Taylor Titskorianis, Chelsea Falkin, Jade Wolfe, Michelle Cox, Rachel Lack, Claire Warwick, Stacey McManus and Ellen Roberts. So they lost 8-1 to Japan in the opening game. It was the first event of these Olympics on Wednesday night. Game 2, they were able to get a 1-0 win over Italy. They arrived in Japan a month ago. They've barely played together since qualifying in 2019. The setup was quite lavish going in before they had to go into the village. They had 3 hotel room floors with their rooms, their gym and mess hall, and they had their own service elevator as well. So Stacey Porter is the captain, 39 years of age, the only team member to have competed at an Olympics. And it's the first time softball's been played since 2008, and it's a really special event at this Olympics because it won't be played in 2024 in Paris. So the 6 teams competing will play each other once. The top 2 teams will play off for the gold medal, and the 3rd and 4th teams will play off for bronze. So at the moment, they're in a bronze playoff position, Australia. So we will bring you some of that action after 11 o'clock. But let's drop back in on the hockey. The Kookaburras are 2-0 up in the opening stages of the second quarter against the host nation, Japan.
On the right-hand side, Kaito Tanaka can't keep it in play. Dawson trots across. Family connections in hockey. It's a great family sport. The goalkeeper Andrew Charter had a lot of motor development issues as a youngster and found his happy place in the sport of hockey.
Sister bringing him along to under-13s. Played on the field for a year, as most goalkeepers do, and then they find their spot, weirdly enough, as a goalkeeper.
Take me into the psyche of a goalkeeper, Georgie Parker. Can you do it? Can anyone get in that head?
It's a scary position. I couldn't think of much worse. It's a difficult, very important position, of course, but
Eddie Ockenden.
Very difficult one. Here's
Wickham. Being harassed, able to make the pass. He's a well-travelled individual, Tom Wickham. He was born in Mildura, early stages of his life in Broken Hill, then moved to Alice Springs in his teens, then
Waikerie,
Freeling in South Australia. Morgan went to school in Waikerie, Mark Prosciutto country.
Yes, now it lives in Perth, as most of the Australian players around do.
He's a bit of a free spirit as a youngster. Here's Mitten again. But hockey gave him that structure in his life. It was the one thing he looked forward to every day, making the trip down to Adelaide for hockey training, and always had a stick in his hand.
It's been a long journey for Wickham as well. He debuted 2011. So been around for a couple of Olympic campaigns and only just reaping these rewards later, moving to Perth to the AIS a long time ago, 10 years ago now, finally getting his chance. It's one of the extra players, usually only 16 players in Olympics, but because of COVID and the potential for restructuring of schedules, at 18 this year, all team sports getting an extra couple of players, so one of the extra players added to the team.
We're going to get a quick break away. Still 9 minutes in this second quarter. 2-0 lead to Australia over Japan. The Kookaburras doing it nicely. This is SEN.
Hello, it's Gazy here. I'm forever grateful I got to carry the flag for Australia and proudly represent the Boomers at 5 different games. My secret? I had the best grip on my shoes to avoid slip-ups. And here's an extra tip. The grip on your tyres needs to be better. If you haven't been to Tyre Power for your free 5-minute tyre safety check, then book in now and get a grip on tyre safety. Tyre Power, Aussie owned and operated, keeping you safe on the roads. tyrepower.com.au.
Sportscraft are the official formal uniform supply for the Australian Olympic team in Tokyo as they go for gold. For your own podium finish style, discover the latest Sportscraft collection of men's clothing, including relaxed shirting, classic jackets, warm coats and chinos. All perfectly curated to bring quality, style and versatility to your wardrobe. Sportscraft, we are Team Australia. Discover the latest menswear collection online at sportscraft.com.au.
The Doc Shop makes space to make the world a better place.
Is your office overrun with documents? Make space with the Doc Shop. We'll store your documents and data, protecting them from the elements. Our purpose-built, environmentally compliant facility is clean, secure, dry, pest-free and fire-protected. The Doc Shop, unashamedly green. Just look at our trucks.
The Doc Shop makes space to make the world a better place.
TheDocShop.com.au.
When playing for the Boomers, we loved Aussie sports fans cheering us on. Well, let me tell you this. Go get a free 5-minute tyre safety check from Tyre Power and we'll all cheer you on because it means you're tyre safe. Each Tyre Power store is independently Aussie owned, so when you visit your local Tyre Power, you're literally dealing directly with the local owner. So be tyre safe and be Aussie proud. Get the power of Australia's biggest independent. Tyre Power, your trusted local Aussie tyre experts.
Lovely to have your company as part of SEN's coverage of the Tokyo 2020 Olympics for Mate Communications and for Xero. Make sure you download the SEN app. We will be able to switch you back and forth between your favourite SEN programming and our Olympics coverage for the next 16 days. Before we get back to the hockey, Australia with a 2-0 lead over Japan. The men's pairs in the heats, Sam Hardy and Josh Hicks. Sam Hardy, 26 years old from New South Wales, and the 30-year-old Josh Hicks from WA, both at their first Olympics. Now, these guys are a real medal chance. They won bronze in this event at the 2019 Worlds. They're in their heat at the moment. New Zealand, Italy and France. Let's drop in to the Sea Forest waterway for Australia in the men's pairs heats.
They're over at 40 strokes a minute at the moment. They're experienced racers. They'll continue to put the pressure on and put the pressure back on the more favoured, more fancied crew, and one of those is the Australians.
So at the moment, after the first 500 metres of this row, it's Italy leading by 0.52 of a second ahead of Hardy and Hicks. Robertson and Jones in third. They sit 1.38 off the pace at this stage. And the French combination currently in fourth position after 600 metres. It's Abinade and Di Costanzo from Italy on your screens, looking strong early.
It's a good view of what the athletes get to look at while they're racing. All they see at the moment is water, and they see those buoys, and ideally they're staying in the middle of those buoys. You don't want those oars to hit the buoys in any way, but also the Australians will have a look to their left and to their right just to see where they are on the course, know their race plan and what to do. They'll see the Italians next to them. The Italians aren't moving away, and in fact I think the Australians will just slowly peg them back. They won't rush to do it. They'll just do it over the next 800 or 900 metres, just slowly, if they can, push through just by rowing smarter and just rowing fast.
Is there added pressure on the New Zealand crew of Robertson and Jones because their predecessors in Murray and Bond, they dominated, didn't they, with
2012 and 2016, they were just everything that New Zealand rowing was about. They just absolutely creamed the opposition. But this is a new crew.
Well, the fact is the previous New Zealand crew didn't lose a rowing race. They were that good, including 2 Olympic gold medals back in London 2012 and Rio 2016. But you're right, this is a new crew. But there is a tradition again in New Zealand in this boat class. But the Australians, I'm really impressed. Look, through the 1,000, they just bow have hit the front. So really good tactical rowing from the Aussies.
So the Australians have gone by the Italians at halfway. So that just makes a little statement, doesn't it? Halfway through this 2,000 metre course. They lead by 0.35 of a second. The Kiwis have dropped off the pace a little. 2.72 off the Australians, and then 7.16 seconds off Australia is the French crew. Of course, the World Championships gives you a little bit of a guide of the form lines over the last 2 years. Croatia, the world champions in this particular class, with New Zealand the silver medalist and Australia in third, but hard to get a bit of a guide because there hasn't been that much competition.
Yeah, we're looking at Josh on the screen there. He loves a high rating. He comes down at high 30s, early 40s. Pleasingly for the Australian rowing community, they're only sitting at 39 strokes a minute, which is pretty low rating in terms of you, but that's the way he operates the best. He likes to have his rating up. He likes to tick it over. He likes the boat speed to continue just to run on, and that's the way he performs superbly, and he's doing a good job. We saw that the boat now has changed lead from being slightly behind to now a half a boat length in front over the course of about 500 metres. So the Aussies finding their form and maintaining good pace at their rating at 38, 39 strokes a minute. So good rowing from the Aussies, good smart rowing.
So 600 metres to row in this second heat of men's pairs, and Hardy and Hicks conserving energy but also looking really strong. They lead by a boat length over Abignali and Di Costanzo, the Italian crew in second. As we get a look at the 1,500 metre split, the Australians come through 2.84 seconds ahead of Italy, and then New Zealand 2 boat lengths at least away in third. That's 8 seconds off the Australians. That split of 4:57.88 from the Australians. That's up against 4:56.24 of the Romanians. So they're right up there.
Yeah, they'll now just think about this race and just enjoy it. They're out in front. They're going to qualify for the next round. They're not rowing out of their skin. They don't want to exert themselves. They're clear. They can watch the crews around them. And so this is a time just to take a deep breath, relax, and work on the things you want to practice in the final. As you get tired, you want to keep good form. You want to keep your length. You want to keep your energy up. And I think this is a good chance for the Aussies, without a lot of pressure around them, to practice those things that when they get to the gold medal round, they can put them in practice.
So it's a good 2.5 boat lengths now over Italy second and then New Zealand third. So they are cementing their places in the semi-finals here. Australia, Italy and New Zealand 1, 2 and 3. The French crew some 17 seconds off the Australians at that last split. So now with 100 metres to row, they lead by 2.5 boat lengths in Sam Hardy and also Josh Hicks, the Harvard graduates. And, they can complete the course here and they can go and study themselves hard, because they're going to be right up there.
Well, they'll study the opposition, they'll look at times, they'll look at form once all the heats are finished. But all of Australia and the rowing community will be very proud of these guys. It's an excellent first race in the heat. They've done it perfectly.
So full marks from our expert in Nick Green, 2 times gold medalist, and that's a fantastic display from the Australians. Job done from Sam Hardy and Josh Hicks. They win in a time of 6:42.74, some 6 seconds clear of the Italians, and in the end they were 13.79 seconds ahead of the Kiwis, and France through in 4th place.
Nicely done, Matty Hill. Australia 2-1 over Japan in the hockey. There's 5 minutes to go in the second quarter there, but well done to Sam Hardy and Josh Hicks, who get through first in their heat of the men's pairs. Jess Morrison and Annabelle McIntyre did the same in the women's a little bit earlier as well. So strong showings already for Australia in the rowing, and we will come back with more of the hockey straight after this. You're listening to SEN's coverage of the Tokyo 2020 Olympics.
Attention Melbourne. Lloyd's Auctions are holding a massive classic car auction online in Melbourne this weekend, including Australian, American and European classics, featuring Glenn Seaton's championship-winning Ford Falcon EL, Russell Ingall's Castrol V8 supercar, low-kilometre HSV GTSR and more, all starting at $1 at Melbourne's greatest auction house. Bid now. Also on offer, Ford Mustang Mach-1, Valiant Pacer, Shelby Fairmont, XP Falcon X Police, VL Walkinshaw Group A, Monaros, Jaguars, Porsche and Ferraris. Bid now or call now to put your classic car into our next record-breaking auction.
As the Aussie athletes compete overseas for glory, they rely on our supports. It's the same for tyre safety here at home. We rely on the support of Tyre Power to steer us safely on the roads. If you haven't been to Tyre Power for your free 5-minute tyre safety check, then book in now and experience the CanStar Blue award-winning customer service. Get the power of Australia's biggest independent, Tyre Power. Aussie-owned and operated, keeping you safe on the roads. tyrepower.com.au.
The AFL season is building. The huge moments are becoming huger. And the stars of the game continue to shine.
Buddy plays on, he's put it through the middle, there's 2 points the difference.
Download the SEN app and listen live wherever you are. Join our AFL Nation commentary team for every memorable moment. AFL Season 2021. Hear it all on the SEN app. Download it now.
It's time to make the call and switch to Kogan Mobile, because right now you can get started with Kogan from just $4.90 for 30 days. Yep, just $4.90 for 30 days. Thousands of Aussies have already made the call and switched for unlimited calls and texts and a big 40 gig of data at award-winning prepaid prices. Get started now with Kogan Mobile from just $4.90 for the first 30 days at koganmobile.com.au/footy.
SEN's coverage of the Olympic Games 2020 for Mate Communications. Award-winning Aussie service and a bonus Tidal music subscription included on selected mobile plans.
Welcome back. The softball has started, the women's spirit in action, and they've got off to a strong start too. The single from Lee followed up with a double from Stacey Porter, the skipper. There's runners on third and second at the top of the first, so we'll update you on that as it goes. But Australia in a real battle now in the hockey. The Kookaburras are 3-2 down against Japan, who have scored the last 3 goals after Australia got the first 2. So we're going to take you straight back there. Our hockey coverage proudly brought to you by Hockey Australia. How good is hockey? Check out the Hockey Australia Club Finder and play now.
I'm absolutely speechless, and I'm not speechless very often, Nicholson.
You just calm your nerves, Georgie.
Oh, I need to have a breather for a second.
I reckon there are a few nations watching on in the Athletes Village at the moment who are taking notice of this and equally shocked at what's taking place.
And I've been saying this all week when people have been asking us how we're going to go. It's very hard to know how we're going to go because we've just not played enough international hockey over the past 18 months. You could be world number 1 team, but if you've not played and not in form, you're not in form. I'm not saying that's the situation here.
Plenty of time.
We're only 30 minutes into the first game. It's a long tournament, it's a long game.
Another 30 still to come. As Australia presses forward and the penalty corner has been secured. A stick check.
And saying he's not 5 as well. So an opportunity here for Australia to level back. We'll see which corner they go to. Who's going to be taking the drag flick. With the men's teams, most teams are able to have multiple options there to drag flick as Tom Wickham drew that short corner, penalty corner there from multiple breaches there. An opportunity as well, 40 seconds you get from the time it takes for you to get the corner called and for you to choose what you're going to do and to drag that ball out. So 40 seconds for you to calm your nerves, 40 seconds.
Jeremy Hayward. The Japanese defence readies. There's Hayward on screen. Missed out on Rio. Bit of disappointment for a player who was part of the World Cup winning team in 2014. He steps up here and there is a great piece of goalkeeping by Yoshikawa. This Japanese side has
There was a bit of middleman there, middleland land. You've got to go either really high or really low. You don't want the worst place for you to be able to drag it is into the goalkeeper's hands.
You can just see the confidence surging through this Japanese team at the moment, having taken the lead 2-0 down at quarter time, 3 goals in the second quarter.
There's periods there where Australia were the most feared nation in the world in hockey. Unbeatable, winning World Cups, 6 goals to 0. The last couple of years, maybe that fear has kind of subsided.
Beal inside the circle and played over the back line.
And Japan would be wanting to look after this last 90 seconds. They want to be coming into this with a lead. It would be absolutely huge for them. No junk time goals for either team here.
So Dawson wins it back for Australia in midfield. They'd love to equalise before half-time, the Australians. Brand has been able to find a foot there. Now Zalewski from the 23-metre line. Wickham. Australian ball again as the seconds tick down. So just 30 seconds for Australia to try and manufacture an equaliser and just go into half-time with some sort of confidence. Mitten confronted, dispossessed. Zalewski's just not quite got the ball in the right position. Sweat, sun, it's all playing its part today. Dawson needs to crack this in. Crash ball goes, but Japan's defence is up to the task, and now a little counter before half-time from Japan. Bursting downfield goes Watanabe. Yamasaki confronted by Dawson, and that is half-time in Tokyo. An extraordinary turnaround as Japan went from 2 goals to 0 down to lead 3-2 at half-time.
Courtesy of Channel 7, Alison Nicholson there and Georgie Parker stunned Australia going at half-time, 2-3 down after scoring the first 2 goals late in the first quarter. Tim Brandt and Tom Craig, the scorers, and Japan have scored 3 in a row. They've never beaten Australia at an international tournament in the form of the World Cup or at the Olympics, but they are 3-2 up at the moment. And you heard there that the lack of international games in the lead up to this for Australia might be causing them some cohesion issues. In the softball at the moment at the Yokohama Baseball Stadium south of Tokyo, Jade Wall was walked with bases loaded at the top of the first. So the Spirit are 1-0 up against Canada, who sit third in the rankings at the moment after 2 games there. This is the 3rd game for the Spirit. We're going to take a break and come back. The audio, of course, thanks to Channel 7. Today's Tokyo 2020 unmissable moments. Richie Port leads Australia's hopes as cycling opens with the men's road race from midday, Australian Eastern Standard Time. Tokyo 2020 live and free and in HD on 7 and 7+. The only place to see it all. The only place to hear it all, of course, is on SEN.
Red Energy recently won the 2021 CanStar Blue Award for Most Trusted Energy Provider. Being trusted by our customers means the world to us, because at Red Energy, we're 100% Australian owned and based right here in Victoria. You'll deal one-on-one with a local who fully understands your needs and, what's more, knows where Melbourne is. So call 131 806 and find out why being a customer of ours means there's no place like Red.
If you love racing, then must-listen radio is Bensley on SEN Track 1593 AM. Each morning, Andrew Bensley covers the latest news from the stables and track.
Ben and JD Hayes will launch off in a matter of days.
He's the broadcaster that racing personalities, leading trainers and jockeys talk to.
Welcome, Les. Ben joins us. Morning to you, Henry.
Bensley, Monday to Thursday, 8 till 11 on Australia's home of chasing, pacing and racing. SEN Track on 1593 AM, the SEN app and DAB+.
Gazy, as an Aussie athlete, you did it all. Carrying the flag for Australia has to be right up there.
Well, Jared, it was an amazing honour.
And if scores are close, Who should we rely on in the last 5 minutes?
These days, G, always Tyre Power. A quick, free 5-minute tyre safety check at Tyre Power and you're on your way to a podium finish, G. Protecting your family on the roads is more important than any medal.
Tyre Power, Aussie owned and operated. Your trusted tyre experts. tyrepower.com.au.
Sportscraft are the official formal uniform supply for the Australian Olympic team in Tokyo as they go for gold. For your own podium finish style, discover the latest Sportscraft collection of men's clothing, including relaxed shirting, classic jackets, warm coats and chinos. All perfectly curated to bring quality, style and versatility to your wardrobe. Sportscraft, we are Team Australia. Discover the latest menswear collection online at sportscraft.com.au.
Do you reckon there's a way to save money by bundling mobile and internet?
Mate, choose a provider you can trust like a mate. Mate serves up NBN from just $59 a month with award-winning all Aussie service. Bundle a mobile plan to save a further $10 a month on your internet. No contracts and no setup fees. Mate, how good's that? I know. What are you waiting for? Mate! Mate's got your back. Visit letsbemates.com.au.
Hi, Gerard Waitley here. Us Aussies, we're a patriotic bunch and we love supporting our own, which is why I'm with Red Energy. It feels good to support a 100% Australian-owned company and know I'll be looked after by a customer service team who are based right here. I love having Red Energy on my team and I reckon you will too. Red Energy, that's real Aussie energy. As we cheer on our athletes, there's a star of Australia you can always rely on, and that's Tyre Power. Each Tyre Power store is independently Aussie owned. When you visit your local Tyre Power, you're literally dealing directly with the local owner. And Tyre Power dealers love a podium finish, having recently won CanStar Blues prestigious events across customer service, value for money, plus the highly sought after overall satisfaction events. Tyre Power, your trusted local Aussie tyre experts. Get the power of Australia's biggest independent.
If you love racing, then must-listen radio is Bensley on SEN Track 1593 AM. Each morning, Andrew Bensley covers the latest news from the stables and track.
Ben and JD Hayes will launch off in a matter of days.
He's the broadcaster that racing personalities, leading trainers and jockeys talk to.
Welcome, Les. Ben joins us. Morning to you, Henry.
Bensley, Monday to Thursday, 8 till 11 on Australia's home of chasing, pacing and racing. SEN Track on 1593 AM, the SEN app and DAB+.
SEN's coverage of the Olympic Games 2020 for Mate Communications. Award-winning Aussie service and a bonus title music subscription included on selected mobile plans.
Half-time at the Oi Hockey Stadium in Tokyo. Australia staring down the barrel of a 3-2 deficit. They got the first two before Japan hit back hard and they got three in a row to have a 3-2 half-time lead. Bottom of the first, Australia 1-0 up over Canada. 1-1 the count at the moment. So at the Yokohama Baseball Stadium, the Australian Spirit, our women's softball team, and of course it's a special occasion in the softball. It's a massive sport in Japan, of course, but it won't be part of the 2024 Olympics. So it has a bit of extra meaning for the athletes participating in that, as it may not do. You never know when it will come back again. So we've had Australians in action all day today, and didn't they look brilliant last night, all in the sportscraft outfits at the opening ceremony. Paddy Mills and Kate Campbell, the flag holders, all in the sportscraft gear. Reckon our Aussie athletes look like winners. They sure did. For your own podium finish style, discover the latest Sportscraft collection. You can get involved as well, 0433 98 11 16, and I hope you're enjoying the coverage wherever you might be listening to us. We've had Australians in action today in the rowing, in the women's pairs as well. It was a great start for the rowing. Our team finished first in their heat and now through to the semi-finals. The men did the same thing in the men's pairs. We've had badminton action as well in the mixed doubles. We've got table tennis action currently underway as well. And the beach volleyball has got started at the moment. Argentina and Brazil playing currently. But our men's beach volleyball team, the preliminary rounds today at Shiakaze Park. It's got beautiful views of the Rainbow Bridge in Tokyo there. Chris McHugh in his Olympic debut alongside Olympic debutant Damien Schumann. Now, these guys won the gold medal at the 2018 Com Games, so not considered a massive gold medal threat, but you never know. With a good tournament, if they can play like they did at the Com Games, they could be a sneaky medal chance. So keep an eye out on Chris McHugh and Damien Schumann in the beach volleyball. So halftime at the Oi Hockey Stadium, 3-2 Japan lead there. SEN's coverage of the 2020 Olympics, all for Mate Communications, award-winning Aussie service mobile plans from $20 and Xero online accounting to help you do business but better. As I said, we'd love to get you involved. 0433 98 11 16. So even though it's day one, official day one of competition today, there are 3 medals up for grabs. One of those is in the road race, which starts at around midday. So Adam Peacock will take you through the action there. But Australia have got some really strong contenders in the men's road race. So we all know Richie Port, of course, 36 years old. It's his second Olympics. In Rio, he broke his scapula with 35 kilometres to go. He was in a really promising position, and we know him for the key part that he's played for Team Sky in Chris Froome's 2 Tour de France wins. He actually came third himself in the 2020 Tour de France. So the men's road race, it starts at the Fuji International Speedway. It takes them up the slopes of Mount Fuji, over 800 metres of elevation gain throughout the race. It will be incredibly grueling. But Lucas Hamilton, of course, his first Olympics, 25 years of age, started at the age of 14, Ararat boy, one of our best. And this guy has had a meteoric rise up the international ranks since 2017. He was runner-up at the Under-23 Tour de France. And then Luke Durbridge, 30 years of age from WA, his first Olympics. But this is a guy that's ridden in 4 Giro d'Italias and 7 Tour de France races, Com Games bronze medalist as well. And his list of accolades is incredibly long too. So we are really strongly represented in the men's road race. So all the action there. Adam Peacock after midday today. And, of course, the tennis gets started with John Millman up against Lorenzo Musetti from Italy. And the women's doubles later on tonight, Ash Barty and Storm Sanders. Why don't we go to Yokohama Baseball Stadium now, south of Tokyo. The count is 2-1. We're at the bottom of the first. Canada have levelled it up. It's 1 apiece in this must-win game for Australia.
2 pitch coming up. That one flies out for a foul.
Roberts getting Harshman to chase that ball up in the zone. She's got a pre-game ritual. She must put her left sock on, then her right sock, then her left cleat and her right cleat.
Her mother and her aunts played for Canada too. So what a pedigree.
You can see the Aussies have just got that strategy just to continue to pepper that outside corner. Home plate umpires just not calling it for the girls.
So it's loaded now. 3-2 pitch here. Something is going to happen, and as it turns out, it's a foul. Every time you say that, that's what it'll be.
Canadians know just how important this game is. The Aussies got the bronze back in the 2008 game.
That's the one that Canada really didn't like. 2018, they got bronze. And there's a walk. So another runner on base for Canada. And this time Australia's defence under pressure. Claire Warwick there just moving over to have a chat to Ellen Roberts. And the coach might come in too.
And here comes the pitching coach, Andrew Kirkpatrick. One of the greatest men's pitchers in the game, plays professionally in the US and in Japan.
And he's been helping the players warm up with their batting too. He's been pitching to them quite a bit.
And in the absence of being able to play a lot of international games against the...
So we'll head back to Yokohama Baseball Stadium shortly as the pitching coach is out on the mound consulting with the Aussie pitcher. They're back underway in the third quarter. Australia trailing 3-2 against Japan. So the Kookaburras in a little bit of strife. On the other side of this, we will drop back in on the Oi Hockey Stadium in Tokyo.
Hi, Gerard Waitley here. Us Aussies, we're a patriotic bunch and we love supporting our own. which is why I'm with Red Energy. It feels good to support a 100% Australian-owned company and know I'll be looked after by a customer service team who are based right here. I love having Red Energy on my team, and I reckon you will too. Red Energy, that's real Aussie energy.
Gary Lyon here. Good mornings. Start with Temper. If you're not sleeping on a Temper mattress yet, well, that means you're not sleeping on a NASA certified mattress. NASA certified, if you don't mind. Temper's range of mattresses and adjustable bases adapt to the exact shape of your body, so you can put your head and feet up in comfort. Did I mention NASA certified? Visit the Temper range and Temper athlete stories at temper.com.au. And like we say, sleep on it.
Sportscraft are the official formal uniform supply for the Australian Olympic team in Tokyo as they go for gold. For your own podium finish style, discover the latest Sportscraft collection of men's clothing, including relaxed shirting, classic jackets, warm coats and chinos. All perfectly curated to bring quality, style and versatility to your wardrobe. Sportscraft, we are Team Australia. Discover the latest menswear collection online at sportscraft.com.au.
Hi, Gerard Waitley here. Us Aussies, we're a patriotic bunch and we love supporting our own, which is why I'm with Red Energy. It feels good to support a 100% Australian-owned company and know I'll be looked after by a customer service team who are based right here. I love having Red Energy on my team, and I reckon you will too. Red Energy, that's real Aussie energy.
SEN's coverage of the Olympic Games 2020. For Xero, invoicing but instantly. Receipts but organised. Cash flow but clearer. Try Xero free for 30 days. Search Xero, Xero.
It's wonderful to have your company as SEN brings you the Tokyo 2020 Olympic Games. Just some results from earlier on today. So the women's shooting, the women's 10-metre air rifle was earlier on today. Elise Collier and Katerina Kauplos were our representatives there. They finished 42nd and 45th respectively and did not advance, but congratulations to them for getting us going officially on day one. And what about the six-time Olympian Jianfeng Lei, who won her first table tennis match in the preliminary rounds against Daniela Fonseca from Cuba. She won that one 4-1 and will take on the Italian Vivarelli later on today. But that's an extraordinary achievement. She, alongside equestrian athlete Mary Hannah, the only two women to have been at 6 Olympics for Australia. 1-1 at the top of the first still. Canada might even put another run on the board here, and I think they will. They're going to get another one home, Canada, at the Yokohama Baseball Stadium. I reckon they'll go 2-1 up here. They were just, Australia had it all going their way. I think it was 2-0 the count, and they've actually put 3 away there. So a bases loaded situation for Canada has them with a 3-1 lead at the top of the first against Australia. Australia, the Kookaburras at the Oi Hockey Stadium in Tokyo, have levelled it up against Japan now. It is 3-3. Let's head back there, courtesy of Channel 7.
Colin Batch and his thoughts on the game. That's a
lot of insight there.
Absolutely.
Interesting using a piece of paper rather than an iPad or whiteboard, but you just get stuck in your ways.
He's a product of his time, perhaps. Colin Batch, who himself was a fine player for the Kookaburras as sport. They go now through Martin Wickham, dangerous, but again Japan. Yamasaki got them clear initially, and now Seren Tanaka in midfield for Japan. Kitazato. Back to Murata. Percentage-wise in that first half, it was 56 Australia, 44 Japan. Australia led 2-0 at quarter time. Japan 3 unanswered goals in 6 minutes in the second quarter to take the lead, and Australia with the equaliser early in the third quarter through Blake Govers. Looks like it's Siegfried Eichmann's turn to get animated.
The Japanese team just withdrawing their press there. A lot of teams go in and out of what style press they're going to do. Australia known for really being attacking in their press, really wanting to put those defenders under pressure. But with this heat, a lot of teams, I can imagine, will be withdrawing a bit just to give themselves a little bit more time. Probably welcomed by the defenders a little bit as well. The men play very different than the women as well. A lot more overheads because they can clear an entire press with their overhead, just as Matt Dawson did there. And an important touch there from Wickham. Brand unable to get it on the other side.
Constructive ball forward. Japan on the attack now. Kenta Tanaka, a brace to his name. Neil, he's taken that over the back line. That was not his best piece of skill work on that occasion.
Sometimes the ball can just get away from you, especially when a very good defender in Eddie Ockenden approaching you, and that's why good defenders just wait, and sometimes just wait for the error from the attacker rather than actually trying to dispossess them themselves.
Ockenden just starting to get a little more involved. Here's Wetton with the overhead. It's a pretty good one, but Beale can't control it. So the two Brisbane boys, Beale from Balimba, Wetton from Easts, where his family played, and he was inspired as Jamie Dwyer came down and had a stint there at East, and Mark Knowles as well. So he was a youngster coming through to have that quality of player in the local competition. Matthew Wells, a big influence, the former Tassie captain, working with him at East and then through the Queensland program as well.
Just drew the free hit there. Dangerous from the Japanese defender.
Wetton works it forward. Mitten. Beale. Zalewski reverse stick. Yes, Australia hits the lead on the tomahawk. They're going to have a look.
Brilliant shot there from Zalewski. Overlap for him to be able to not have a defender on him, and a great finish over the shoulder of the goalkeeper Yoshikawa. Interesting to see what the umpire's going to look at. Might have been the back of the stick.
Sometimes it can go down off the back of the stick and bounce up. Look to get pretty reasonable purchase on that. Certainly he's confident.
I would say that's not back of the stick. He chopped down with it, got the raise there from the angle at which he hit it at, not from the back of the stick. Sometimes the bobbly ones, you do think that, but they often check the backhands now because you can sometimes hit it with the back of your stick.
So for kids watching at home who are getting a real appreciation of hockey this afternoon, the ball cannot be hit with the back of the stick at any point. You'll see with the tomahawk shot the way he uses his hands to present the face of the stick at the ball.
And I guess uncharacteristic for Zalewski, he's got great hands. He's one of the best ball handlers in the Kookaburras team and one of the best in the world. He was nominated for World Player of the Year a couple of years back. The Margaret River local. They call him Moose.
For obvious reasons, I reckon, George.
Reasons. He brings them up to the 4-3. The captain as the goal scorer there with 7 minutes to go in this third quarter, and Australia just starting to get the game back on their terms.
So his second Olympic goal he scored against Great Britain in Rio, and Australia has responded immediately.
And they needed to do that. They needed to make sure that they were showing other nations that we're the world #1 team, but I can imagine that other teams are watching this and thinking maybe they're not the team they were, but they can still change that perception.
Brand has been impressive for Australia. Scored the first goal in the opening quarter of the match. This will be an Australian ball. This is a match that has had some wild fluctuations though in momentum, Georgie, so Australia cannot afford to take the foot off the accelerator.
First game nerves, I think, for a lot of the Australians. Just starting to settle in this quarter. But you can't have any lapses. The ball just pings around so quickly in hockey that it's so erratic. You can't be having any of those lapses. It just takes one mistouch for it to be a goal against you. It's a very unforgiving sport. watch the replay here of Aaron Zalewski with a great goal, and that overlap is why he became so free in that circle, and a great receive. The goalie unable to get his hand up in time.
His dad, Wally, is Polish, and mum, Kathy, is Irish, and she is an absolute sports fanatic and will be appreciating these matches taking place during the day because she is known to be staying up to all hours of the morning watching Wimbledon and Ashes cricket. They're WACA members and love getting along and watching the cricket as well.
Well, the feast of the next 16 days here on 7 Olympics. It's every channel on the 7 digital channels. It's absolute smorgasbord of sport for us. Very lucky.
Strap yourself in, Kathy. It's going to be a big couple of weeks. Ogilvy of Australia to Aaron Zalewski. A reverse stick shot is high from Govers.
Needing to create that little bit more width, I think, from Australia to open some of those channels on the 45 angles.
Left-hand side ball with Watanabe. Ogilvy influences it for Australia, though. Wickham.
So the fight back is on at the Oi Hockey Stadium in Tokyo. Australia, who are 3-2 down with 4.5 to go in the third quarter. Goals in that quarter to Zalewski and Govers mean that they are up 4-3 with 4.5 minutes. It was a tough first innings for Australia in the softball. They are 3-1 down after a double from Canada put them 3-1 up, and they will need to fight back, but there's a lot of softball still to play there. You're listening to SEN's coverage of the 2020 Tokyo Olympic Games, and we will be back on the other side of this for the final stages of the third quarter in the hockey. Australia leading 4-3 over Japan.
Attention! Lloyd's Auctions are holding a massive classic car online auction this weekend, including Australian, American and European classics, featuring Glenn Seaton's championship-winning Ford Falcon EL, Russell Ingall's Castrol V8 supercar, low-kilometre HSV GDSR and more, all starting at $1 at Australia's greatest auction house. Bid now. Also on offer, Ford Mustang Mach-1, Valiant Pacer, Shelby Fairmont, XP Falcon X Police, VL Walkinshaw Group A, Monaros, Jaguars, Porsche and Ferraris. Bid now or call now to put your classic car into our next record-breaking auction.
Hi, Gerard Waitley here. Us Aussies, we're a patriotic bunch and we love supporting our own, which is why I'm with Red Energy. It feels good to support a 100% Australian-owned company and know I'll be looked after by a customer service team who are based right here. I love having Red Energy on my team and I reckon you will too. Red Energy, that's real Aussie energy.
Sportscraft are the official formal uniform supply for the Australian Olympic team in Tokyo as they go for gold. For your own podium finish style, discover the latest Sportscraft collection of men's clothing, including relaxed shirting, classic jackets, warm coats and chinos. All perfectly curated to bring quality, style and versatility to your wardrobe. Sportscraft, we are Team Australia. Discover the latest menswear collection online at sportscraft.com.au.
Hello, it's Gazy here. I'm forever grateful I got to carry the flag for Australia and proudly represent the Boomers at 5 different games. My secret? I had the best grip on my shoes to avoid slip-ups. And here's an extra tip. The grip on your tyres needs to be better. If you haven't been to Tyre Power for your free 5-minute tyre safety check, then book in now and get a grip on tyre safety. Tyre Power, Aussie owned and operated, keeping you safe on the roads. tyrepower.com.au.
2 minutes left to go at the Oi Hockey Stadium in Tokyo. Australia 4-3 up now. They were 3-2 down coming in to this quarter, but goals to Moose Zalewski and Blake Govers have put them 4-3 up. How good is hockey? Check out Hockey Australia's Club Finder and play now. Let's get back to Alistair Nicholson and Georgie Parker, courtesy of Channel 7.
Yamada.
You could see Mitten queuing for the ball there to wanted it on his right-hand side. It might have been the wrong way, though.
Midfield turnover.
I think the
back on the break, but
back of the stick in that one, and that's what I mean about sometimes these bobbly balls can be because it's hitting the back of your stick. If you've not rotated your hands enough, or sometimes too much, you can miss-hit those backhands. It's very difficult skill to be able to do. It's like kicking on your left in footy. Not everyone's able to do it, but if you can do it, it's a very big skill.
Tom Craig working it forward for Australia.
Might have wanted the advantage there, but it's a very difficult spot to have a free hit. You want to be working away from that top of the circle.
Murata. Japan's ball.
Very tenacious there from Mitten.
How were you on your left, Georgie? You had that stint with Collingwood in the AFLW.
I wasn't any good on my right, mate, let alone my left.
Very clean with your hands. Ball goes forward.
We're going to leave the hockey. There's a big moment unfolding at Yokohama Baseball Stadium. Bases loaded. Taylor Sitsikoronis is at the crease. Sitsikoronis, I should say, is at the plate. Let's go now. Australia trailing Canada 3-1.
Second inning, and Taylor skies that one down the line. Can Hayward get under this one? No!
Oh, they've called foul.
Oh, that is interesting.
I thought that bounced inside the line. I'd love to see a replay on that. Here we go. 2. Oh, goodness me, that was so close.
I thought Hayward might have even touched that then too, which, anyway. That's a tense call in a big game.
And a tough play there for Victoria Hayward in left field as well, because if she had have caught that ball in foul territory, the runner from third could have scored home. So ordinarily, if the ball is deep in foul territory, the outfielders will in fact opt to leave it rather than take the out, because they know that the runner from third will be able to score. So interesting situation there for Victoria Hayward. As we see here, a pitching change. Sarah Groenewegen removed. And she's a wonderful story. We should call out just the journey that Sarah has been on. Major health issues for her.
So still 3-1 to Canada.
This is a Smile Direct Club Aligner.
So, as they take an unscheduled break at Yokohama Baseball Stadium, so what a massive moment that was, and that ball looked to have been touched inside the field of play. At the plate, Taylor Sitsikoronis with bases loaded and Australia trailing 3-1 down. It would have given him a 4-3 lead, so that's a controversial moment. We will come back to the softball on the other side of this. For Mate Communications, award-winning Aussie service and mobile plans from $20 and zero online accounting to help you do business better. And Australia 4-3 up with a quarter to play at the Oi Hockey Stadium in Tokyo up against the host nation. We'll be back after this on SEN's coverage of the Tokyo 2020 Olympic Games.
Red Energy is 100% owned by the mighty Snowy Hydro, and that makes us as Aussie as the Gold Rush. We're based right here in Victoria and have been providing electricity and gas to thousands of homes in Ballarat for years. So, if you want an energy company that's 100% Australian owned, supports Aussie jobs and is committed to supporting the economy, call our Victorian-based contact centre on 131 806 to make the switch today.
Who'd you go with for unlimited data?
Want unlimited data and top speed with your internet service? Mate, Serves Up award-winning all Aussie service. Get the Elite Mates Home Super Fast plan for $89 a month for the first 6 months. Mate, how good's that? Plus, get unlimited data on all internet plans, no contracts, and 1 month risk-free guarantee. What are you waiting for, mate? Choose a provider you can trust, like Mate. Visit letsbemates.com.au.
Bases loaded at Yokohama Baseball Stadium. Taylor Sitsikoronis at the plate. 0-2 is the count with 1 out. Let's head back there.
Down 4 anyway, so it'll be interesting to see how she approaches this. And that one just squeezes out for a foul. 3 runners on base. Sitsikoronis with 2 strikes.
The Aussies would love to score a few more runs here.
Well, we talked before about getting traction out of getting runners on base. And that one just grounds out for another foul.
That was close. Taylor hit a beautiful double to left field yesterday, which clipped the third base. I was hoping that she could do the same here. Unfortunately, just went foul. It's critical that Taylor covers the plate here. No balls and 2 strikes. She needs to make sure that she gets contact on the ball to put the defence under some pressure.
To give you an idea, that last pitch from Kyra was 75 Ks, so she's more of a mover of the ball there again, bringing the foul shot from Sitsikoronis, whereas Groenewegen was pitching around the 100K mark.
And it's a respectful term to use in softball. It may not sound like it, but Kyra
is what you call a junk pitcher. And again, I use that with the utmost respect in that, as you said, she moves the ball around, she varies her pace, and that's what catches batters off guard.
So a real chess game here between Canada and Australia, and again, Kyra's going to get plenty of pitches in here at this rate.
See the spin rate on that ball. It's got wonderful grip strength. Big opportunity here for Taylor, who's having a wonderful tournament so far.
Only one out and loaded bases, but 2 strikes against Taylor Tsitsikronis. And yet another foul ball. A mixture of frustration and amusement. There it is.
I love that. You can hear Taylor said, "I'm trying." You can tell Coach Langhara is saying, "Stop hitting it at me. Get it out in the diamond." In between the lines, please, Taylor.
She doubled off Greta Cicchetti, leading off the second against Italy, and advanced on Tani Steptoe's ground out. That was part of Australia's important win against Italy, and again takes that out.
It's a great battle here. Tsitsikronis needs to make sure that she stays disciplined and she doesn't chase pitches that are outside the zone.
Kyra from Ontario, 2 strikes. And a 3rd strike. So pitcher wins, 2 out for Australia, but still bases loaded.
It just goes to show the variation that she had. That pitch came in at 109 kilometres an hour. So when you're talking about a variance of anywhere between 30 and 40 kilometres, you can just see how she can be so impactful on the mound.
Yeah, very tactical pitching there. And Chelsea.
So base is still loaded, but with 2 outs, quick score at the hockey. There's still 12.5 to play in the final quarter. Australia with a 4-3 lead. That'll go down to the wire. Tense stuff, but we will stick with Chelsea Forkin at the plate. There's 1 out to give. If she can get them home here, this will be a massive moment. Australia trailing 3-1.
And Kyra just drops that one on Forkin, but it's a ball.
The Aussies really need to score a run here. Try and peg back at least 1. Level it at 3 apiece if they can.
They've done very well in recent World Championships, Canada. I guess you could say they have cemented themselves as a 3rd-ranked team, but caught out. So again, Australia cannot capitalise on the runners on base. So the score at the bottom of the second remains Canada 3, Australia 1.
Brilliant defensive softball from Canada, the 3rd-ranked side. They sit above Australia at the moment, who are 4th on the table and in the bronze medal playoff contention at the minute. But that was a massive opportunity gone begging. We'll take a quick break and come back. There's still 12 minutes to play in the final quarter. The Kookaburra is leading 4-3 over host nation Japan.
The Doc Shop makes space to make the world a better place.
The Doc Shop is the future of document and data destruction. Where we can, we recycle. At our own secure facility, we destroy the page, but save the paper. Protecting your data from falling into the wrong hands and our environment from unnecessary waste. The Doc Shop, unashamedly green. Just look at our trucks.
The Doc Shop makes space to make the world a better place.
TheDocShop.com.au.
When playing for the Boomers, we loved Aussie sports fans cheering us on. Well, let me tell you this. Go get a free 5-minute tyre safety check from Tyre Power and we'll all cheer you on because it means you're tyre safe. Each Tyre Power store is independently Aussie owned, so when you visit your local Tyre Power, you're literally dealing directly with the local owner. So be tyre safe and be Aussie proud. Get the power of Australia's biggest independent. Tyre Power, your trusted local local Aussie tyre experts.
I just really want customer support from someone close by.
True Blue award-winning Aussie support, you betcha. Mate has got your back. Mate serves up award-winning internet and mobile. Get unlimited talk and text, plus great data inclusions with data banking of unused data up to 100 gigabytes from only $20 a month. Plus, you get a Tidal Music subscription included free with selected plans. Mate, how good's that? What are you waiting for, mate? Choose a provider you can trust, like Mate. Visit letsbemates.com.au.
How's your latest energy bill looking? It's time to flip the switch and experience the amazing value at Kogan Energy. Want proof? Just upload your electricity bill on koganenergy.com.au and find out how much you could be saving on Kogan's incredible energy rates. See why thousands of Aussies are already saving with Kogan Energy. Visit koganenergy.com.au. Kogan Energy, powered by PowerShop and does not operate in all areas.
SEN's coverage of the Olympic Games 2020 for Mate Communications. Award-winning Aussie service and a bonus Tidal Music subscription included on selected mobile plans.
Going to be handing over to Adam Peacock after midday, and he will bring home, if anything that's left to go, with the Kookaburras at the moment, 4-3 up with 11 minutes to play in the final quarter there. And Australia, the Spirit, with a bit of work to do in the softball against Canada. They are at the bottom of the second, trailing 3-1 over Canada. The count is 1-1. There are 0 outs at the moment. But the cycling today, the men's road race, we've got 3 Aussies in contention there, and there is a gold medal on the line there. The tennis tonight, the men's singles gets going with John Millman, who is Australia's leading men's hope, and then Ash Barty in the doubles later on tonight. Of course, right throughout the games, we'll keep you across the medal tally thanks to Rebel Sport. Sporting dreams start at Rebel. Shop the biggest range with the best brands in-store or at Rebel Sport. And tonight, the heats of the swimming. So Australia with a really strong team, as we so often do, but especially with the women, we are really looking at, as Australia go 5-3 up, and may have just clinched it. We'll drop back in just a moment. But if you're wanting to know the swimming tonight, you'll be able to hear it here on the SEN app. The 400-metre individual medley for the men's, Bon Lee and Brendan Smith involved in that, their heats tonight. The heats of the 100-metre butterfly. So Emma McEwen, who's in 7 events and has realistic gold medal chances in every single one of them. She'll swim in 4 relays and 3 individual events. The most golds ever, the most medals ever at an Olympics is Shane Gould and Ian Thorpe and Alicia Coots, who took 5. So she could be in line with history and already has 4 gold medals to her name. So could she equal Thorpe and Liesl Jones with 9 medals? She will be in the 100-metre butterfly. She's ranked 3rd in that with Brianna Thorsell. The men's 400-metre freestyle, Elijah Winnington, who knocked out his idol, Mac Horton, who won gold in this event in Rio, knocked him out at the Australian trials for the Olympics. He and Jack McLaughlin, our reps in that. Zach Stubblety-Cook as well in the men's 100-metre breaststroke. And the swimming, our women's 4x100-metre freestyle, they are the team to beat and get their campaign underway. So in the time we've got left, let's head back to Oi Hockey Stadium. 5-3 the Australian lead with 9.5 minutes to play on SEN.
It's been an entertaining opening contest, one not without challenges. You mentioned us, 5-3 Australia. It was 3-2 Japan's way at half-time.
Bill having a well-deserved rest. There's no interchange caps in hockey. You're rolling through that very, very quickly. Sometimes you're only on the field for 3 to 4 minutes at a time. You work really hard in that time.
Govers on the left for Australia. Ogilvy looks up, moves it quickly. Wetton didn't see much on offer. See the way that the synergy between the Kookaburras has developed as the game's gone on. Threading more passes.
Absolutely. The players have really settled here. They're coming in and out. They're moving that ball with that pace that we're used to seeing them doing it, making the other teams work and get tired, then finding the openings themselves.
Here's a nice little opening for Ochiai of Japan. He's not totally able to exploit. Nagai. Now Kenta Tanaka, who scored the 2 goals in the third quarter. Japan come forward. And the defence was strong on that occasion from Howard of Australia. Howard, the other housemate. Lockie Sharp's not playing in this match. There's the Beale finish for his first Olympic goal. He went to Rio, but that his first goal in an Olympic Games, and it was appreciated by a man who scored several at Olympic game level.
It was a great goal there, and Tim Brand, it was a great pass. Probably undersold it, as I called it. That was a great backhand pass here as a Japanese player. A little bit of a injury there, maybe a little bit of a cramp. It's hot. They're losing a lot of liquid, a lot of water. Umpire helping him with a little bit of a calf and hammy stretch. You don't see that very often. How's the umpire, Cam?
There's a good look at what's taking place. Did you get taught physio as well when you did your umpiring course? Kenta Tanaka.
So we'll leave it there. Adam Peacock will pick you up. 7 minutes to play at the Oi Hockey Stadium. Australia 5-3 up, and it's a big day, day one of official competition. Don't miss the swimming tonight as well. The Matildas are in action. Their second game will be against the Might of Sweden, and it's all still to come. 4-1 at the moment, Australia down in the softball, and 5-3 they're up in the hockey. Adam Peacock up next on SEN.
Sportscraft are the official formal uniform supply for the Australian Olympic team in Tokyo as they go for gold. For your own podium finish style, discover the latest Sportscraft collection of men's clothing, including relaxed shirting, classic jackets, warm coats and chinos. All perfectly curated to bring quality, style and versatility to your wardrobe. Sportscraft. We are Team Australia. Discover the latest menswear collection online at sportscraft.com.au.
Do you reckon there's a way to save money by bundling mobile and internet?
Mate, choose a provider you can trust like a mate. Mate serves up NBN from just $59 a month with award-winning all Aussie service. Bundle a mobile plan to save a further $10 a month on your internet. No contracts and no setup fees. Mate, how good's that? I know. What are you waiting for? Mate! Mate's got your back. Visit letsbemates.com.au.
Welcome to SEN's coverage of the Olympic Games 2020 for Mate Communications. Award-winning Aussie service and a bonus Tidal music subscription included on selected mobile plans. And Xero. Invoicing but instantly. Receipts but organised. Cash flow but clearer. Try Xero free for 30 days. Search Xero. Xero.
Hey, it's Jordan Lewis here. You don't get to play in 4 AFL premiership teams without starting somewhere. And as a rookie, I was mentored by some of the best footy brains around. In business, it's easy to find your gun rookie just by calling MEGT. As Australia's largest and only national apprenticeship network provider, MEGT is your local apprenticeship expert. Whether you're an employer wanting an apprentice or you're looking to kickstart your career as one, MEGT's got you covered. Visit MEGT.com.au or call 13-MEGT.
Attention Melbourne. Lloyd's Auctions are holding a massive classic car auction online in Melbourne this weekend, including Australian, American and European classics, featuring Glenn Seaton's championship-winning Ford Falcon EL, Russell Ingall's Castrol V8 supercar, low-kilometre HSV GTSR and more, all starting at $1 at Melbourne's greatest auction house. Bid now. Also on offer, Ford Mustang Mach-1, Valiant Pacer, Shelby Fairmont, XP Falcon X Police, VL Walkinshaw Group A, Monaros, Jaguars, Porsche and Ferraris. Bid now or call now to put your classic car into our next record-breaking auction.
Fortunately, this is a game that's pretty much must win. It's a difficult proposition, though, given that it's only the second inning, though, but it's 4-1 down in the Kookaburras, and we'll go there in a moment to hear the closing stages of that particular match against Japan. With about 5 minutes to go, they lead 5-3, so no sure thing yet. They did lead 2-0. Japan got it back to 3-3, but Australia put the foot down in this second half into the fourth quarter. Deep in the fourth quarter, looking to make it 6-3. Can't quite from a penalty corner, but they'll get another opportunity right now. We've got so many sports happening. We've got table tennis to bring you up to date with. We've got shooting. We've got softball, as mentioned, the cycling road race, the 3-on-3 basketball. No Australian representation in that, but a new look at a new sport. The rowing heats, we've had a couple of Australian boats in the water successfully, so making it through to the next stage, having to avoid the repechage. There's badminton, there's gymnastics, there's judo, there's boxing, there's taekwondo, there's water polo later on, Australia taking on Canada, the women's, the Stingers in action later tonight, the Matildas as well. But for now, we're going to go to the hockey, and as mentioned, it's deep in this second half. Australia in control, but not certain to close this one out. It's 5-3 over the home side, Japan, courtesy of the 7 Network. Here's the closing stages.
Going to be 16-yard hit.
Just absolutely no care for self-preservation, though, from Shota Yamada. Just charging out there. Hayward letting fly. Great speed with a ball that's harder than a cricket ball.
I was down the other end, Nico. There's no way I was going to be down on this one. It's incredibly brave from these players. You got the runners coming out.
Just shin pads, knee pads and some gloves. That's all they need.
Australian think it's the foot, though. Interesting to see what the third umpire, Gontgen from Germany, thinks.
All right. Can you get 3 from 3, Georgie?
I back the Japanese. I feel as though the Japanese player would not be calling this. You can feel this if this has hit your foot or your shin pad. Saying that, though, sometimes the angles work against you. So that's my saving grace there. If I get this one wrong.
For the first time in your entire life, you've almost sat on the fence there, Georgie.
Don't do it often. Interesting to see what happens here. If Australia do get it, you'd think that, again, we've talked about this, the good teams are scoring 1 in every 2 or 1 in every 3 short corners. I'd like to think that if they do get another one, that this will be one that they scored from.
It'll be their 9th if this does go Australia's way.
And they'll be looking at that. They'll look at their short corners and how they can improve that, because it can really win you or lose you matches. You look at the 2014 World Cup where Chris Sorrello scores 3 goals from short corners. It can make and change your game. See what the umpire here.
Well, midnight from Aaron Zalewski looks promising for Australia.
They're saying, I think, that it was inconclusive. They couldn't tell, so they won't lose their referral. I don't lip read. Oh. Another cramp here from the Japanese player, but I think they won't lose their referral because they couldn't tell. It's insufficient information, but Australia have another opportunity here.
So the men's road race is underway. We're going to join the voice of cycling, Phil Liggett, very shortly. 48 riders who completed the Tour de France only days ago have started in the men's road race. We'll follow that with action. High hopes for Richie Porte, the Australian. Let's get back to the hockey. Final minutes of Australia, the Kookaburras' first game against Japan. Here's Georgie and Nico.
9th penalty corner for Australia. They've converted 1. Jeremy Hayward's had a couple of cracks. Maybe Blake Govers will have his opportunity to drag flick for his second here. There is Hayward on screen. Readies himself as Zalewski will fling the ball in for Australia. It is Govers, and that's another good save from Yoshikawa.
Another good save there. Probably not wide enough there. Spoke earlier that these drag flickers, goalies are just so good. We've got ball machines now that can really ping the ball just at the exact pace that these forwards are flicking it at them. You need to be, becomes about precision, less power, more precise. A good save there. He's had a good game, hasn't he, Yoshikawa? 4 minutes left. You'd like to think that Australia would be able to hold out here, but goals can be scored so quickly. 3 goals might be just against them, though, in 4 minutes. And Australia is going to be taking their time here. They'll want to wrap this game up. Another goal would be nice, but as you can see here, Blake Govers wanting to take a little bit of time off the clock. It's too early to run this clock down. It's too early to be just passing around and being resting on this scoreline. But you'll take your time and you'll be taking calculated risk as we go on here in the last few minutes of this game.
Hashi for Japan. Sweeps it out to the right-hand side. That was absolutely ambitious in the end. Wickham's going to have the opportunity to bring the ball back in for Australia.
Wickham doing similar to Blake Govers, wanting to just keep the ball on his stick as long as they can.
Eddie Ockenden. Zaluski inside the circle now, played it up into the defender.
What does take a lot of time off, though, is penalty corners. They can do that. Get another one. Take some of that time.
Wetton in the road. Nagay, his sisters played against you in Rio. Yuri and Hazuki, the father Yuji was the coach. They've been in the last 4 Olympic Games, Japanese women, whereas the men have not competed since 1968. It's been a good return from Japan.
Absolutely, and as we've said, they've deserved their spot here, and they've shown that they deserve to be here, you know, really sticking it to the world #1 team. Although they'll get the win here today, I'm sure they'll go back, learn a lot from this. Australia, of course, have Argentina coming up tomorrow.
Big game. All of them big games in this Olympic campaign for Australia. The women are in action against Spain tomorrow, their first match of the Olympic campaign. Wickham for Australia. Runs into Kirishita of Japan. Inside the final 2 minutes for the Kookaburras. 5 goals on the board. Can they find another late one? Brand, who scored the first goal of the Olympic campaign for Australia at his first Olympics. Wonderful moment.
Goal percentage still important in this match as well. They won't be wanting a goal scored against them, and they wouldn't mind scoring another one, because when you're coming into quarterfinals, you want to be placed as high as possible to play against the lowest ranked possible team on the other pool. Quarterfinals are really unforgiving.
Dawson goes the aerial route. Martin works it forward. Promising build-up here, although the defence from Nagay. Mitten pushes forward for Australia, but it will be a ball to Japan, just outside the circle. Trent Mitten's almost sweated off his zinc cream. It's so hot out there today.
He needs it as well.
Yes, skin a little similar to mine, Georgie.
It's a tough place to live for some people.
Zaluski knocked away by Yamashita. So the 2 captains involved there. Well, Australia has been challenged in this opening game of the Tokyo Olympics by the host nation. Australia led 2-0 at quarter time. Japan scored 3 in the second quarter to take the lead at half time, but Australia has controlled the game from that point onwards. And the world #1 has claimed an opening win in Tokyo. It was not without a fight, but Australia claims victory in this contest, 5-3.
Yeah, impressive win. No sure thing, as mentioned when I was throwing to it, over Japan, a team that they were not expected to thrash, but they're ranked 15th in the world, the Japanese. So, yeah, they were expected to win that particular first up encounter, the Kookaburras, and they've done just that. So tomorrow they have to back up pretty quickly. They take on India. Now, India have a rich history in men's field hockey, but it goes back a while when they've had success. They've been at the last few Olympic Games all the way through, but haven't got anywhere near a medal. But go back to Melbourne 56. They won the gold medal in Moscow 1980. They've won a stack of gold medals. They won the first 7, I think, men's hockey events at an Olympic level, India, but certainly not the proposition that they once were. Australia definitely is. So it's a long old path to getting to a medal game in hockey, but they've taken the first little step, the men's, which is great news. Some results elsewhere. Table tennis. Jian Fanglei has beaten her Cuban opponent in the singles at the table tennis, 4-0. So impressive start for Jan there. And we've got the rowing The women's pair, the men's pair, both won their heats, which is good. Jess Morrison and also Annabelle McIntyre in the women's pair, and Sam Hardy and Josh Hicks, I should say, in the men's pair. They moved through to the next stage, and we've got the women's 4, which is just around the corner. They are the 2019 world champs, so big hopes for our women's 4 at the regatta, and the men's 4, the men's 8, and the women's 8 coming up. So all those heats on the way. Massive afternoon, day 1. Don't know where to look. The shooting, the first event for decision at this year's Olympics, this Olympiad, as it has been for the last 7 Olympics, is the 10-metre air rifle in the women's, and the final is going on right now. Elise Collier and Katarina Kauplas missed out on the final after finishing their qualification in 42nd and 45th, so no Australians in the elite 8 of that, but the final is going on right now at the Osaka Shooting Hall. We'll give you who wins the first gold medal of the Tokyo Olympics just around the corner. But we might actually go to the men's road race. They're just starting. It's a marathon event. They're going to wind their way through the Tokyo suburbs, outer suburbs, and get to the southwest of the city over the next 5-6 hours perhaps. So it's a long old haul up and down. It's an interesting course. Let's get to it thanks to the 7 Network and our coverage here on SEN, proudly brought to you by Mate Communications, award-winning Aussie service mobile plans from $20. Here's the road race thanks to 7.
I have 4 21-year-olds in this race, the youngest being Lucas Kubis of Slovakia. But interestingly, Phil and Scott, you might be able to discuss this for those at home. The road races in particular are a bit unique in that they're raced in the format of team, but awarded individually, which is a bit like Sam Kerr for Australia in the Matildas scoring the goal in soccer and being the only person awarded the gold medal as opposed to the whole team. So it is a very interesting dynamic.
Don't they do that? Don't they do that in soccer? Does everyone get the medals?
Everyone gets the medals. They do.
It's not the way it is in cycling, and it's unique, and it's always been that way, but it did start as an individual sport and then developed into a team sport. And the way that the aerodynamics, the drafting, and the way the team tactics work, it's very, very difficult to be an individual and win the world's biggest races like the Tour de France. It's possible, certainly not impossible, and that could happen here. You've got the strongest teams, but they're not as strong as they are when they ride in their professional teams, because the biggest team here is only 5 riders, and there is the chance of individual riders here without teammates of getting a victory. I don't have a great answer for you. It's the way it is. It's a team sport, but an individual gets to win. And I can guarantee you every member of these teams commit just as much as the winner, everything on the line for them, and they're so happy when whoever it is in their team gets a victory.
Just looking down from the helicopter, we're not very far away from the race start proper now after the ceremonial start. But what you can see down there is on the upper left of our picture at the moment, right at the front of the peloton, is the first black South African to take part in the Tour de France a few weeks ago. His name is Nick Lamini, and I know him pretty well because I spent a lot of time with him in Cape Town, where he was a BMX rider, mountain biker, and he couldn't believe that he progressed to be selected to ride in the Tour de France. Sadly, he was eliminated on a very tough day. He wasn't the only one to go out on that particular day, and he was in tears at the end. But he is a super cyclist. He's won the King of the Mountains in the Santos Tour Down Under, as well as in the Tour of Britain. So he is a good climber, and he might surprise us today because by leaving the Tour de France just after the midway stage, he's had that bit of a time to recuperate, and he might come to this race very strong. It's his first Olympic Games, of course, and South Africa haven't won a medal in the Olympic Games since 1912, and even I wasn't born then, Scott.
Maybe just a couple of years. But you mentioned Dalmini. So Nick, he has a bizarre story as well. From only a couple of years ago, when he was training in South Africa, he rode up through one of the national parks, and the park rangers, you just see another little miss up here for Sepulveda from Argentina. This is the time to get it sorted, change of bikes in the neutral zone before we get into the racing. It still is surprising, though, because they have their professional mechanics here looking after the teams, and yet they still have issues. Flat tyres, perhaps. That's a usual situation that can pop up. But for Nick Lamini, riding through the national park, the park rangers told him to stop and not come through. He'd been riding through there, all of his training rides in the past. They didn't know he was a professional athlete. They just thought he was some local yokel going for a bike ride, and they tried to stop him from going through the park. They tackled him to the ground on the road and then tried to arrest him, twisted his arm behind his back and broke his arm in trying to stop him from doing his job and training. It wasn't until after the fact they found out who he was, and he had every right to be there and train as a professional cyclist. I actually spoke to him about that incident. He brushed it off. Nah, just part of it. He's got an incredible attitude, the young man.
Yeah, well, I saw where he slept when he went to the velodromes in Newsenberg, and he slept in a container. He didn't have to go home that way. He slept with his bike in a big container, and he got up in the morning and he stepped out onto the BMX track, which, in fact, I was privileged to turn the first sod when it was prepared just before the Olympic Games in 2008. And they've got some good BMX riders as well. Anyway, once we get through these suburbs, this is probably why we're having such a long neutralised section. Looks a little bit narrow down there at the moment, but they have got a super crowd out, considering that we were told that Tokyo really didn't want the Olympic Games at all because of COVID. Well, there were thousands outside the stadium watching the opening ceremony, and clearly there are thousands now lining the streets as the Olympic road race heads towards its start proper.
So one of the Belgian riders on the front of the group there, Tish Benoot, and this is the first time I've actually seen pictures of him in this neutral section where he hasn't had a water bottle in his hand, constantly sipping on his water bottle. It's so hot and humid. We saw Wout van Aert, one of the pre-race favourites, profusely sweating before the start. He had done a good warm-up beforehand, and even though they were doing 10 kilometres of very casual riding to get to the official kilometre zero and the race start, but they are hydrating a lot, and you do need to do that for later on in the race. What you're eating now is not for right now. They may not even feel hungry or thirsty, but they're just trying to starve that off for later on to make sure their energy doesn't get depleted.
And it's not just water that they're consuming, it's hydrolytes, it's sugars, it's salts, because they have the potential in these sorts of conditions where humidity is high and temperature is high for cramping at the latter end of this race. And considering the challenge of Vikinu Pass, these riders certainly want to be able to look after the body to be able to combat the challenges ahead of them.
That looks a little bit like one of the old flat tracks I used to race on when I started. Every town in Australia, almost every town, did have some sort of bike track or velodrome. You call it a velodrome, but a big flat track around the old football fields. Sadly, a lot of those venues have disappeared. We do have the incredible 250-metre board tracks, like the Anna Meares Velodrome in Brisbane. But, there are so many fantastic tracks and a great tradition of track cycling through Australia. But this is all about road now, and we've got a couple of Australians that are going to be a big chance.
So we're waiting now for the race start proper as the riders...
Yeah, so they're about to get going. It was weird to see all those people there. They were told just to stay away there in Tokyo, but they're lining the streets for the men's road race, which is about to really get serious. 234 Ks, and there's some hills there. Luke Durbridge, Lucas Hamilton and Richie Port, the three Australians. Was meant to be four. Rowan Dennis, though, pulled out, decided to concentrate on the time trial, where he is a big medal hope. It would be a bit of a surprise to see an Australian medalist, but these road races can be a bit of a lottery if there's breakaways and they can't be run down. And there's a lot of the elite. Tadej Pogačar, the Tour de France winner from Slovenia, he is there, and all of the big guns from the Tour de France have made the quick journey over from France to get there for the Olympics and this men's road race. We're going to take a short break here on SEN. Hope you're enjoying our coverage on the app, and we'll be back with more action, more news from the Olympic Games in Tokyo.
Sportscraft, the official supplier of both the Australian athletes and SEN's call team ceremony uniforms. The Coconut
Kogan Money credit card is full of value with no annual fees, amazing rewards and a complimentary Kogan First membership giving you cheaper deals and free shipping at Kogan.com. And right now you can earn up to $400 Kogan.com credit when you meet the spend requirements. Plus earn up to 2 cents worth of Kogan.com credit for every dollar of eligible spend. So make the switch to a better value credit card today at koganmoney.com.au/footy.
Offer ends August 2nd, 2021. T's and C's credit criteria apply.
Product issuer and credit provider Citigroup Pty Ltd.
Sustained performance in footy is more than just one great game. It's about playing consistently, game after game, season after season. It's the same with your super. Because if you're with Host Plus, you're with a super fund with a history of long-term top performance. Host Plus, we go with you.
This is general advice only. Consider the relevant Host Plus PDS available at hostplus.com.au before deciding if Host Plus is appropriate for you. Past performance is not a reliable indicator of future performance.
Sportscraft. Reckon our Aussie athletes look like winners? Find your own podium finish style. Discover the latest Sportscraft collection.
Yeah, welcome back on SEN. Adam Peacock with you throughout the afternoon. The Olympic coverage here on SEN around the country through the app, the Tempur text machine, 0457 736 736. Give us a text, anything that you're watching, enjoying in the early stages of this Olympics. Not enjoying the softball at the moment. Australia being pumped, unfortunately, 6-1 by Canada. So the mercy rule might come into effect as well, as it did for Australia against Japan in their opening match a couple of days ago. They take on USA tomorrow as well, so they have to get this right and somehow come up with a miraculous comeback. It's not looking good. The fourth inning is done for the Australians, down 6-1 against the Canadians. Mentioned before about all the other events that are happening. If you're wondering why there's no swimming this morning, the finals will be in the morning, early afternoon time here in Australia. The heats are in the night, all because of American television. That changed a few years ago, and the Americans wanted the finals in their prime time over in the US. So that's the way it's got to be, unfortunately. So our heats start tonight with the men's 400 IM, the women's 100 fly, the men's 400 free, the women's 400 IM, the men's 100 breaststroke, and the women's 4x100 freestyle, where Australia has the top 4 fastest times in the world this year. So we're a bit of a hope for the final, which will take place around this time tomorrow. The shooting and the air rifle final is happening right now, so we'll bring you the result as soon as that happens as well. Tennis. Sam Stosur is the first Australian woman to play. She's second on court 2. We'll give you her result when it comes through. She takes on Rybakina of Kazakhstan. Ash Barty is playing doubles today a bit later on. She's third up on court 5, pairing with Storm Sanders in that, and John Millman he's on court right now actually at the tennis against Lorenzo Massetti of Italy. So we'll have an update on John Millman's progress throughout the afternoon. So it's all happening right now. Let's get back to the road race thanks to the 7 Network.
Got the conditions of this road race, the length, the climbs that they're going to have to go over. Whilst it might be scenic for us watching, it's certainly going to hurt the legs and lungs of all riders involved. We've got smaller numbers in the countries represented than what we're familiar seeing in the international professional road races. So some of these nations are going to really have to start talking to each other about bringing riders back and when that happens.
And who the pressure goes to. So which country is seen as the favourites? Well, it's the Belgian team. They have the defending champion, but he's not their protected rider. It's his 2 teammates in Evenepoel and Van Aert. So a lot of people will be looking at the Belgians to take control once this gap starts to grow. And at the speed the peloton's going, this gap is going to grow very, very quickly. It won't be too long until someone has to go to the front of the main group and just starting to maintain the pace a little bit more. And the Belgians will be the ones under pressure to do that first.
Well, the 8 leaders that went away more or less from the gun have got themselves 1.5 minutes and going up quite quickly here, because the peloton, I think they're very nervous, Scott. I think that they're really worried about this course because they're respecting it very much indeed. They've allowed 8 riders to take the pressure off them. We haven't got all of the names yet, but I suspect that there is no Olympic prospect in that group, and that's the formation they want just at this moment. Now at the back here, number 38, that is Rigoberto Urán, who was a very, very, something of a surprise second place in in 2016, and he's got a problem. In fact, they're all breaking off for what we'll have to stick with as a natural stop there, as that's a sure sign that they're happy with the combination of this 8-man group. I just need to get down there now with the bikes and see who's in the composition. I saw the sprinter Grossu from Romania make the split, and quickly going across to join the original break of 3 was Nick Lamini. But the way that they're riding this pattern, we're going to be on the flat road. This breakaway, this is Lamini on the front at the moment. Grossu is the rider slipping away on the right-hand side. To me, Scott, this breakaway is going to get quite a few minutes.
Oh, absolutely. This will grow very, very quickly, and look, still nothing happening back in the main fields. So they're happy to let it go. And we know that this is not an unusual situation in road cycling. With such a long race on a challenging course, then these gaps can go right out to 6, 7, 8, possibly 10 minutes and still be reeled back in towards the end. It could potentially go more than that and still get caught. That's the nature of this course and how difficult it will be towards the end. If you go back to the Road World Championships that were held in Geelong in 2010, they started in Melbourne, went down to Geelong and did circuits, and the breakaway group got such a large gap that the organisation were nervous that breakaway group was actually going to take a lap on the peloton. They were so far out in front, and it didn't quite happen, and they were eventually all caught, and it was the favourites from the peloton that got up for the win. That's more than likely the case here.
Well, there's the peloton. No reaction from them at all. And the defending champion, Greg Van Avermaet, right on the front. But I can give you the names of the leaders now. As we're just watching here, a rider from Denmark who's slipping away from the action at the moment. And this is Kasper Asgreen, time trial champion of Denmark. Might be thinking perhaps of Wednesday when he'd be in action. But the breakaway consists of Nick Lamini and Michael Kirkler from the Czech Republic. His teammate, by the way, was unable to start. So it's a one-man team, the Czech Republic, because like Simon Geschke, out because of a positive COVID test is Kirkler's teammate. Juraj Sagan, not to be confused with the great Peter Sagan. It's in fact his brother Juraj. Peter Sagan, I'm not sure whether he's even here now because of an injured knee in the Tour.
So I was just going to leave the men's road race, and it's wonderful to hear the dulcet tones of firstly Scott McGrory, but also the great Phil Liggett. So looking forward to hearing Phil a fair bit this afternoon here on SEN. But for now, we're going to get to the rowing because it's the women's for Heat 2 of this event. Australia World Champions back in 2019. They're about to go in their heat. Let's get to the action. Thanks to Seven.
And Annabelle McIntyre, who we saw earlier on in the morning in the pairs. They're having a busy morning, an arduous morning. They were very impressive earlier on in the pairs. They're doubling up here and looking forward to seeing how they perform in this field of 5 in heat number 2. The first heat has already been conducted, won by the Dutch, as expected, the Netherlands in a time of 6:33.47.
And all the focus on the Aussies for this race. They are the reigning world champions in this boat. They are the hot favourites. All of the countries will be watching what the Aussies do and watch their form. As you said, 2 of the Australians on the screen there have already had a race 2 hours ago. So they've been recovering and now back in their boat, ready to go.
So away, the Australians in lane 1, the top of the screen, and it's certainly worth reiterating that first and second here in this heat go through straight to a final. So this is quite a crucial row for this crew. They can consolidate their position in a final here in this heat, right here, right now. They're off to a pretty good start, but it's Denmark who show the way in the early stages.
So on the left-hand side of the screen are the Australians, Annabelle McIntyre and Jess Morrison. The stern pair have already had a race a couple of hours ago. Lucy Stephan in the bow seat and Rosie Popper in the 2 seat are the make up the 4 of them. They're just going to race now and just settle down into a rhythm and just see where they're placed. Knowing they've already had a race together, they can look out to all the crews are on their right-hand side. You can see at the top of the screen, the Aussies have started well, 39 strokes a minute. They're settling into a good rhythm. And over the course of the time, they'll just continue to breathe and settle into a rhythm that works best for the Aussies.
So the Australians and the Dutch have been the two crews over the last 4 or 5 years in international rowing. At the World Championships 2 years ago, Australia defeated the Dutch and the Danish. We have been world champions in 2017, 2019, with a silver in 2018 in between.
It's also the first time this boat class has been at the Olympics since 1992. Canada won the gold medal back then, so it's now back on the calendar. And so this is a great benefit in this boat class for the Aussies.
So the Australians, through that first split, lead Ireland by 0.47 of a second. Romania are 1.23 away in third. Let's have a look at the technique.
Well, I was just looking at the Aussies there. Lucy Stephen, Rosie Popper in the 2 seat, so second from the left of the screen. Her father rowed for Australia at the Olympics, and her mother both won medals at the Olympic Games back in 1984. Susie Chapman Popper and Jon Popper, so a call out to them. They'll be so pleased watching their daughter fulfil her Olympic dreams and racing at the Olympics, and here she is.
What's remarkable about that is Yoni, who his native country is Romania, and her mother, Susie, is American. So they represented, well, they've been a family, 3 separate countries.
3 separate generations, and Rosie's also represented America at the world level of rowing, and obviously chose Australia as where her parents live and her native. So great position, though, for the Australians. They're just dominating the first part of the race because they do want to get into their rhythm, and their rhythm is faster than anyone else out on the course at the moment. But it is a heat. The first 2 go through, and they really just want to dominate the early parts of the race and show to the world what sort of their good rhythm can do in terms of their great boat speed and whether anyone can actually catch them.
Stefan in the bow seat represented Australia in the 8s in Rio de Janeiro 5 years ago. So the Australians lead by about half a boat length to Ireland and then Romania in third. And they're about to come to that 1,000 metre split. So this is halfway of this second heat of the women's 4s, and it is about a half boat length to Ireland and then 1 full boat length to Romania in third. They come through in 3:13.1, so they're 0.87 up on the Irish, and judging by that first heat, the Dutch went 3:14.43, so we're quicker by over a second at halfway.
Yeah, they're in. The benefit of being lane 1 where they are, they can see all the crews. The Irish are the next contenders for them. The Irish are right next to it, so they can match race each other, and they can see the Romanians in third spot. As you said at the start, only the first 2 in this heat goes directly to the next round. The rest go to the repechage, and the next round for these crews is the A final, the gold medal race. So if you win this race for the Australians, you're into the gold medal. And so I would, if I was the Aussies, I'd be racing as hard as I can to secure that first and second spot to go straight to the A medal and the gold medal round.
Those sinews would be just starting to hurt a little for Morrison and McIntyre, who were in the pairs earlier on this morning, but they're staving off the Irish and the Romanians. So at this stage, they really just have to stave off Romania to make that final. But they are racing pretty hard against the Irish. Fascinating boat class, first introduced to the Olympics in Montreal in 1972, and due to the lightweight races being brought in, we didn't see the 4s for some time after Barcelona, but back in Olympic competition now.
And so grateful we are. We get to see these most amazing athletes and the Australians rowing this boat class. You can see there Jess Morrison on the screen. There's already had one race. A bit of fatigue will start to set in now with 500 metres to go. This is their second race of the day. The legs will feel heavy. Their breathing will be heavy. But they've got 2 very fresh, very talented athletes behind them who will help push towards the finishing line.
So 4:51.16 the split at the 1,500 metres. To give you a comparison, the Dutch went 4:53.21. They look solid, but at this stage the Australians are 2 seconds faster.
Yeah, they're up on 39 strokes a minute, so they've gone up another gear. They can see the Irish coming at them. They've gone up another gear, and we'll see the Aussies really try to practice what's going to happen in the A final. Looks like they're on their way to the A final, so practice it now. You're in the Olympic environment. Have a go now and really try to put yourself under pressure, and that's what the Australians are doing, and they're responding well.
Really good row here from the Irish. Keogh, Lamb, Murtagh and Hegarty in the stroke seat. And it's basically a canvas between Australia and Ireland, and then about 3 boat lengths to Romania in third. So they've got 200 metres to row, and Australia consolidating their position. They're heading towards the A final. In the women's fours, they only have to finish in the top 2, and they lead narrowly from Ireland, who are giving it everything. And this is a terrific display by the Australian team in Stephen Popper, Morrison and McIntyre. What a morning both Jessica Morrison and Annabelle McIntyre have had. The Irish are getting oh so close, and it'll be close when they reach the line, but it's academic as we head towards a spot in the final. As they come to the line, Australia are going to take that heat straight to the final from Ireland. A final time of 6:28.76. 6:28.76. That'll be almost 5 seconds faster, in fact over 5 seconds faster than the Dutch. So they'll go into a final as favourites. Terrific to see. The women's fours, the Aussies, they're right up on top of the pops.
Great call. Good to hear from Nick Green, and also Matty Hill, who won't be at Flemington or at the Melbourne track this afternoon. I just close my eyes and I just think, what's the split for the last 600? Anyway, he's a great caller, and that was a great performance from the Australians. So 3 Aussie boats winning heats this morning, the women's pair, the men's pair and the women's 4. And as the guys were mentioning there, Jess Morrison and Annabelle McIntyre, they are going to sleep well tonight because they were in both the women's pair and also in that boat that got through in the women's 4. So the final on Wednesday for the women's 4, looking good for a medal of some kind, but they're an elite performance quartet. And yeah, looking forward to the men's 4, which is just around the corner because it's been rescheduled a little. They're expecting a bit of dodgy weather over there in Tokyo a bit later on, so they pushed forward the schedule for the rowing. We're going to take a quick break on SEN. I hope you're enjoying our coverage of the Olympics from Tokyo. We're back in a moment. More rowing on the way, men's road race and everything else covered all afternoon.
Sportscraft, the official supplier of both the Australian athletes and SEN's call team ceremony uniforms.
Oh, we've been there for every game, the 4 and 20 pie. Purchase any 4 and 20 product from anywhere 4 and 20 is sold for an opportunity to win 4 PS5s. One for you and your 3 best mates. Together you'll go head-to-head in a game of Fortnite with your AFL Dream Team. Plus a 4 and 20 branded Sharon Footy to be won daily. T&Cs apply. See FNTAFLGameOn.com.au. It's 31.821. Retain receipts or wrappers. And get them all there hot. Oh, we're lovely piney mates of 4 and 20 pie.
Werribee Kia is Australia's #1 selling Kia dealership. They make buying cars easy. Get the My22 Cerato hatch or sedan from $25,990 drive away, or the all-new Kia Niro hybrid and electric from $41,990 drive away. There's also over 200 used cars and utes in stock with their biggest clearance sale ever on all makes and models. Plus, they pay top dollar for trade-ins, any make and model. Werribee Kia, Old Geelong Road, Hoppers Crossing or werribeekia.com.au. LMCT 114.
Sportscraft, reckon our Aussie athletes look like winners? Find your own podium finish style. Discover the latest Sportscraft collection.
Yeah, welcome back to our Olympic coverage on SEN. Thanks to Xero Online Accounting to help you do business but better, and also Rebel Sport. Sporting dreams start at rebelsport.com. And Sportscraft, as you heard, the official supplier of both the Australian athletes and SEN's call team ceremony uniforms. Now, we're going to get back to the rowing because the men's 4 Heat 1 about to get underway. The Australian boat from Lane 1. We've got Alex Purnell, Spencer Turin, Jack Hargraves and also Alex Hill in the boat and ready to go and row as fast as they can towards the other end, because it's been 3 for 3 in terms of success out of the heats this morning for the Australians at this particular regatta. Let's get back to Nick Green and also Matty Hill, thanks to the 7 Network.
Australians in this boat class.
Yes, so the Australians with something to prove here after that last World Championships that were won by Poland in the end.
Yeah, Poland were very strong, so keep a very strong eye out on the Netherlands, Romania. They're all very fast. South Africa's got history in this boat class too. This is a very tough heat.
So away in heat number 1. So first and second in this heat will progress immediately through to a final. So this is crucial right here. And the Americans nearest to us have got off to a really good start. So too the Australians over on the far side. And even though they're separated by some territory, I'm sure they know where each crew is.
For those who know the Australians in this boat class, 46 strokes a minute is nothing unusual for the Aussies. They go out hard, but part of their race plan is instead of having a high rating through the whole course, is try to settle down and use their length, their strength and their technique to allow the boat to run as fast as they can. But this will be a great start for the Aussies. They'll look over. They've got half a boat length on most of the field in the first 500. They'll be really pleased with that outcome to date.
Alex Purnell is in the bow seat, and the brother, of course, of Nick Purnell, who was part of the Australian Eights in London in 2012. Spencer Tarrant in the 2 seat. As we look at them on the left of your screens, Tarrant from Dungog in New South Wales has the superstition of wearing odd socks in competition. And then you've got the 28-year-old in Jack Hargraves from Nyngan, part of the golds at the Worlds in 2017 and 2018. And then the man from Loxton, South Australia, in Alex Hill, who's in the stroke seat from the Adelaide Rowing Club. And fun fact for you, likes listening to Shakira to warm himself up.
Well, the fact I like is a silver medalist from 4 years ago at the Olympics in Rio, and I know he wants to go one better with his crewmates. The Aussies have gone out very hard. I'm just watching this race out. They are exerting a lot of energy and a lot of push in the early parts, and that means they're now in front by a good boat length, and now it's a matter of maintaining that boat speed, settling down into the rhythm and doing it well. They've got a good lead. Let's hope it hasn't been physically taxing for them in this early parts of the race.
Under the Rinkai Central Bridge, which comes up at about the first 500 or 600 metres, a little crosswind, which has been a distraction but not an effective win for them.
No, it hasn't, but the conditions are perfect, right? They're fair for every single athlete, whether you're in lane 1 or lane 6. The Aussies there in lane number 1, you can see they're rating at 39 strokes a minute, and that's really good for the Australians. I think they're finding their boat speed. At this part of the race, they have been over 40, 41, 42, rates up, but now they're down to 39, and you can see the difference in their boat speed. The boat now is running more efficiently, and they're more effectively. So really good. This is the awesome foursome, if I should call it out. This is the awesome foursome and the way the Australians have rowed that have been dominating this boat class. So good work for the Aussies.
So they were ahead of the United States by a second. 1.46 at the 500 metre split. They're now 2.85 in front of the Americans at halfway. They're extending and they're looking good.
Yeah, they are. And next to them in lane number 2 are the Romanians. Now, the Romanians are world champions in this boat class last year. So this is a convincing performance by the Australians. They are really working very, very hard in this early parts of the race. They've just said, OK, the rest of the world, I'm going to grab this boat class. I'm going to race as hard as I can. I want Australia to be back where we want them to be on the number 1 gold medal dice for this event. I'm getting excited, sorry.
Firing up, and why not? This was your event, Nick Green, a part of Australian sports folklore, the men's fours. And you can just see the extra exertion being placed on their faces. As I say, first and second going through to the all-important final. And at this stage, they have a good margin of 2 boat lengths on the USA, with Romania third, Netherlands fourth.
Yeah, this is a boat class about feel. And so the athletes need to be feeling their boat running and the exit of their blades together and entry together. And so the Australians will be focusing. Now they're out front by a boat length. They're a bit fatigued. They've rowed hard to get to this spot. How do we continue the feel and allow the boat to run? Because the crews will come at them. The Dutch at the bottom of the screen, they'll start to come at the Aussies and they'll start to pressure them.
Warm conditions, 30 degrees in Tokyo Bay, humidity of 70%, and the US, they're making a little bit of ground here. They were 2.85 off the pace at halfway. Now they're just over 2 seconds off the Australians. 4.82 seconds off the Australians are the Romanians. Armenians, and they've got 400 metres to row.
Yeah, the Australians are still on 38 strokes a minute. They haven't lifted their rating or that winding to the finishing line gear just yet. They're watching the Americans at the bottom of the screen. They're catching up. Their boats are almost overlapping. So the Aussies who had clear water are now overlapping with the Americans. First two go to the A final. I know the Australians would want to go through this race and hold off the Americans and still be in the number one spot at the finishing line.
250 metres to row for the new awesome foursome of Purnell, Turren, Hargraves and Hill. They lead by over a boat length to the Americans, who are on the near side, and then a fight for third between Romania and also Netherlands. But at the front of the pack with 130 metres to row, it is the Australians going strongly. First and second going straight through to the final, and the Australians are going to do it comprehensively. They're almost a boat and a half length in front of the United States as they come towards the finish line. Terrific performance again from Purnell, Turren, Hargraves and Hill in this first and all-important heat. And through they go from USA second, and then in third they'll go through to the repechage, Netherlands. But it is Australia with a time of 5:54.27, and they've made a statement here at Tokyo Bay.
Wow, what a performance. The expectations wasn't quite there as much as the women's four, but the men's four getting it done. Yeah, awesome foursome with Nick Green watching on. That was superb from that Aussie quartet of Purnell, Turren, Hargraves and Hill. So they are through to Wednesday's final. Another one. So 4 for 4 in terms of finishing first in their heats. The Aussie boats this morning at the regatta. The men's 8 and the women's 8 just around the corner. The men's 8 at 1 p.m. our time. We'll have you back for that race. A reminder about the hockey earlier. The Kookaburras 5-3 winners over Japan first up. And check the Hockey Australia Club Finder and play. How good is hockey? Check out that Australia Club Finder to how to play hockey. And the Kookaburras are one of the best in the world at doing that. And they did it pretty well, especially in the second half against Japan this morning. And don't forget, tonight on 7, women's football, Sweden and Australia will be staying right across it here on SEN as well after 7 news. And first night at the pool featuring our Aussie women's 4x100 relay team starting their quest for gold live from straight after the Matildas. Tokyo 2020 live and free in HD on 7 and 7 Plus. The only place to see it all, the only place to listen to it all is right here on SEN. We're back in a moment.
Sportscraft, the official supplier of both the Australian athletes and SEN's call team ceremony uniforms.
Gary Lyon here. Good mornings. Start with Tempur. If you're like me and you experience ongoing back concerns, Tempur mattresses assist in alleviating your pain. Made in Denmark, the Tempur geniuses over there have included on their bed system an easy-to-use wireless remote and massage function, all at the touch of a button. Once you own a Tempur mattress and base, you are on an absolute winner. View the Tempur range and Tempur athlete stories at tempur.com.au. And like we say, sleep on it.
Sustained performance in footy is more than just one great game. It's about playing consistently, game after game, season after season. It's the same with your super. Because if you're with Host Plus, you're the super fund with a history of long-term top performance. Host Plus, we go with you.
This is general advice only. Consider the relevant Host Plus BDS available at hostplus.com.au before deciding if Host Plus is appropriate for you. Past performance is not a reliable indicator of future performance.
Sportscraft, reckon our Aussie athletes look like winners? Find your own podium finish style. Discover the latest Sportscraft collection.
Yeah, welcome back. You're with SEN's coverage of the Tokyo Olympics and the text machine. Don't forget to send in your text on 0457 736 736. Thanks to the Tempur text machine. Great mattresses, those. And also award-winning Aussie service, Mate Communications, Mate Mobiles, mobile plans from just $20. John Millman on court right now against Lorenzo Musetti. First round men's singles. It's on a hard court. Musetti made the round of 16 at the French Open. Johnny Millman, of of course, a well-travelled individual when it comes to world tennis. Been ranked around the 30 to 60 mark for a very long time. He's in a bit of a battle here. Mercedes, a 19-year-old Italian who is a player on the rise. He's just starting his career. It's on serve in the first set. Ash Barty to play doubles a bit later on with her good mates Storm Sanders and Sam Stozer in singles action as well. But for now, let's get back to the cycling, the men's road race. We've got over 200 Ks still to go, and we'll get back to our commentary team thanks to the 7 network of Scott McGrory, Anna Mears, the legend, and also Phil Liggett.
One road, the Tour de France crashed out, and hopefully has had time to recover. That's Simon Yates. Adam, he didn't ride the Tour. He chose to just focus on the Olympic Games, so he should be coming in with absolute correct form, top form. So we'll be really played out on the road to see who feels the better, who's got the better legs once they get into the top climbs. And Phil, finally, as the gap hits 9 minutes, now we can see the peloton starting to string out, and it's interesting. Well, it's not that interesting to know that it's Belgium that's taken up the pace, because they are the team with 2 big favourites, so a lot of pressure would be put on Belgium to do the chasing. But it's the defending champion, Greg van Avermaet, is the man that's gone to the front to pick up the pace.
Indeed. Absolutely right. This is Maciej Bodnar here. He's a very good climber as well, a Polish rider. Going back to the Yates brothers, this year is the first year they've raced on separate teams because, of course, Adam switched over to Ineos. Or was it Simon? I'm not sure now.
Adam went to Ineos. Yeah.
Yes, Adam went to Ineos. I was going to tell a little story. I inadvertently slipped a couple of years ago commentating on them, and I said that they're in fact born 45 minutes apart. That's a fact. But I happened to say by accident they were born 45 days apart.
The poor mother.
Well, she let me know. She dropped me an email and said that was one hell of a labour. Yeah, but it's true. But the kids they are. Whenever they're both riding the big races, but not the same race, as soon as one is finished, they get on their mobiles, they click on the apps, they find where the brother's racing, and they check on how he's got on either side. They are really, really loyal friends. And I thought it would be a very different season for them when they were separate. But in fact, they're both having very good years. And of course, Adams had to finish third in the Giro d'Italia this year as well, although he crashed out, as everybody seems to have done from the Tour de France. Bit of a problem here at the moment. This is Jan Tratnik, who's one of the 4 Slovenians here. 4 men representing Slovenia, all of them distinguishing themselves this year. Pogačar, Roglic, Tratnik and Jan Polanc.
He'll have a big job, a lot of responsibility for Tratnik because of his 2 teammates in Pogačar and Roglic being big favourites on a course like this. Now, we've seen them do so well in the Tour de France, first and second last year, and obviously Tadej went on to defend his title only last weekend, and with Roglic crashing out. So they're good in the multi-day races. The Grand Tour is over 3 weeks, but they're such exceptional talents. They can do it on a one-day race as well, and Primož Roglic won the Liège-Bastogne-Liège Monument Classic one-day race last year. That's a really difficult race that's similar to this sort of format at the Olympic Games. So he and his teammate certainly will be good. And for Tratnik, a lot of pressure to do what he can to help his 2 favourites for Slovenia come away with the gold medal today.
Some great footage there, slow motion replay of Dumont just tipping the bidon right over the top, head to toe, trying to cool down. He's there represented in this front peloton. Conditions are going to be very trying for all the riders today. When I was riding, sometimes making yourself wet made it worse because you just seem to draw more of the heat and the humidity towards you. But the cars will be certainly tested with how much they are filled up today with bidons, as we can see. Finally, a response from the peloton. Very different picture from what we saw earlier, where they were very comfortable spread across the road. Now they're single file, so that shows that the pace has certainly lifted, and it looks like one of the Belgian riders on the front.
Interesting start for Belgium. They've quite clearly come here to try and defend their title, and I think you'll find Van Avermaet swinging around to what we call a domestic, a helper on the squad. Otherwise, you wouldn't be sitting on the front of the peloton doing all this work. You can't quite see his bike, but you can see the red bit, and occasionally you might catch a yellow bit and a black bit, because instead of his golden bike as being the defending Olympic champion, he's now got a national bike with the national colours of Belgium, specially made for the race today. So he's on the front at the moment, but actually apart from the red, there's a yellow band on the top tube as well as a black band, which is the colour of the frame, specially made for these Olympic Games for the defending champion. But the fact he's doing pacemaking, a clear indication they're all in for Wout van Aert to win this race.
Number 51 from Switzerland, Mark Hirschi. This time last year, you would say he was a dead set favourite for this particular race. Form hasn't been quite so good after crashing in the first week of the Tour de France, but he is a very good young talent, so I expect him to be at the pointy end later on in the race. With track cycling backgrounds, that has really shown great form on the road in the last 12 to 18 months. Another good one as well as Schachmann. Bit of an underdog, Schachmann, for Germany. Hasn't had that sort of outstanding lot of results, but he's a guy that can certainly keep himself in the mix. He was strong at the Tour as well last month.
Number 31 there for the Netherlands in the very familiar orange colours is also Kelderman. Very, very strong rider, in particular in GC positions in Grand Tour riders, but he's back doing a lot of the work, getting the bottles, getting the bidders.
He is.
Dutch team.
And you mentioned how strong Wilco is. He's been around for a while. Thankfully for Australia, not quite as strong as Ben O'Connor, because he did finish one place behind Ben at the Tour de France last week. Sensational ride by the young Western Australian. So shout out to Ben, not riding. He was perhaps the first person that they would have selected to come over and ride in the road race as a reserve, which is the position that Luke Durbridge has taken. But he was too tired after the Tour and decided not to come across the games. But great to see him in the mix of the Tour last week.
And welcome back to the radio coverage here on SEN through the SEN app. Wherever you're listening around the country, we have our first event decided of these games as it's happened, I think, for the last 7 games. The 10-metre air rifle, the women's 10-metre air rifle has been decided. It's the first of 339 gold medal events at the Tokyo Olympics. No Aussies in the final. It went down to a final 8, and Qiang Yang of China has taken gold, first ever Olympics, first gold medal. And Anastasia Galashina of the Russian Olympic Committee. Now, the Russians don't have the Russian flag that they're competing for, given all the trouble that they've had with doping practices in the last few years out of the Sochi Olympics, so they don't compete under the Russian flag. It's a Russian Olympic Committee that they're competing under. They compete as basically individuals and all as one underneath that. And Nina Christian of Switzerland with the bronze. So gold to China, silver to the Russian Olympic Committee representative, and bronze to Switzerland. John Millman still in this first set against Musetti at the tennis. He's taken the break. He's serving for the set right now. 2 set points up 5-3 in that first set at the tennis. Ash Barty a bit later on. So we have 1 gold medal decided. No gold at the regatta, the rowing, but it's around the corner, the men's and women's 8. You're with SEN's coverage of the Tokyo Olympics, thanks to Mate Communications award-winning Aussie service and a bonus Tidal music subscription included on selected mobile plans. That's all thanks to Mate, and also Xero online accounting to help you do business but better. Back in a moment with more rowing.
Sportscraft, the official supplier of both the Australian athletes and SEN's call team ceremony uniforms.
Werribee Kia is Australia's #1 selling Kia dealership. They make buying cars easy. Get the My22 Serato hatch or sedan from $25,990 drive away, or the all-new Kia Niro hybrid and electric from $41,990 drive away. There's also over 200 used cars and utes in stock with their biggest clearance sale ever on all makes and models. Plus, they pay top dollar for trade-ins, any make and model. Werribee Kia, Old Geelong Road, Hoppers Crossing, or werribeekia.com.au. LMCT 114.
Hi, Gerard Waitley here. Us Aussies, we're a patriotic bunch and we love supporting our own, which is why I'm with Red Energy. It feels good to support a 100% Australian-owned company and know I'll be looked after by a customer service team who are based right here. I love having Red Energy on my team, and I reckon you will too. Red Energy, that's real Aussie energy.
SEN's day session coverage of the Olympic Games 2020 for Tyre Power. Get the power of Australia's biggest independent tyre retailer. Book online at Tyre Power now.
And all thanks as well to Rebel Sport. Sporting dreams start at rebelsport.com.au, and Xero invoicing but instantly, receipts but organised, cash flow but clearer. Try Xero for free. 30 days, search Xero, Xero. And we're about to get going. We have got going in the men's 8 rowing. Let's get back to the regatta with this Australian crew going in the middle of the pack. Back to Nick Green and Matty Hill for the call.
And the stroke seat is Angus Widdicombe, the 26-year-old. And there, Cox Stewart Sim. And for many, Nick, this is the blue riband of rowing, the 8s.
This is a very fast boat. There's lots of noise, there's lots of colour, there's lots of movement, and the Aussies are in the middle of it. Out in the top right-hand side of the screen, the Germans are probably the undisputed favourite for this event with Great Britain, but in this race, they've been dominating Europe and dominating the world level, so the Germans are the test for the Aussies to then match themselves out and go smart and fast in the first part of the race, but to be as close as they can to them.
So hotly contested, Germany, the gold medal winning squad in London in 2012. They got the silver in Rio, and they were the gold medalist at the World Championships in 2017 and also 2019 over the Dutch and Great Britain. Australia missed a bronze medal at the last World Championships very narrowly. So between those 4 squads, it's very, very tight indeed.
We first won a medal in this boat class in 1984 with Sam Patton and Jon Popper, my friends of mine, and we talked about Jon Popper's daughter. Rosie just rowed in the women's 4 and qualified into the A final, but the Aussies, there they are in 3rd spot at the moment, going through that part of the race. They'll need to get a wriggle on to be a bit closer to the Americans and a bit closer to the Germans.
So at the first split, after 500 metres, the United States leading Germany by 0.2 of a second. Australia 2.19 seconds off the United States as they make their way under the bridge, which is uncommon for a rowing course to go under a bridge like that. The Rinkai Central Bridge here in Tokyo Bay. Australia currently sitting in 3rd, remembering that the winner of this heat in men's 8s goes straight through to a final, and then the remaining crews to the repechage.
Yeah, you could hear the noise of the rowing, the coxswain under the bridge, yelling out to their crews to do certain things technically or to get moving, executing the race plan. The Americans at the bottom of the screen, the Germans at the top of the screen are executing a fast race plan. The Aussies are about a boat length off. They'll start to move, they'll start to change their race plan and think about how to get a bit closer to the 2 leading crews from where they are at the moment. They've got some experience on board, they've got Olympians. Josh Booth has gone to his 3rd Olympics. They know how to race and they know how to win medals.
So the Australians and the Romanians in a fight for 3rd at the moment. This is halfway of the men's 8's first heat. It's the USA just about a canvas in front from Germany, and then very close between Romania and Australia for 3rd. At this stage, there's 0.85 of a second in it up the front end. The United States leading this heat.
Yeah, they've been out of the medals for the last 2 Olympic Games, which is unlike the American men's 8. They want to be in the medals. They didn't win a medal in London. They didn't win a medal in Rio, and they're trying to redeem themselves from that aspect. So they've gone out hard. They know the Germans are one of the testing races. They're up on 40 strokes a minute, both those crews. There is a real slugfest in terms of racing between 2 heavyweight nations in world rowing.
There's Julian Vanonsky, the cops for the United States, issuing the instructions. In the stroke seat is Liam Corrigan and Benjamin Davison, who turns 25 today, in the bow seat for the USA.
Yeah, the rating's up, both those crews. The Germans have lifted their rating. Could try to see the Americans have taken a move. In the 3rd 500, the Americans have gone their bow in front. The Germans are responding. It does mean then, as those 2 crews are having a slugfest out the front, the Australians are starting to get left behind. The Romanians have just come through the Australians. You see the Aussies there at the right-hand side of the screen, struggling a little bit to keep up with the pace of the top-end crews.
Very close between the Australians and the Romanians. If anything, rowing. The latter have a canvas or half a boat length in front of the Australians. But at the top end, it's the USA narrowly from Germany. They're holding that margin. Germany's got a little bit closer. There's 0.47 of a second between the United States and Germany. Australia at that 1,500 metre split, a 7.69 off the lead.
Yeah, having a look around the Americans, it's something the coaches don't want them to do, to look around what's going on, but they've seen that the Germans have responded. They've gone up again in terms of their intensity. They know they're in the last 500 metres. The red boys, indicating 250 to go, are coming up very closely, and these two crews are looking for that first and only spot to the eighth final. The rest go through into the repechage.
So the United States, they've been an elite crew in men's eights for many, many years. They've got the Olympic best time set in Athens in 2004 of 5:19.85. Germany have the best time, world's best time of 5:18.68. So we're seeing two absolute elite countries here as they reach the final stages of this first heat of men's eights. There's 100 metres to go, and it's the USA who had that slender margin over Germany at the 500 metre split. Let's see how they finish up. Over on the far side, it's going to be Germany who are really putting in late ahead of the USA. They're about a half boat length in front, and that's the way it's going to end. Germany first, straight through to the final from USA second, Romania third. They'll head to the repechage, and the Australians will do the same. The eighth crew come in fourth place.
Bit of a tough race there for the Australians. You're with the SEN coverage of the Olympics. That's thanks to the 7 Network. That call from Matty Hill and Nick Green. The men's 8 finishing in fourth out of 4, straight to the repechage. So the repechage is the second chance draw, if you like, to get through to the final. You're with SEN's coverage of the Tokyo Olympics. Don't forget the texts as well. Tempur, a mattress like no other on the Tempur text machine. 0457 736 736. And also our coverage thanks to Mate, award-winning Aussie service NBN from just $59. We'll have some more rowing around the corner. The women's 8 will keep across the men's road race and bring you up to date with a new Olympic sport which made its Olympic debut today. 3-on-3 basketball. Sounds like fun.
Sportscraft, the official supplier of both the Australian athletes and SEN's call team ceremony uniforms.
It's time to make the call and switch to Kogan Mobile, because right now you can get started with Kogan from just $4.90 for 30 days. Yep, just $4.90 for 30 days. Thousands of Aussies have already made the call and switched for unlimited calls and texts and a big 40 gig of data at award-winning prepaid prices. Get started now with Kogan Mobile from just $4.90 for the first 30 days at koganmobile.com.au/footy.
Sustained performance in footy is more than just one great game. It's about playing consistently, game after game, season after season. It's the same with your super. Because if you're with Host Plus, you're the super fund with a history of long-term top performance. Host Plus, we go with you.
This is general advice only. Consider the relevant Host Plus PDS available at hostplus.com.au before deciding if Host Plus is appropriate for you. Past performance is not a reliable indicator of future performance.
SEN's day session coverage of the Olympic Games 2020 for Tyre Power. Get the power of Australia's biggest independent tyre retailer. Book online at Tyre Power now.
Yeah, we'll be back to the Sea Forest Waterway. What a wonderful sounding venue that is, where the rowing is happening at the moment. I've got producer Dan in with me throughout the afternoon. He's pushing all the buttons to make sure I don't stuff up. We'll get back to the rowing in a sec. By the way, John Millman took the first set and he leads a break in the second against Lorenzo Massetti in that first round match at the tennis, at the Ariake tennis court. He's out on court 9, I think he is, Johnny, but keep on going. You won't be on court 9 for much longer. Anyway, we'll get back to the men's 8, the second heat about to go. But producer Dan, you across your basketball. Do you like your basketball?
I enjoy basketball. It's one of the sports I enjoy watching.
No doubt across the NBA finals as well. But what about your 3-on-3 basketball?
I saw this during the week. I haven't actually seen any of it. What's it about?
So,
please tell me.
Each team has 3 players, 1 sub available. 10-minute, first to 21. But it's like backyard, basically. Yeah. If neither team scores 21 points, when time runs out, whoever's in front wins. Scoring outside the arc, 2 points. Inside, 1 point. Players must clear the ball beyond the arc on defensive rebounds and possession changes after every make. And one key difference from 5-on-5, the shot clock is just 12 seconds.
12 seconds.
So it's dynamic.
Sounds interesting.
It's dynamic.
Looking forward to seeing some of it.
The men's Serbia are the number one seeds there. They're the main crew.
Do we have a team?
No, unfortunately, men's or women's, we don't.
No.
But, yeah.
Maybe in 3 years.
I liked our flex yesterday, by the way, at the opening ceremony. How we just sent out all our tall athletes. We set the 2 basketball teams.
I did see that, yes. Fantastic. Didn't stay too long. I think we did a lap and then left.
Yeah.
Very safe.
Yeah, bang. Get out. Thanks. Cheers.
Thanks for having us.
Wave to mum, wave to dad, wave to the family back home. It was beautiful seeing Paddy Mills's family enjoy the experience back here in Australia. That's
great.
His wife and his parents and everyone associated with Paddy so good. And he is a leader, full stop, in a country at the moment not known for its leaders anyway.
No,
this is not the politics show. This is the sports show on SEN around the country on the app thanks to Xero invoicing but instantly, receipts but organised, cash flow but clearer. Try Xero free for 30 days. Search Xero XERO. And also for Rebel Sport, sporting dreams start at Rebel. Shop the biggest range with the best brands in-store or at rebelsport.com. Let's get back to the rowing. Heat 2 of the men's 8, one of the marquee blue riband events of any regatta. And we're back there with Nick Green and Matty Hill. Thanks to the 7 Network.
It's the calm before the storm.
It's a long wait for the athletes.
Away. So a field of 3, and the first boat will go through to the final only. And it's a really good guide for particular Team Great Britain and the Dutch to see where they're at. Of course, there has been not that much international competition at the top level leading in, bar for some World Cup legs. But the Dutch with the bronze, as Nick touched on at the Rio Olympics, Great Britain silver at the Euros in 2019. Of course, they defending their crown. The one thing, Nick, that is worth noting, the schedule has been completely shuffled up because of a typhoon predicted on Monday.
That is right.
So World Rowing have decided to really get on the front foot and bring everything forward. So these crews were not expecting to compete today.
That's right. They were expecting to compete tomorrow, and so the athletes have had to, like we've all had to in these conditions, pivot their thinking and start to change their mindset around racing the next day. Now, that have an impact on some of the athletes, because some of the athletes with 2 days to go before competition have a bit of a blowout and really just try to test the legs. But now they have to race again the next day, so that's going to be a challenge for some of the athletes. And, you'll find that the first part of the race, all the crews are just trying to find their rhythm and settle in. They haven't raced for a long time, so they'll settle in. This is a really good start for New Zealand, to be up next to and level pegging with the Olympic champion from 4 years ago, Great Britain. On the crew, I talked about the Dutch crew from the Netherlands there, who has a female cox, and I'll talk about that in our women's rowing team have a male cox, and that's okay. That's allowed in world rowing, and it's introduced to the Olympic Games for this year for the first time. And they've got a beautiful rhythm, calmly executed by their cox, who's just telling them where they are in the race and what race plan to start to now unfold during the course of this race.
Yeah, you can see that clearly in the middle of the screen. Aline Berger is the cox for the Dutch, the 24-year-old. And the bow seat is Bjorn van den Ende. And the stroke seat, Robin Lucan.
So the Olympic champion from 4 years ago find themselves currently sitting in third spot. New Zealand at the top of the screen are half a boat legged up, which is a great race for New Zealand. Within the crew from Great Britain, they're Olympic champions. Flag bearers from last night's opening ceremony in their crew. They are well decorated and a crew in terms of world rowing. The Dutch, though, are the crew to watch in terms of easy boat speed, their finesse, their skill. They let the boat run, and they're doing that well in a very fast race so far.
So the Dutch making a statement here. Their time at the 1,000 metre split, 2:19.23, 1.86 up on Great Britain. And also New Zealand, a few timing issues we're experiencing here. New Zealand now 1.5 off the Dutch and then Great Britain. So it looks as though the Dutch are going very strongly and are going to be very hard to beat getting into this very important final.
Yeah, they're making 39 strokes a minute look easy, and so they are relaxed. They are letting the boat run. And for those with a rowing background, 38, 39 strokes a minute racing for a men's 8 and women's 8 is not unusual, but they're making it look easy. And so the Dutch now are half a length in front of the field. The Great Britain crew are starting to think about their race plan. They thought they were going to be in front by now, not in third spot, and not likely to miss out on a direct spot to the final. That's not what their plans would be. So they're going to execute new strategy, and I think I'm expecting them to lift their rating. They're at 39 strokes a minute. The coxswain's just called, okay, we need to get up and we need to start putting our race plan in now.
A little bit of rowing royalty in the New Zealand team. Hamish Bond and Tom Murray, who of course so dominant in the pairs many years ago. Thomas McIntosh in the bow seat and Matt McDonald in the stroke seat, the young man in the crew at 22 years of age. As they go through the third split, 4:07.23, the Dutch 1.51 over Team New Zealand, who get away from Team Great Britain. And there is the female cox for Netherlands, Aline Berger, roaring the instructions.
Yeah, you talked about the New Zealand crew. In the 2 seat, just off the left of the camera, is the dual Olympic champion in the pairs. There he is at the top of the screen, second from the left. He's in the number 2 seat. He was the Olympic champion, and he's in the pairs. And now going back to the 8 to see if he can replicate that in the 8.
So 4:07.23 the time from Netherlands at the 1500 metre mark. Germany was 4:07.58, so only 0.35 between them as we compare. But have a look over on the far side. New Zealand are having a bit of a dip here. They're getting a little bit closer to Netherlands.
Yeah, they're having more of a dip. They're having a red-hot go. The New Zealanders are superb at this point of the race. They are making the Olympic champions, Great Britain. They're wondering where their form is. They are miles behind, and no one expected that they to be that far behind in the heat. We expect them to be level. The Dutch crew, so they're up at 43 strokes a minute. They're winding for the line. They want this race.
So less than 50 metres to row. Real surprise, Great Britain's just dropped off here, and it's Netherlands first ahead of New Zealand, who have been superb. They've really given the Dutch a race, but it's only Netherlands that go through to the final. A time of 5:30.66. They've won by 1.45 ahead of New Zealand, and Great Britain, the real surprise there in that second heat, only third.
Wow, bit of a surprise there. So the Aussie men's 8 who were in Heat 1, they'll have a bit of work to do to get into the final, because it's going to be a pretty hot repechage race to get through. We'll have the women's 8 around the corner. The men's road race and the cycling is, well, it's only just got a lazy 193 Ks to go. Keep you updated with what's happened as well. Earlier, the Kookaburras, the men's team, they got through 5-3 in their first game against Japan. It was 3-3 in the last quarter at one stage, but in the end they got it done. And with the hockey, check the Hockey Australia Club Finder and play. Great sport to get involved with. And the Kookaburras off the mark. Unfortunately, the softballers against Canada, they went down heavily. They take on USA tomorrow. So looking to build on their 4 Olympic medals so far, the Australian softball team. It's going to be a tough ask to get into the medal calculations after a rocky start. They're now 1-2 after the defeat by Canada. The rowing, it's gone pretty well. Hopefully you can get even better with the women's 8 around the corner. You're with SEN's coverage of the Tokyo Olympics, thanks to Xero Online Accounting to help you do business but better. And also Sportscraft. Reckon our Aussie athletes look like winners last night? I do. They look very smart. For your own podium finish style, discover the latest Sportscraft collection. Off to a break. More rowing right after this on SEN.
Sportscraft, the official supplier of both the Australian athletes and SEN's call team ceremony uniforms.
Hi, Gerard Waitley here. Us Aussies, we're a patriotic bunch, and we love supporting our own, which is why I'm with Red Energy. It feels good to support a 100% Australian-owned company and know I'll be looked after by a customer service team who are based right here. I love having Red Energy on my team, and I reckon you will too. Red Energy, that's real Aussie energy.
Werribee Kia is Australia's #1 selling Kia dealership. They make buying cars easy. Get the My22 Serato hatch or sedan from $25,990 drive away, or the all-new Kia Niro hybrid and electric from $41,990 drive away. There's also over 200 used cars and utes in stock with their biggest clearance sale ever on all makes and models. Plus, they pay top dollar for trade-ins, any make and model. Werribee Kia, Old Geelong Road, Hoppers Crossing, or werribeekia.com.au. LMCT 114.
SEN's day session coverage of the Olympic Games 2020 for Tyre Power. Get the power of Australia's biggest independent tyre retailer. Book online at Tyre Power now.
Yeah, we're back, and a bit of a controversy brewing at the judo as well. An Algerian judo athlete will be sent home from the Tokyo Olympics after he withdrew from the competition to avoid potentially facing an Israeli opponent. So politics playing a part, as always, in sport. This is a story on Associated Press. The International Judo Federation's Executive Committee has temporarily suspended the Algerian athlete and his coach, who are likely to face sanctions beyond the Olympics, which begin today, of course. The Algerian Olympic Committee then withdrew both the men's accreditation and made plans to send them home. So, it's a bit of a sad story. Anyway, it wasn't that they were going to, the Algerian athlete was going to face the Israeli athlete, definitely. It was the fact that in the second round, potentially there was a match-up there. Anyway, let's get back to the rowing with Nick Green and Maddie Hill, thanks to the 7 Network, because it's time now for the Women's 8. Australia in the second heat of this one. In this one, we've got Canada, China, New Zealand and Great Britain. This is all thanks to Mate Communications, award-winning service mobile plans from just $20. Here's the 7 call of the Women's 8, Heat 1.
So I can't wait. What you saw there was just a little cone that comes out of the water, and just they put the bow into the boat and allow the boat to sit straight. So it's directly down the centre of the course. So when the crews take off, not only are they in line, but they also take off straight. So they're just setting themselves up. This is the time where the athletes just blow off a bit of steam. They're nervous as all hell. And this is about taking deep breaths, putting themselves in a mindset. What do we need to do as a crew to make ourselves go fast from the first stroke?
Team Great Britain just pensively putting their boat into that cone you were talking about, with the timing mechanism attached as well.
Thumbs up, they're happy, they're in, they're locked and loaded. So Australia have no Olympic medals in this boat class in the Women's 8. We're coming up soon. And the Americans have won this, dominated. 2008, 2012, 2016, gold, gold and gold. Great Britain on the screen have raced well. They've been racing in Europe.
I feel there's a little bit of frustration now from Team Great Britain as Chinese were just struggling to get themselves sorted.
Lane number 3 next to the British crew and the New Zealanders, and we saw 2 of those athletes this morning race in the heat of the pair. And because of the change in schedule, those 2 athletes now have to recover very quickly and now jump into the Women's 8 for New Zealand. They weren't expecting another day of recovery. And so each crew has got their different challenges as they're trying to prepare for this race, which was a day earlier than expected. It's been unusual not being able to slot in. There's no wind. It's not tricky conditions.
And for those that haven't watched rowing before, Nick, the man or woman holding the boat off the pier, they're volunteers.
They're volunteers. Every sport has volunteers, and we rely on them very heavily. And their job really is just to hold the boats in place. And the starter will say to a certain country, I want you to move up an inch or back an inch, and that person either just pulls the boat back and forth to get everyone to make sure when they start, they're in absolutely perfectly alignment.
So the first heat of the women's eights. So 7 in this boat class, 4 in this first heat, 3 in the second heat containing Australia. The USA, the defending champions, winning gold in Rio in 2016. Team Great Britain that you can see here in lane number 4, the silver medalist, Romania with the bronze medalist, but New Zealand reigning world champions. But when you look at the medal chances in this class, you can tick USA, China, New Zealand, Australia, Canada. It's very open.
Yeah, they've all got a chance, and this is why this race is important. The first heat, they're starting to see each other, race each other, see where people's speed is fast or slow at the start or in the middle, and everyone just suss each other out. Plus also as a crew, they're just trying to get into their own race rhythm because they haven't raced at this level of competition for some time. So expect the crews just to settle down. At the moment we're seeing China at the right-hand side of the screen just have a slow lead at the moment against Canada, who is out in lane number 1. So the Chinese will be happy with a good start, but they know the race is a long way to go.
For the world champions New Zealand, Caleb Shepherd is the cox. So again, we have the mix of sexes in this competition, as you've explained. You've got Grace Prendergast and Kerry Gowler, who are on the quick backup from earlier on. The bow seaters, Ella Greenslade, the 24-year-old from New Zealand. China at the first split, lead by a canvas from Canada second. New Zealand a 1.38 off the lead. And then in fourth place early is Great Britain at this very early juncture, 3.16 seconds off the lead.
Yeah, the most recent World Championships in 2019. Clearly there wasn't one in 2020. New Zealand won that gold medal and Australia was second in the silver. So the New Zealanders will be expected to come in and win this race. The only challenge for them for today's racing is they've had 2 of their athletes have already raced in the heat of the women's pair. So there's going to be a little bit of exhaustion, a little bit of fatigue, and they haven't had a lot of time together, the New Zealand women's 8, because their pair has been their number 1 focus boat at the moment.
And for those that have been watching the rowing so far and can hear, there's plenty of colour and movement, but there's plenty of noise as well. There's a lot more noise going on. Explain what the cox is actually doing.
Well, there's lots of noise. You hear the boats making clunky noises when you put your oars in the water and out of the water. There's lots of movement there. Plus also every boat has a coxswain who are yelling instructions. I'll tell you a little bit discreetly, but sometimes they yell them because of the noise of background or whatnot, to try and make sure that their athletes can hear exactly what they're saying. Instructions on rating. You know, at the moment the Chinese are up on 37 strokes a minute. The cox will be saying, okay, maybe we need to lift the rating. I see the opposition are coming at us. There's only one crew that goes directly A final. We better start lifting our rating and doing what we need to do.
China at halfway, lead by a canvas from Canada. New Zealand third, a 1.22 off the lead, and then Great Britain 7 seconds off the pace at the moment. That split time of 3:01.65. It's China just ahead of Canada, remembering the winner goes through to the final and the remaining crews have to go through the repechage. They're the longest way home.
Yeah, the third 500 of this race will be important. Canadian crew at the top of the screen have got a very strong third 500. Expect them to go start to make a push and trying to assert themselves in the lead. You've seen the New Zealanders are now coming up. They had a bit of a slow start, gone into their rhythm. The New Zealand's all about consistency on their boat speed, so expect the New Zealanders to stroke by stroke just start to bring that gap back, and you can see they're doing it. The Canadians are moving up in lane number 1. Their stroke rate is up on 38, 39 strokes a minute, so they're starting to lift a little bit more. The Chinese are starting to feel the pressure of 2 world-class crews on either side of them starting to come at them stroke by stroke.
So this is a real contest for a spot in the all-important final. China just in front coming to this third split. We'll get a really good guide as to how close these crews are. It's a field of 4, but 3 crews are really fighting this out. With 1,500 metres gone, it's China just in front of Canada, and then New Zealand a 0.9 of a second away. New Zealand's made ground, but Canada as well on China. This is going to be a race to the finish for who gets in that final.
Yeah, New Zealand and Canada have got the fastest boat speed at the moment. The Chinese are just fatiguing. They've gone out very hard. They're slowly fatiguing, so you can see the pressure coming from either side. What a race this is in the heat. You know, first go through to the A final, and no one wants to go to the repechage in terms of saving themselves physically. They'd love to go straight to the A final and then rest and wait for the gold medal race. And so it's going to be on in the last couple hundred metres. The New Zealanders starting to come through. They're finding some form. The Canadians are pushing hard. The Chinese are in the middle of this battle. It's going to be an interesting and very exciting last couple of hundred metres.
Here comes Team New Zealand on the near side. They are really lifting at Canada. I think they've got the Chinese, and there's still 200 metres to row, but New Zealand, who were less than a second, 0.9 of China at the 500 metre mark, haven't they lifted? They're putting everything into it, and they're just in front. There's 150 metres to row. New Zealand narrowly. Canada coming at them. China a canvas away in third. But it's Team New Zealand stretching every sinew.
I see Canada have gone up. They're up at 44 strokes a minute. They want to try and peg back that lead that New Zealand had.
It's going to be close. The final thrust of the line. New Zealand and Canada. Can we pick it close to the line? New Zealand have just got there and they make the final. New Zealand are just through from Canada. China third. What a terrific race, and that was a heat.
What a terrific race. The New Zealanders will be relieved. I think they expected to go through, but with two of their athletes just competing in the women's pair and having to back up again, there'd be some fatigue and exhaustion, and what a great race. The composed got through. Fantastic.
So New Zealand are through. Heat 2 coming up next, and that will contain the Australians.
Yeah, good call, Nick Green and Matty Hill. Thanks to the 7 Network. Those Kiwi rowers just keeled over, just exhausted after that. But, yeah, good result for the Kiwis. Our little brothers there, happy for them, and sisters. It's an outstanding result. Just with the badminton as well, there's a good result brewing there for Australia. Simon Lueng and Gronya Somerville in the mixed doubles. They're one game up, their games, not sets, in badminton into the second game there. So Australia never won a medal in badminton. Not saying they're going to at these Olympics, but it could be a good start in the mixed doubles. So badminton, a sport definitely dominated by Asian countries like China, Indonesia and South Korea, Japan as well. So we're off to a quick break on SEN's coverage of the Tokyo Olympics. Thanks to Mate, award-winning Aussie service, and a bonus Tidal music subscription included on selected mobile plans, and also 00 online accounting to help you do business, but better. Back in a moment with that women's 8 Australian crew in the water. On the water, I should say, not in it.
Sportscraft, the official supplier of both the Australian athletes and SEN's call team ceremony uniforms.
Attention! Lloyd's Auctions are holding a massive classic car online auction this weekend, including Australian, American and European classics, featuring Glenn Seaton's championship-winning Ford Falcon EL, Russell Ingall's Castrol V8 supercar, low-kilometre HSV GDSR and more, all starting at $1 at Australia's greatest auction house. Bid now. Also on offer, Ford Mustang Mach-1, Valiant Pacer, Shelby Fairmont, XP Falcon X Police, VL Walkinshaw Group A, Monaros, Jaguars, Porsche and Ferraris. Bid now on call now to put your classic car into our next record-breaking auction.
Hi, I'm Tim from Red Energy. The Australian-made logo is a true mark of Australian authenticity. So, for Red Energy to be certified to use the famous green and gold Australian-made logo, well, it's fair to say it's something we're pretty proud of. Here at Red, we're owned by the mighty Snowy Hydro, and that makes us 100% Australian. We're also based right here, so our team really understands your needs. So, if supporting Australian means something to you, switch to Red today. Call 131 806.
SEN's day session coverage of the Olympic Games 2020 for Tyre Power. Get the power of Australia's biggest independent tyre retailer. Book online at Tyre Power now.
And the women's 8 about to start heat 2. Let's get back to Nick Green and Matt Hill, thanks to 7.
That into perspective, so USA have been dominant in this boat class, but in the last World Championships, which I know were 2 years ago, we haven't had one since because of COVID. New Zealand were clearly ahead of Australia by 2.74 seconds in the final, but we beat the Americans. They finished third. So it's up for grabs here in Tokyo 2021, and you get the impression, because we haven't seen this international competition for a couple of years, there's some scores to be settled here.
Well, it's about maturity and about composure. Australia did lead most of the time at that World Championships in 2019. New Zealand rode them down the last 500. But this is a different race. This is the Olympic Games, and things happen around you. You can see at the top of the screen the Romanians are going to go hard and they're going to go fast. So I say about composure, it's about the Aussies just to resist, panicking during their race, get into their rhythm and row the way they've rowed successfully in the last couple of years to allow them to be at the top of the world rankings and just be patient. And I think that's what they're doing at the moment.
We introduced Genevieve Horton along with Molly Goodwin and the Cox James Rook. Katrina Werry in the 7th seat from that very strong Mercantile Rowing Club. They've got a virtual party on today to follow the crew. Part of the Queen's Cup squad victory for 3 occasions, and first represented Australia some 8 years ago. Did Katrina. Sarah Hoare, the 34-year-old, first represented Australia double sculls many years ago. Had a 12-year hiatus from representing Australia before being a part of the World Champs in 2017.
Yeah, the Romanians on the screen have got into a rhythm. They've gone out hard. Now, whether that's going to pay dividends or whether it's going to be taxing for them physically, they've gone out hard. To the credit of the Aussies in the centre of the lane there, they've resisted to try and just chase. They've actually got into their race plan. James Rook is an experienced Cox. He's been with these girls for the last 3 years, so he knows their personality, he knows their strength. So he said, settle down, let's get into a good, fast boat race, and that they're doing that. So it's a really close race between the 3. Only one goes through the A final, so all 3 crews were going out hard to try and win this race.
So after 500 metres, Romania led Australia by 0.75 of a second, and then it was Australia just a touch in front of the United States. There was a split inch in it. So the first boat will go through to the final, and even though Australia are about half a boat length off the lead, they're well and truly in the hunt.
Now they are. The Americans have had a really strong push. They're up at 39 strokes a minute. They were slightly behind, so they've pushed hard, and the result of that is the Australians, who have got a different race plan, are maintaining their boat speed, but the Americans have gone past. So the Aussies are still overlapping with both those crews, but slightly behind the 1,000. They'll start thinking about trying to bridge that gap and getting up closer.
So at halfway, it's Romania and the USA. There's little in it. It's going to be another terrific heat, this, with Australia half a boat length away in third. The United States with Jessica Tennis in the bow seat and Christine O'Brien in the stroke seat, with Caitlin Garigian, the 33-year-old experienced Cox.
Yeah, I can see the Australians have just responded in terms of their rating and their race execution, up at 39 strokes a minute. They've started to respond to the fact that they're just almost 3/4 of boat lead off the Americans, and the same with the Romanians. They've started to respond and push through. The third 500, which we're in, is the most important part of the race for the Australians right now.
They were 2.21 statistically off the United States at halfway. The United States with the world best time of 5:54.16 set in Lucerne of 2013. Their Olympic best of 5:56.55 was set in Athens in 2004.
Yeah, they've set the pace early. The Americans have got into a strong rhythm, as they do. They're very experienced Olympic campaigners, as I said at the beginning. Gold medalists in the last 3 Olympic Games, and they do not want to break that tradition. They want to continue to dominate world rowing in the women's 8 at the Olympic level.
So the Cox just bellowing the instructions. and it looks as though the USA are getting the upper hand over Romania here. It's about a half boat length now, with 500 metres to row in this second heat, and then 3/4 of a boat length to Australia in third. They are 5 seconds off the leading crew of the United States, who went through at 4:35.2 at the 1,500 metre mark, and they are 0.4 faster than New Zealand, who won the first heat at this stage of the race.
Yeah, the Aussies quite haven't found their form that we expected. You know, they did lead at the World Championships 2 years ago, and maybe the fact that they've had to change their routine. They were meant to race on Sunday, and all of a sudden they're racing today. Maybe they have done things that didn't quite prepare them for today, but they're finding themselves off the pace, and the Aussies will be a little bit concerned by that, but they do expect to be a lot closer.
Close eye on Caitlin Garigi and the United States Cox, leading by half a boat length, but the Romanians haven't given in. They are really throwing everything into this in the final 200 metres or so, with less than 200 to row now.
Yeah, the Romanians are really attacking the Americans in terms of their rating and boat speed. The Romanians have got the fastest boat speed on the course at the moment, but the Americans' advantage is they are almost half a boat length in front. First crew goes through to the A final, the rest will row the repechage. The Aussies will go through a repechage, and another race will do them the world of good.
So the United States lead, but they're being tested here by Romania inside the final 100 metres of this heat. The United States, they're going to get in. Romania really testing them. It's probably a canvas on the line, maybe a little bit more. The USA through to the final. Romania second, and here come the Australian crew in third. They were 5 seconds off the lead at the 1,500. They come through at about 10.2 off, but they'll head to a repechage, so the Australians will go through to that repechage in a couple of days' time. The United States through to what will be a hotly contested final.
And a bit of work to do for the women's 8 crew, same with the men's 8 crew, after such a fantastic performance from the women's pair, the men's pair, the women's 4 and the men's 4, all winning their heats earlier, but the bigger boats for the Australians, 4th and 3rd, but a really good performance there from USA, who do have a rich history in the 8s in men's and women's at Olympic Games. Don't forget that the Winklevoss twins, it's just popped into my mind, this, talking of American rowing. Heard of them?
No.
They were the investors early on in Facebook.
Were they?
They were rowers. They were Olympians.
Very smart.
They are Olympians.
Yep.
They got done over by Zuckerberg.
That's
early
unfortunate
doors.
for them.
They're in the social network.
Okay.
I'll have a look. They're played in that. But,
something to watch.
Adam Peacock with you, and producer Dan as well, taking you through the afternoon from the Tokyo Olympics. All thanks to on SEN Mate, award-winning Aussie service NBN from just $59. Letsbemates.com.au is the place to go for that. Stick around, we've got plenty more throughout the afternoon here on SEN.
Sportscraft, the official supplier of both the Australian athletes and SEN's call team ceremony uniforms.
Sustained performance in footy is more than just one great game. It's about playing consistently, game after game, season after season. It's the same with your super. Because if you're with Host Plus, you're the super fund with a history of long-term top performance. Host Plus, we go with you.
This is general advice only. Consider the relevant Host Plus PDS available at hostplus.com.au before deciding if Host Plus is appropriate for you. Past performance is not a reliable indicator of future performance.
Werribee Kia is Australia's #1 selling Kia dealership. They make buying cars easy. Get the My22 Serato hatch or sedan from $25,990 drive away, or the all-new Kia Niro hybrid and electric from $41,990 drive away. There's also over 200 used cars and utes in stock with their biggest clearance sale ever on all makes and models. Plus, they pay top dollar for trade-ins, any make and model. Werribee Kia, Old Geelong Road, Hoppers Crossing, or werribeekia.com.au. LMCT 114.
SEN's day session coverage of the Olympic Games 2020 for Tyre Power. Get the power of Australia's biggest independent tyre retailer. Book online at Tyre Power now.
Yeah, welcome back. It's been a busy morning at the regatta, as Nick Green and Matt Hill on 7 mentioned earlier. They've had to squeeze in the program because they're worried about a typhoon about to hit Tokyo or Japan, the main island. So, it's like they've had no problems in the lead up to these games. So what's a little typhoon? Hope that everyone stays safe and everything's okay over there. Sunny conditions in Tokyo today. Always plenty of stories popping up as the games go on. I mean, you've got over 30 sports and so many gold medals to give away, 339 events, and everyone, the associated athletes. There's the odd story that pops up here and there, and producer Dan's got one right now. What you got, Dan?
Olympic organisers have made the first COVID-19 cancellation of the Tokyo 2020 Olympics after a Czech beach volleyball player tested positive for the virus. The very first match of the women's competition was cancelled today after Mikita Slakova tested positive to the virus earlier this week. It meant Slakova and her partner were eliminated, and their opponent, Japan, earned a win by default. So there you go, the first cancellation of an event due to COVID in this Olympics.
That's a shame. Also a shame the Aussie softballers, they got well beaten by Canada, 7-1 in their third match. So they beat Italy but fell to Japan in their opening match. So that is happening right now. The softball, or tomorrow it'll happen, the Australians' fourth match taking on USA. Tough task as well. The tennis, John Millman is about to serve for his match against Lorenzo Musetti. It's been a tough ask in this second set. It's 6-3 first set to John Millman, second set 5-4. And the badminton, which I mentioned before, with the Aussie pairing of Luang and also Somerville, they're going to go to a third game. It looks like their Indonesian opponents are just about to wrap up the second game, so it's going to be one game all in that match. That's their first match over there. Plenty happening at the moment. Sam Stozer is on court, the men's road race as well. There's a breakaway of about 8 minutes in between these 8 riders and the rest of the pack. There's still about 176 kilometres to go, so a long time for those 8 to be reeled in. I think there's a rider from Burkina Faso in this breakaway as well. That's the beauty of the Olympics. It's a geography lesson as well as a sport lesson and a lesson in life. So we're going to take a quick break here on SEN. This is our Tokyo Olympics coverage with thanks to Mate Communications. Mate award-winning Aussie service, NBN from just $59. letsbemates.com.au. And don't forget, with our partners 7, there's heaps of Olympics content to explore right now at 7 Plus. Add your favourite sports to your watch list right now. Every sport explained, and get to know the new Olympic sports. Download 7 Plus app to your smart TV, mobile or tablet to watch Tokyo 2020. Back with plenty more on SEN right after this.
Sportscraft, the official supplier of both the Australian athletes and SEN's call team ceremony uniforms.
Attention Melbourne! Lloyd's Auctions are holding a massive classic car auction online in Melbourne this weekend, including Australian, American and European classics, featuring Glenn Seaton's championship-winning Ford Falcon EL, Russell Ingall's Castrol V8 supercar, low-kilometre HSV GTSR and more, all starting at $1 at Melbourne's greatest auction house. Bid now. Also on offer, Ford Mustang Mach-1, Valiant Pacer, Shelby Fairmont, XP Falcon X Police, VL Walkinshaw Group A, Monaros, Jaguars, Porsche and Ferraris. Bid now or call now to put your classic car into our next record-breaking auction.
As the Aussie athletes compete overseas for glory, they rely on our supports. It's the same for tyre safety here at home. We rely on the support of Tyre Power to steer us safely on the roads. If you haven't been to Tyre Power for your free 5-minute tyre safety check, then book in now and experience the CanStar Blue award-winning customer service. Get the power of Australia's biggest independent, Tyre Power. Aussie owned and operated, keeping you safe on the roads. tyrepower.com.au.
SEN's day session coverage of the Olympic Games 2020 for Tyre Power. Get the power of Australia's biggest independent tyre retailer. Book online at Tyre Power now.
Yeah, fantastic to have your company on SEN as we wind our way through day one of the Tokyo Olympics. And the medals that are up for decision today, we've already had one. China have won the women's 10-metre air rifle. We've got the men's 10-metre air pistol as well from the shooting range. Weightlifting, the women's 49 kilos. The cycling, the men's road race we're going to go to soon. It could go about 6 hours or so, and we're into our second hour of that. The mixed team archery. Korea have absolutely dominated archery. I think they had a clean sweep in either the men's or the women's at the last Olympics. Extraordinary. Judo and fencing as well. From an Australian perspective, we've got so many Australian teams in action later this afternoon. Get through that in a moment, but for now, let's go back to Anna Mears, Scott McGrory and also Phil Liggett for the men's road race with this breakaway miles in front, but the main pack don't look too fast at the moment.
Today, 11,000 athletes, 339 events from 33 sports. So the time frame between from when Tokyo has seen the Olympic Games in their midst as host nation has certainly changed, and they are such a proud nation as well to showcase the support of something like this. And it is nice, even though we're questioning how many people are out on the roads today, it is nice to see the spectators out enjoying it.
Oh, it's great. Yeah.
Actually, we're just going to jump out of that, the men's road race, because I've just noticed the Safwan Khalil in the Taekwondo, the men's flyweights, 58 kilos, just underway. Here's the call, thanks to the 7 Network.
On the leg of Khalil. And he leads with an early Gamjon against his opponent. Made it through to the quarterfinals, did Khalil 5 years ago in Rio. And he's married to a fellow Taekwondoin, Carmen Marton. Also born abroad like he was. She was born in Poland. Kick to the trunk from Ramnarong. That's the first scoring shot, and he takes the lead. Khalil actually made it through to the bronze medal match in Rio, so that's 9 years, in London. It's 9 years ago now. Lost in the semi-final and was so disappointed after that he couldn't raise his game when he was playing off for a bronze, and really regrets that now. When you're knocked out in the semis, you play off for bronze against the winner of the repechage. And he was so disappointed at losing the semi and not going into the gold medal match that he came out and couldn't raise his game, but he's raising his game here, raising his leg. You heard that little click there. That was a kick to the head that gave him a 4-2 lead, but the lower thunk, the click to the trunk, that was from Ramnarong, and it's 4-all. Ramnarong smaller, but a little more agile, trying for the spinning kick there. Coming down a little bit as the first round comes to an end, but that's 3 kicks to the trunk in a row for Ramnarong Sarakwihari. It's what the good Taekwondoins do. They find a chink in the armour and then they go for it. 3 kicks to the trunk, 3 scoring shots from Ramnarong, and a spinning kick to the trunk, a 4-pointer. And Ramnarong all of a sudden runs away with it towards the end of the first round, and he leads 10-4. Safwan Khalil with it all to do. Ice on the back of his neck there. Khalil with the early scoring shot. Now we're going to see spinning kick to the trunk from Ramnarong Sarakwihari. towards the end of that first round. A 4-pointer for him, the first we've seen so far today. Tap on the cheek from the coach. Say more of the same. Referee from Moldova makes sure that the mouth guards are in, and we're back underway. Khalil with it all to do now. Again, that kick to the trunk. It's been the go-to move for Ramnarong. Smaller fight, he's getting underneath the outstretched legs. He's going to go out. He's going to end up, not quite, yes, out, but that was, yep, Gamjon against him. So there's a point to stop the flow, to staunch the flow there for Khalil. And the judge in the background got her arm up saying that it was a point that didn't register on the PSS, but it was a point for a punch. So that's going to go the way of Ramnarong. It's going to be challenged. It's not a... yes, it's a challenge. Challenged by Ramnarong's coach. So we're going to go to VAR. Three video referees will have a look at it. It was to see whether, I think, right, here we go, on your screen now. Spinning kick. It only registered as 2. So the spin around should make it 4 as opposed to 2. Arms crossed will be no. But this is going to be, yeah, arms crossed is no. So the challenge is lost. It goes into the referee's pocket. No more challenges for Ramnarong. Safwan Khalil 7 points behind though. Make that 9 with another kick to the trunk. That's 5 of them thus far for Ramnarong. It's a definite hole in the wall in terms of the defences of the Aussie. And the Thai fighter has found his way through, and he just keeps going back at it. To the second half of this contest. Kick to the head, and that gap is getting bigger and bigger. 12 points behind Khalil. He goes for a head shot of his own, misses it. Almost loses his balance but keeps it. Referee doesn't want them clutching in together. Gets in amongst them and says, let's have some action for the viewers at home to watch. Soek Wihari happy enough here. It's a Gamjon against Khalil this time for blocking his opponent with the leg. You can't just come forward with your leg out in a sort of permanent defence. You can block a kick, but you can't have your leg out just purely to defend. As Taekwondo is an attacking sport, and the attack has all been shown by Ramnarong. He leads after 2 rounds, 18-5.
Yeah, not looking ideal for Safwan in this one, and it's really unfortunate. You heard the commentator in this coverage mention the fact that he just missed out on a bronze medal back in London, and things not going too well against his Thai opponent. He's from the southwest of Sydney. We know what that part of the world is going through at the moment, a few issues. He's got a gym that he operates out of in Preston's, which is right smack bang in the middle of one of those LGAs, which have been locked down pretty harshly, so he's just got to find something incredible in this third round, which is coming right up. Just a reminder, we'll keep you up to date with the men's road race, which is ambling its way through the countryside just outside Tokyo, just under 170 k's to go. The 3 Australian riders are safely in the chasing pack of a breakaway, which they'll let them go. They're about 10 minutes in front, but they'll come back when the race gets a little more serious. For now, though, let's get back to Safwan Khalil, thanks to the 7 Network.
Points gap to work at any point in this third round. If Ramnarong gets 20 points ahead, the contest is over. So a lot more attacking intent from Safwan Khalil. Obviously, he's going to leave his defences open, and Ramnarong's just going to kick the trunk as he's been doing all the way through this contest. 15 points the difference. I think Khalil maybe needs to hone his kicking technique a little bit more. I know that a local Sydney soccer team, the Beecroft Wombats, are watching this bout and cheering him on. Maybe they'll get him down to the Cheltenham Oval and teach him some kicking skills. Certainly needs to bring those out in the remaining 77 seconds of this bout. He's got a point there from Ngam John as his opponent goes to ground, but he's 14 points adrift. Tries the spinning kick. Ramnarong, I think, is going to pick him off. He can see that his opponent's got to come at him. I can see some spinners coming. Almost a bit of a clutch. You're not allowed to clutch onto your opponent. Khalil, 45 seconds to go. He's got it all to do. He's going to need some Hail Marys here. But Ramnarong, a canny fighter, and he's taken an accidental blow to the nose, or to the eye. 37 seconds to go. There's a challenge here from the Aussie coach. Let's see what Safwan Khalil's coach has come up with here. 15 points adrift with 36 seconds to go. It seems to be a hopeless cause. What can he possibly have brought out here? There was the accidental contact to the face. Maybe he's saying that it was a legitimate kick to the head, which would give Safwan Khalil a couple of points. Or was it... it was just a little... It was contact with the face, but involuntary. Not quite sure what the coach is hoping to get out of this. No. So, the challenge is lost, unsuccessful. 15 points the difference. They're going to have to be some spinning head kicks from Khalil, but Ramnarong is going to showcase some kicks of his own.
referee pulls them apart. It's a gamjong for pulling, but Ramnarong won't mind that, and he'll quite happily give up a point every 5 or 10 seconds. He's got 6 gamjongs in the bag. He extends his lead with another kick to the trunk. Goes back to the well. That's been his go-to point-scoring shot. Has a quick look at the clock. 16 points the difference. And there it is. The Thai fighter, the number 10 seed, Ramnarong Sarek Wihari, is through. 23 points to 7.
Yeah, it's unfortunate for Safwan Khalil, but heavily defeated in that bout in the Taekwondo, the men's flyweight, 58 kilos. We might go back to the road race after we take a quick break here on SEN. You're with day one coverage of the Tokyo Olympics, all thanks to Mates, award-winning Aussie service and Abota's Tidal music subscription included on selected mobile plans, and also Zero online accounting to help you do business, but better. Back in a moment with the bikes.
Sportscraft, the official supplier of both the Australian athletes and SEN's call team ceremony uniforms.
Werribee Kia is Australia's #1 selling Kia dealership. They make buying cars easy. Get the My22 Serato hatch or sedan from $25,990 drive away, or the all-new Kia Niro hybrid and electric from $41,990 drive away. There's also over 200 used cars and utes in stock with their biggest clearance sale ever on all makes and models. Plus, they pay top dollar for trade-ins, any make and model. Werribee Kia, Old Geelong Road, Hoppers Crossing, or werribeekia.com.au. LMCT 114.
Hi, Jared Waitley here. Us Aussies, we're a patriotic bunch, and we love supporting our own, which is why I'm with Red Energy. It feels good to support a 100% Australian-owned company and know I'll be looked after by a customer service team who are based right here. I love having Red Energy on my team, and I reckon you will too. Red Energy, that's real Aussie energy.
SEN's day session coverage of the Olympic Games 2020 for Tyre Power. Get the power of Australia's biggest independent tyre retailer. Book online at Tyre Power now.
Yeah, welcome back. SEN's Olympic coverage, thanks to Rebel Sport. Sporting dreams start at rebelsport.com. Adam Peacock with you, producer Dan in the studio as well. Back to the men's road race in a minute. We just saw that Safwan Khalil, Dan, is out.
Yes.
But he's not out.
He's not.
So if his Thai opponent makes the final, he gets another go through the repechage.
Oh.
It's a weird old system.
Interesting way to do it.
Yeah. All these sports have these different kind of quirks and twists and turns and different ways of doing things. That's how things operate when it comes to Taekwondo. The football, how good were the Matildas and the Ollie Rouge double?
Ollie Rouge especially. I was flicking between that and the NRL on Thursday night, but great to see Ollie Rouge win. Matildas great as well on Wednesday.
Yeah, Matildas beat New Zealand 2-1, a little closer than it really needed to be. Be interesting to see what Tony Gustafsson does with his side for this match against Sweden. Only 3 days between games. There's only smaller squads of 18 in Olympics, even though they changed the rules before the Olympics with football to include 4 standby players if there are injuries because of COVID situations and the like. So if a player drops out, they can bring someone in instead of just going down to bare bones. But Sweden, we drew 0-0 with them in Kalmar just over a month ago in a lead-up game. We were second best on that occasion. Sweden shocked everyone with their first game against USA, World Cup champions, obliterated them in the first half. It was 3-0 at half-time. Yep. So the Swedes will be a much sterner task for the Matildas. But, team selections, I'll be fascinated to see if any changes he makes, Tony Gustafsson.
How do you see the Matildas going in the whole tournament?
I'd be surprised if they medalled.
Okay.
But I'd be happily surprised.
Yeah, yes.
I just think the depth, especially with these European countries in women's football, they have improved out of sight in the last 5 years. A lot of development being put in. They've got serious. You've seen the English clubs some of the big English Premier League clubs in the men's get behind their women's team. Sam Kerr, she's got an all-star cast with her at Chelsea. For instance, Barcelona have really poured some money into their women's football team. So Spain are an improving prospect. Germany is so good at women's football. The Netherlands, also Sweden. The power shift away from, say, the United States and, say, Japan is more centralised now towards Europe. At the moment, we've still got a very, very good crop of Australian women's footballers. And the men's, they take on Spain. Now, that is going to be a tough task because the Spanish team have about 6 or 7 players from the European Championships. The real stuff. This is an under-23s competition. Interesting, the men's. You know why they're under-23s?
No.
They went, I think it was 88. FIFA decided, hang on a minute, this is starting to gain a bit of traction and become a little too close to what we regard as our little
I can imagine
cash cow, and one of prestige, the World Cup. So they decided, they told FIFA, you can still have a competition, but it's got to be under 23s. I think the IOC went back, well, hang on a minute, what about some of the stars? And they go, okay, you can have 3 overage players. Interestingly, Graham Arnold only went with 1 overage player.
Any reason why?
Mitchell Duke. A lot of players decided not to. They've changed clubs. Like Matt Leckie, for instance, I know that they wanted Matt Leckie involved, the Socceroos captain, but he is changing lifestyles. He's changing hemispheres from Germany, and he's coming down here to play for Melbourne City next A-League season. So it was really difficult for Graham Arnold to find a player, and a lot of players shifting clubs. I think Jackson Irvine was on his radar, but he went to a club in Germany. It's unfair to take a player out of a club situation. So, it's a tough task for Australia, but wow, what a result against Argentina. So good to watch, and hopefully they play the similar style, just without fear, really. Go at other teams. Don't just sit back and soak and try and play without the ball. Spain will be better than Argentina.
I think so.
Much better than Argentina. So that's what's on the way in the next couple of days with the football tonight on 7. You can catch it, and we'll cover it here on SEN's coverage of the Tokyo Olympics. 6:30 is kickoff at Saitama Stadium, one of the big stadiums just in the northern suburbs of Tokyo, with Australia taking on Sweden in the women's footballers. Women's football, go the Matildas. We've got so much on our plate this afternoon on SEN. The rowing is done for the day. We've back to the men's road race shortly. Gymnastics, we'll keep you up to date with what's going on there. John had a win, by the way.
Yes, he did. Well done.
Millmania. So he is through. He got past his Italian opponent, the young Italian Lorenzo Massetti, who is a player on the rise. He's a very good player, 19-year-old though, so better days ahead for him. But John Millman is through to the next round of the men's singles of the tennis event. Back in a moment with plenty more on SEN.
Sportscraft, the official supplier of both the Australian athletes and SEN's call team ceremony uniforms.
Sportscraft are the official formal uniform supply for the Australian Olympic team in Tokyo as they go for gold. For your own podium finish style, discover the latest Sportscraft collection of men's clothing, including relaxed shirting, classic jackets, warm coats and chinos. All perfectly curated to bring quality, style and versatility to your wardrobe. Sportscraft, we are Team Australia. Discover the latest menswear collection online at sportscraft.com.au.
Sustained performance in footy is more than just one great game. It's about playing consistently, game after game, season after season. It's the same with your super. Because if you're with Host Plus, you're the super fund with a history of long-term top performance. Host Plus, we go with you.
This is general advice only. Consider the relevant Host Plus PDS available at hostplus.com.au before deciding if Host Plus is appropriate for you. Past performance is not a reliable indicator of future performance.
SEN's day session coverage of the Olympic Games 2020 for Tyre Power. Get the power of Australia's biggest independent tyre retailer. Look online at Tyre Power now.
Yeah, and also thanks to Xero online accounting to help you do business but better. You're with Adam Peacock on SEN. throughout Australia on the app. Gymnastics, we've got a young Australian in action. It's the qualification for the individual apparatus, Tyson Bull, on the horizontal bar and the parallel bars. So we'll keep you up to date with Tyson. He's in action at about 3:30 Eastern time. But let's get back to the men's road race because the peloton is trying to close down this breakaway. They're not too fussed about it at the moment. None of the big guns are in the breakaway. The three Australians in the race, Luke Durbridge, Lucas Hamilton and also Richie Port, are well entrenched in this chasing pack. The peloton, the main peloton, there's 160 Ks to go. Back to Anna Mears, Scott McGrory and also Phil Liggett.
The reserve road rider for Dan said no, I won't be stepping in. Tristan is actually the reserve mountain bike rider for Namibia, and he got the call up to start the road race today. So yeah, interesting circumstances for a lot of athletes at these games, none the least Tristan Delane.
That explains why he has gone on the attack, because while he's been focusing on mountain biking, he doesn't think he's got a great chance here, so why not show his face? Show his face to the world, get off the front of the peloton, so good on him for having a crack.
Well, I'm sorry to hear about Dan. I didn't actually know that. And then Dan's a pretty good friend from Namibia. 9 times he's been the road race champion of Namibia, and far and away the best bike rider in Namibia. But he's spent a lot of his time helping develop the younger cyclists, because he wants to see, he loves his country, but he loves the sport. He wants to see the Namibian riders represented in the world events. He'd be pretty happy seeing Tristan at the moment trying to bridge that gap.
Well, that intel coming from Robbie McEwen, of all people, who's tuned in and says hello to everyone.
Dan Martin back at the group here, Phil. So Dan Martin, another rider that had a up and down Tour de France. He was trying to go for a couple of stages, wasn't able to pull them off with the form that we have seen in the past. And again, this is a circuit that would have suited the Dan Martin at his best. Just not too sure where he's at right now, though.
There he is, handing his bottle back. Well done, Dan. Commissaires, race referees will love you for that. Saves you getting disqualified, of course. And call the car back. You've got to get rid of your bag now. Dan Martin is, don't discount Dan Martin as getting a medal by the end of this race, because this course will suit him. He's very happy. He's had a nice steady Tour de France. He could be ready for this race today. What a view that is. Racing down by the rivers, which is what lies ahead that would strike fear into the hearts of anybody riding in this direction. It's the climbs of Mount Fuji. Just about shaping out in the distance. Bit of heat haze up there, a little bit of cloud hangs and the peaks come through the cloud. But a stunning circuit. And it's understandable why people say that cycling has become so popular on television, because you get to see the nice views.
Yes, and a lot of the nice views we will be treated to today, the Mikunu Pass, Kagasaka Pass, all very famous for hiking trails. Obviously, a lot of people like to get up into the countryside that is offered here in Japan. And, there's a series of trails that go for kilometres that thousands of people trek to each year. These guys won't be going off-road. They will be sticking to the bitumen on this occasion, but we will be treated to that gorgeous scenery.
Well, we hope they won't be going off-road, because, of course, some of the descents are quite tricky, and the producer must be listening to our words, because here's a nice track of the event at the moment. 9.6 kilometres behind is the Chase 1, and 11 kilometres behind is the peloton. Whichever way you look at it, that is a long way behind the leaders at the moment. It should be controllable, of course, with the climbs that lie ahead. The peloton has taken all that into account. We get down to the Fuji Raceway a couple of times before the actual finish, so they'll get a good gauge there as to the deficit. Tristan Delanga, he's moved away from the peloton, nice and steady, good tempo by himself on the climbs, enjoying his Saturday out in Tokyo and its surrounds. Didn't want to be with anybody. He wanted a nice, peaceful, quiet ride by himself.
Somewhat typical of a mountain biker. It's often like that. Once they get into the forest, they're out there on their own. It's almost as if it's an individual time trial for the mountain biking discipline. And perhaps not enjoying himself too much out in front like that, but he'll be joined by the peloton in a few more kilometres. I think the pace really has started to come up. We can see the evidence of that with the peloton really strung out, the Spanish team moving towards the front as well. We can see the red colours of Denmark, Kasper Askerman also up there. He's had an incredible season winning the Tour of Flanders earlier this year, and also the E3 Harlebecker, so another very difficult race. Not quite the similar type of race of this with the long climbs that we see here in Tokyo, but he really has had some great form. Jakob Fuglsang, his teammate from Denmark, silver medalist from 5 years ago now. Interesting story with him, Phil, because he really is focusing on this race, trying to come away with another medal. He would love to win gold. He's a former mountain biker himself, and the Tour de France, he didn't have a very happy time and blamed having his COVID vaccine injection as to why he may have felt a little bit off throughout those 3 weeks. And interesting, I hadn't heard that before, and if that is the case, let's just hope that the last week or so freshening up, and he didn't finish the tour, chose to pull out of it to try and freshen up for this. Hopefully that has rectified him and he's feeling much better in the legs now.
This is Sorry, Phil.
No, you're right, it is Luxembourg. Carry on.
Luxembourg's Kevin Genetz here on the back, putting his hand up, indicating he's looking for his team car. Just setting up to do up the jersey. I noticed a lot of the riders now, with the pace picking up, are starting to do up their jerseys, whereas before, riding around unzipped, quite comfortable. And tempo certainly has changed as a result of the Slovenians getting on the front. Roglic still there, and Avermaet sitting tight on his wheel from Belgium, defending Olympic champion, performing the role here of domestique. And we discussed that a little bit earlier. This is a unique sport in that it is awarded as an individual result, but they do ride in team format.
Pogacar just enjoying his ride, concentrating there. He has those rounded shoulders and always rides with his hands on the left and right brake levers. Always looks relaxed, happy enough to just wait and see how it develops.
Janssen from Denmark. Talk about Jakob Fuglsang sitting in behind him with a red helmet in the Danish colours there as well. So the silver medalist from 5 years ago now. There's Alejandro Valverde, 41 years of age, former world champion from 2018. And what a career he has had. Such a dominant force in these one-day races, the Grand Tours as well. After winning that world championship, finally, because he has been 7 times a medalist at the World Championships, Valverde, riding for Spain, and 11 times in the top 10. He's won the Tour of Spain, he's been 3rd in the Tour de France, and he's been 9 times in the top 3 of those 3-week Grand Tours. But at the age of 41, it would be miraculous if he could come away with the win here on such a difficult course.
It will be absolutely lovely for Spain as well. Well, there's some 80 kilometres into the Olympic Games road race. There's still a lot of thinking to do, and also a lot of cycling. They're still 9 kilometres behind the leaders on the road.
Yeah, they're like, at the moment, this main pack of the peloton, it's like the crew that, get up early on a Sunday morning and just cycle their way around, grab a coffee and then keep going. There's no real urgency, and fair enough too, having a look at some of these hills on the 7 coverage that are to come. It's like big gulp. Let's try and get over them and get over them as quickly as possible, and we know it's going to hurt. So, yeah, we'll keep you across the men's road race. They're called, it's a great commentary team that they've assembled there at 7 with Scott McGrory, who's a fantastic gold medalist from the Sydney Olympics, and Anna Mears, who's multiple gold medalist, the complete legend of Australian sport, and Phil Liggett, one of the greatest broadcasters in all of time. So we'll get back to them throughout the afternoon. The men's artistic gymnastics has started as well. The badminton, unfortunately, Somerville and Luang, the Australian mixed doubles partnership, they've fallen to their Indonesian opponents in the mixed doubles. They took the first game 22-20, but the Indonesians came back and won game 2 and 3. So that's the badminton. We had a good result in the table tennis earlier. We've got more table tennis happening throughout the afternoon as well. Jian Feng Lei beat her Cuban opponent in the women's singles 4-zip. The hockey, Australia 5, Japan 3, and the hockey is thanks to the Club Finder. Check the Hockey Australia Club Finder and play. Just search that up on your search engines. The softball, Australia got belted by Canada 7-1. Unfortunately, Australia really need a result tomorrow against Team USA. And the men's cycling road race will update you on the rowing and everything else that is going on. You're with the Olympic coverage here from Tokyo on SEN. All thanks to Mate Communications award-winning service NBN from just $59.
Sportscraft reckon our Aussie athletes look like winners? Find your own podium finish style. Discover the latest Sportscraft collection.
Hi, I'm Charlie from Red Energy. The Australian-made logo is a true mark of Australian authenticity. So, for Red Energy to be certified to use the famous green and gold Australian-made logo, well, it's fair to say it's something we're pretty proud of. Here at Red, we're owned by the mighty Snowy Hydro, and that makes us 100% Australian. We're also based right here, so our team really understands your needs. So, if supporting Australian means something to you, switch to Red today. Call 131 806.
Attention! Lloyd's Auctions are holding a massive classic car online auction this weekend, including Australian, American and European classics, featuring Glenn Seaton's championship-winning Ford Falcon EL, Russell Ingall's Castrol V8 supercar, low-kilometre HSV GDSR and more, all starting at $1 at Australia's greatest auction house. Bid now. Also on offer, Ford Mustang Mach-1, Valiant Pacer, Shelby Fairmont, XP Falcon X Police, VL Walkinshaw Group A, Monaros, Jaguars, Porsche and Ferraris. Bid now or call now to put your classic car into our next record-breaking auction.
To celebrate 50 years of Macca's, we're bringing back the custard pie and introducing a new birthday McFlurry. Creamy custard pie pieces mixed in with caramel fudge and sprinkles, but only for a limited time. Available after 10:30am.
A start. That's all it takes. It doesn't matter when, or where, or how. Just start. With the biggest range and the best brands, sporting dreams start at Rebel. Sport is calling.
Werribee Kia is Australia's #1 selling Kia dealership. They make buying cars easy. Get the My22 Serato hatch or sedan from $25,990 drive away, or the all-new Kia Niro hybrid and electric from $41,990 drive away. There's also over 200 used cars and utes in stock with their biggest clearance sale ever on all makes and models. Plus, they pay top dollar for trade-ins, any make and model. Werribee Kia, Old Geelong Road, Hoppers Crossing or werribeekia.com.au. LMCT 114.
SEN's day session coverage of the Olympic Games 2020 for Tyre Power. Get the power of Australia's biggest independent tyre retailer. Book online at Tyre Power now.
Yeah, we're back, and thanks to Tyre Power and also Tempur, the Tempur text machine. Great mattresses like no other. Text in 0457 736 736. Brought you up to date before about some of the other events. The shooting, the men's 10-metre air pistol, just about to happen. The qualification for that, Daniel Repiccioli will be involved from an Australian perspective, and also the women's 10-metre air rifle, the first event which we got a gold medal out of. It went to China, silver to Russia, or the Russia Olympic Committee, and bronze to Switzerland, the two Australian competitors in that. Missed out on qualifying for the final, Elise Collier and Katerina Kalplos. The men's hockey, mentioned before, 5-3 over Japan. They play India tomorrow, the men's in the hockey. Table tennis, Melissa Tapper and Hemming Hu in the mixed doubles in the table tennis. They unfortunately fell to their French opponents 4-0. Melissa Tapper actually is competing in the singles as well, and the Paralympics. So talented table tennis player. She'll hope for better luck when it comes to the singles. So for now, let's get back to the men's road race. Thanks to Seven, you're with the SEN coverage of the Olympics. Thanks to Mate, award-winning Aussie service NBN from just $59. Let's be mates.com.au. Let's get back to Anime's Scott McGrory and Phil Liggett.
Just how far Geraint Thomas can go, Scott, but just have a look at these at the fall again. I think we can show you it again now. This was a crazy crash.
Just in the middle of the road there as well, you can see a bit of a gap between the right and left-hand side, and it's Theo Gegenhardt from GB that is the first man down. Geraint Thomas, he's gone over the top, and there was also Mulbacher, Ciccone from Italy as well. So there's Mulbacher from Austria, and then the two riders from Great Britain, Theo Gegenhardt, winner of the Tour of Italy last year, Geraint Thomas, former winner of the Tour de France, and it's so unfortunate for Geraint. We've seen him crash so many times, and that one didn't look as if it was his fault. He's again gone over the top of someone else, but he's on the deck, and we see him with torn-up clothing so often. It's such a shame. 4 riders in that team. They certainly were one of the favoured nations, and now 2 riders on the deck and trying to scramble to get back to this peloton.
It just doesn't take much for a clip of the wheel to just derail someone's preparation and someone's race, and in this case, one of the race favourites in Geraint Thomas. And we've seen the race being so slow so far. There's just a lapse of attention. I think it was Mollberger from Austria that clipped the wheel first and went down. Gago Hagen from Great Britain going over the top of him. Geraint Thomas would have obviously been with his teammate. As we see here, the Trang from Namibia, he's the man caught in no man's land between the lead break peloton and the peloton. And it's certainly scenes we don't like to see at all, but it is familiar scenes for road racing.
But it's so unfortunate that Geraint Thomas always seems to be the man involved in the falls, and sadly it happened in the Tour de France. They had to relocate his right shoulder when he crashed a couple of days into the Tour, and they did it on the spot, and he finished the Tour de France, but boy, he was in pain for 2 or 3 days as well. And you know, I think the riders that gambling is paying off, because that breakaway is riding itself out of the race, because we've dropped 2 riders now from the breakaway. Paul Dumont, I think, was the rider who's also come back. This is behind the race at the moment, and Theo Gegenhardt here is trying to get to Geraint Thomas back. His arms are cut up.
And Phil, if you remember last year's Tour of Italy, Geraint Thomas was focusing on racing for the overall classification in that and crashed out as well. There was a stray water bottle one of the riders threw off the road that rolled back into the middle of the peloton. One rider hit it, and it was Geraint Thomas. Went down and crashed out of that race last year. Nasty injury again at Tour de France this year. We've seen it so many times in the past. It's really unfortunate, and often not his own fault. If you could say that, look, his bike handling skills aren't that good and he keeps crashing because of it, but that's not the case in this situation. Or at the Tour de France, the Tour of Italy last year, Tour de France, perhaps this time he did hit a speed bump, so it may have been rider error. But this time, he's just gone over the top of his teammate, Theo Gegenhardt, also Mollberger from Austria. So a real shame. Let's hope that he's not out of contention now and can at least continue and play a role, because he still has the Yates brothers to ride for, Simon and Adam for GB. They are really top favourites for today.
And they're the 2 left in the main peloton. But you know what's also concerning me is both of those British riders threw away their drinking bottles. Not to spectators, just threw them away. And that rule is being strictly enforced this year by the race referees. If they've seen that, the penalty could be disqualification. It's happened already this year.
They are also talking about, and they have been informed, the riders, that they will do a 2-kilometre limit to motor pacing behind your own team car to come back from a mechanical mishap or a crash. I'm not sure how strict they're going to be with that, but we already know that they've been behind their team car for more than 2 kilometres in this chase to try and get back. They're not gaining an advantage over anybody else. They've been on the deck, they're injured, they're hurt, just trying to get back to an even pegging with the rest of the field. They were told 2 kilometres maximum behind their own team car, so let's hope that that doesn't play a part in this as well.
It looks as though Grosser has also been dropped now from this breakaway. He's joined Dumont at the back of that break, so we're thinning out quite quickly now with that leading group. I think there's probably 4 left up front, maybe 5. This is the man in no man's land, and this is the peloton. Just the fact they are there, they're cracking that breakaway now.
Still the same 2 nations on the front, Slovenia and Belgium, but only one rider from each of those nations. So not an enormous amount of pressure on the peloton just yet. It's just making sure, although at the back there is some pressure on Geraint Thomas, you can just see the blood coming off that right elbow and the skin suit all torn up as well.
Geraint Thomas
down pretty heavy.
Yeah, Geraint Thomas is the only man in the field who is Olympic champion and has also won the Tour de France. His resume is to behold.
No, he's a great bike rider, and He's a Welshman, and he's held in very high standing in his country. He's going through quite smoothly at the moment. In fact, Keegan Hart's having to get himself reorganised here to go back up to Geraint Thomas. And the rider from Canada there, who he's coming up against, is Michael Woods. Now, Michael Woods, if he wanted a good outsider to win the medal here, the gold medal, I would have gone for him. And he left the Tour de France to prepare for this race, having spent some time in the leader's jersey in the King of the Mountains. Well, it was a day actually, but I am just wondering now why Michael Woods is down here. I didn't see him in the fall, did you?
I didn't see a Canadian in the crash. Certainly Ciccone from Italy was in there as well, but we only picked it up towards the end of it. It may just be, as we've seen so often in this early race, that with only 3 riders riding for Canada and the limited numbers for all of the teams, regardless of whether you have the full contingent of 5, there are only 5 nations that have 5 riders, the full quota, that they have to go back to the cars to service themselves, to go back and get their own bottles, their own nutrition, and that doesn't look as if he has crashed. There were no marks on his skid suit or on his elbows, so I think Michael may have been just popping back to the team car. It's not that difficult in a situation like this, when all the team cars are together and close, to then just make your way back through the convoy to get to the peloton. So it's not a massive disadvantage if you have to pop back into the cars for a little while.
Yes, Michael Woods, 34 years of age, actually comes from a running background and has a lot of passion for the Olympic Games and wearing those colours for Canada. And he actually is a great climber, and he says when he's on and he's feeling good, when he's dancing on the pedals, it feels like he's actually running. So I agree with you, Phil. I think he's a great outside chance for today's stage, given the climbs that are yet to come.
Absolutely, but they're almost on the peloton. There they are. So they've got themselves back in. Nice relaxed chase back rather than a desperation move as they make it. At the same time, though, just slipping away from the back of the race there is Omar Balkan from Turkey.
Well, good to see Geraint and Teo make their way back to the peloton, but you do have to wonder how much damage has been done to those bodies. And I think just the level of frustration for Geraint after so many crashes in the last couple of years.
You could see it on his face, couldn't you? You could see it. Here we go again. You could see him imagining.
Why me? Why me?
There's only so much you can take, can't you, in any circumstance?
You have to have some resilience to do this sport, Anna. You know that. Come back from injuries.
Yeah.
Know what it's all about. And Michael Woods, we're talking about Michael, he has also said that becoming a cyclist out of athletics has really changed his approach to life in particular. He used to be, as a runner, he was a very good runner and represented Canada. He has said that he felt as if he identified with the results he was getting as a runner.
So we'll just break into that coverage. We'll keep an eye on the men's road race. Geraint Thomas, the debt hole, or whatever the British team use to rectify all those grazes, is going to get a fair old workout when Geraint has hopped off his bike at the end of a really tough day. He's caught back up, which is good to see, but his lycra has been ripped to shreds. You're with SEN's Tokyo Olympics coverage, thanks to Mate, award-winning Aussie service NBN from $59. Back in a moment, we're going to have a look at the basketball with our man Nathan Brooks here at SEN, who knows everything there is to know about basketball. Back in a moment with a full preview.
Sportscraft, the official supplier of both the Australian athletes and SEN's call team ceremony uniforms.
Sustained performance in footy is more than just one great game. It's about playing consistently, game after game, season after season. It's the same with your super. Because if you're with Host Plus, you're the super fund with a history of long-term top performance. Host Plus, we go with you.
This is general advice only. Consider the relevant Host Plus PDS available at hostplus.com.au before deciding if Host Plus is appropriate for you. Past performance is not a reliable indicator of future performance.
Werribee Kia is Australia's #1 selling Kia dealership. They make buying cars easy. Get the My22 Serato hatch or sedan from $25,990 drive away, or the all-new Kia Niro hybrid and electric from $41,990 drive away. There's also over 200 used cars and utes in stock with their biggest clearance sale ever on all makes and models. Plus, they pay top dollar for trade-ins, any make and model. Werribee Kia, Old Geelong Road, Hoppers Crossing, or werribeekia.com.au. LMCT 114.
We've been there for every game, the 4 and 20 pie. When Medley overcooked it and Gregan saved that try. When Brownie takes one for the team and Bradbury skated by. This golden crusty pastry was just Taylor kicked the sky. When Ben Simmons makes a 3, we give a big high five. What future sport looks like just won't be right without a pie. Oh, what a lovely pie, me mates, a 4 and 20 pie.
If you love racing, then must listen radio is Bensley on SEN track 1593 AM. Each morning, Andrew Bensley covers the latest news from the stables and track.
Ben and JD Hayes will launch off in a matter of days.
He's the broadcaster that racing personalities, leading trainers and jockeys talk to.
Welcome, Les. Ben joins us. Morning to you, Henry.
Bensley, Monday to Thursday, 8 till 11 on Australia's home of chasing, pacing and racing. SEN track on 1593 AM, the SEN app and DAB+.
SEN's day session coverage of the Olympic Games 2020 for Tyre Power. Get the power of Australia's biggest independent tyre retailer. Book online at Tyre Power now.
Yeah, also thanks to Xero, invoicing but instantly, receipts but organised, cash flow but clearer. Try Xero for free 30 days. Search Xero, Xero. Adam Peacock with you throughout the afternoon here on SEN on the app. And thanks to Tempur Text Machine as well. Keep the text coming. Tempur Text Machine is helping us out throughout the afternoon. And we're going to talk a bit of basketball now, just breaking away from the men's road race, which just has a lazy 150 Ks to go right now. Nathan Brooks, producer of the Drive Show in Sydney here on SEN, is a basketball, anorak, basically. He loves his basketball. And Brooksy joins us right now for a little preview of how the Boomers and perhaps the Opals as well are going to go in this elite fields in the men's and women's. How are you, mate?
Yeah, good. Thanks for having us. Debut. Olympic debut.
The debut for N. Brooks' Olympic debut. No, Boomers first up, mate. No Ben Simmons, but it looks like a really even squad across the 12 we've got there. Is there many weaknesses? Because there looks to be some real strengths there, that players that complement each other really well.
I think what we saw in the warm-up games over in Vegas has got us pretty excited. I think it's very much a tight unit. You can tell without Benny Simmons there, we were thinking this could ruin our medal chances. But I think from what we've seen against the US, against Nigeria and against Argentina, we have a very good squad. So there's a couple of young guys in there that I'm keen to keep an eye on. Matisse Thybulle.
So he came in for Simmons. Was he the not the direct replacement in terms of game style, but he was like in because Simmons dropped out?
He gets a bit more game time without Simmons being there. Defensive expert, really. In college, set records for deflections, blocks, steals at Washington. He comes in.
Just a pest at one end of the court.
Yeah, and he's basically going to give us 20, 30 minutes at the most, guarding some of our opponents' best players, which is key. It's FIBA rules. It's 10-minute quarters. Defense is going to be key, and that's something that we had at the World Cup where we just fell short of a medal. We got fourth.
Again.
I know. There's been a lot of fourths in Olympics.
Bloody Lithuania. Are they in it? No, they're not.
They're not. No.
Yeah, thankfully. How many times have they stuffed us up in that bronze medal match?
I know. Well, you look at the teams, and we'll go through some of them. There's a few omissions. You don't have Croatia, you don't have Serbia, you don't have Lithuania, who have been very good at World Cup and Olympic levels. So it's there to be had for the Aussies. I had a look at the odds overseas, which I think is a good idea of where we sit. We're actually second. In odds.
Wow.
Most of the bookies in the US. So we should medal.
When you say FIBA rules, how are they different to watching an NBA game?
So the 3-point line is shorter. There's 2 less minutes in a quarter. So it's basically what we see in the NBL. Where you can play the ball off the rim. So if there's a loose ball on the rim, it can be knocked off.
Which is a good rule.
Yeah. And it comes down to having athletic bigs that can get up there and challenge rebounds.
So the Australia's the Boomers group, Germany. I'm presuming there's no Dirk Nowitzki still.
No, he's just out. He was going to play, Ben.
Italy, Nigeria. Giannis Antetokounmpo isn't going back to the country.
No, he's Greece.
He's definitely Greece, and they're not there.
And that's great that he's not there because he sort of had a good game 6 the other day.
All the brothers as well.
So I think we should get through this group unscathed. We obviously played Nigeria. They've got 8 NBA players, and Mike Brown, the assistant coach of the Warriors,
the old Cleveland coach.
He's coaching Nigeria. So they showed a bit of promise. They did well against the US in the warm-up, so they could be a team to challenge. Germany are out without their best player, arguably Dennis Schroeder, Laker. He's a free agent, so I think that might have played a part in him not going. Well, there's 2 NBA players there. Isaac Bonga, who was a Lakers draft pick, who's now at the Wizards, and Mo Wagner. His brother is actually going to be a lottery pick in the NBA draft. So Moses Sislak. Franz Wagner, I think his name is. So we escaped a quality player not being in the team there. And Italy have Danilo Gallinari, who had quite a good playoff run with the Atlanta Hawks, and he's bounced around the league at the Knicks and the Nuggets.
Greg Popovich, the USA coach, actually, little humble brag here, but the hotel where we were staying at in London, he was staying at as part of he was working for NBC or something like that, or it might have been working with ESPN, who had a crew over there or whatever, and got in the lift, and it was a fair few floors up. So I had a really quick chat to him, and the guy loves Paddy Mills, and obviously still does, because Paddy, is he a free agent?
Yes, he is.
But he's still got the choice of maybe staying with San Antonio. I would have thought he would have moved by now, Paddy, but how good was that to see him last night charge out with the flag?
It's great. It was a bit awkward early on. Did you see it, where they were both waving the flag together, Kate and Paddy, and you sort of didn't know what was going on. They're like, should I take it or should we both do it? And then they both
Why didn't they have 2 flags?
I thought that
nation. Because you saw the Portuguese one, the dude on the Portuguese one, he nearly ripped the hinges off the woman's shoulders because they obviously had a pact to just jump around with it as much as possible. Yeah. But he was a little more forceful than she was, and she was being thrown everywhere with the flag.
It was like did you see the Great Britain team where it was like the 7-foot sailor and 4'11" gymnast? And it was like, okay, I'll look at the top, you look at the bottom, we've got this. That was the best setup, I thought, in terms of the dual flag waving. But yeah, Group B, I think we should get through. I'm really excited to see Jock Landale. He is being touted as probably being signed by an NBA club. So this is his chance to put himself on the map internationally and potentially get an NBA contract. Yep. You got Dante Exum as well. So he was someone pre-Ben Simmons that we saw as the start of this new golden era with the young guys. Blew out his ACL in a game against New Zealand, and we haven't really seen the best of him since. Utah got rid of him.
Does the slower pace of international, when I mean slower, it's not transitional as much. No. International basketball is a lot more set plays and everything. Does that help him because the dynamism of his game has been taken away by the fact that he's had all these injuries?
Yeah, and I think he's going to come in and play good stints for the team. Like, he's not going to be asked to play 30, 35 minutes. I think he'll come in, do his job. He's a good defender as well. He's about 6'5", 6'6", so he'll be able to, if they've got Thibault and Exum as your backcourt potentially for a couple of stints, then it's going to be hard for the other team because you've got 2 defensive dynamos there. And we've got Josh Green on the roster. 20-year-old. He's at Dallas. He was, I think, the 17th pick last year. He showed some promise in the NBA. I think he's going to very much benefit from being in this team with Delly, Paddy, Aaron Baines, Joe Ingles. See, there's four of our starters right there. See how Aaron Baines gets through. He injured his knee during the warm-up game. So hopefully he can play through. I think we're a really good chance of coming out of that group undefeated.
Fair enough. The tennis, by the way, Sam Stosur has just been beaten by Elena Rybakina of Kazakhstan. Straight sets. Sam Stosur out of the women's singles. John Millman had a win earlier. Ash Barty about to play in the doubles. Get you back to the men's road race in a moment. Keep you up to date with young Tyson Bull in the gymnastics apparatus. He's on the horizontal bar and parallel bar in about an hour's time. Plenty happening at the moment. Just quickly, Brooksy, on the Americans, they're always the favourites going in the men's, but have they come back to the pack?
Yeah, I think so. From what we've seen pre-Olympics, you can tell like Nigeria and Australia knocking them off was probably alarm bells. They're getting 3 of their stars from the NBA Finals. So Drew Holiday, Chris Middleton and Devin Booker are joining the
they're
squad.
All going.
So they weren't in that squad. They're all going.
That changes things.
There's been a couple of changes with one of Pop's players, Keldon Johnson, a young Spur, and JaVale McGee coming in for, I think it was Kevin Love and Bradley Beal, who... with the health and safety protocols of COVID, he pulled out. So they're probably two guys that are going to play limited minutes. JaVale's obviously good defensively, and I think he'll really enjoy the FIBA rules in terms of the clearing the ball off the rim, can jump, that guy. His mum won gold as a US Olympian basketballer, so he's looking to emulate his mother. So France is in Group A with them. You've got Ruby Gobert, Evan Fournier, Nicolas Batum, players that you'd probably know from the NBA. They lost in Rio in the quarterfinals to Spain, so they'll be looking for a bounce back here. I think they're definitely medal material. Those two teams will go through. Czech Republic and Iran fighting out for third. You probably know Thomas Satoransky from the Bulls in that team. He'll lead them.
Yeah, by the way, those three names that you mentioned, it kind of, I said, brings them back to the pack. Well, it takes them away from the pack. I reckon Chris Middleton and Drew Holiday were fantastic in the final series. Holiday had a career game, I think, in Game 5, and Devin Booker, who can score from anywhere. He had like multiple 30-point games as well from the Phoenix Suns. So, that certainly strengthens them. The women's, all the talk for the Australian women's is all about Liz Cambage not being there with the Opals, but you get the sense out of the Opals that they're now a completely happy, settled squad. So that you counterbalance losing one of your best players, but gaining so much in team morale, it's really hard to weigh up where it's going to end up with the Opals.
Yeah, they mirror the Boomers in a sense where there's no Benny and there's no Liz now. So, I watched a little bit of the warm-up game against the US in which they beat the Team USA. Yeah. And they look very good. Like they... Again, same sort of style, like very good team unit, good defensively. Jenna O'Hay, that she's leading the team. She's been great both internationally and in Australia. She won a WNBL title with Liz this year. Yeah, I think they're in for a chance. I'd be disappointed if they don't at least get silver.
Good. I'll be disappointed too if you're wrong.
So I'm actually going. I'm going to go. I think the Boomers will get silver and the Opals will get silver, and we're both going to probably, unfortunately, lose to the US. But I'm sure we'll put up a good fight in the finals.
Hope you're right, Brooksy. Thanks for that basketball preview. No one knows more about basketball in this particular building than you, so thanks for passing on some of that intel, mate, and enjoy the Olympics. We're off to a quick break on SEN. You're with SEN's coverage of the Tokyo Olympics. Thanks to Mate, award-winning Aussie service, NBN, from just $59. letsbemates.com.au. We'll get back to the road race right after this.
Sportscraft. Reckon our Aussie athletes look like winners? Find your own podium finish style. Discover the latest Sportscraft collection.
Sustained performance in footy is more than just one great game. It's about playing consistently, game after game, season after season. It's the same with your super. Because if you're with Host Plus, you're the super fund with a history of long-term top performance. Host Plus, we go with you.
This is general advice only. Consider the relevant Host Plus PDS available at hostplus.com.au before deciding if Host Plus is appropriate for you. Past performance is not a reliable indicator of future performance.
What'd you go with for unlimited data?
Want unlimited data and top speed with your internet service? Mate, serves up award-winning all Aussie service. Get the Elite Mates Home Super Fast plan for $89 a month for the first 6 months. Mate, how good's that? Plus, get unlimited data on all internet plans, no contracts, and 1 month risk-free guarantee. What are you waiting for, mate? Choose a provider you can trust, like Mate. Visit letsbemates.com.au.
Sportscraft are the official formal uniform supply for the Australian Olympic team in Tokyo as they go for gold. For your own podium finish style, discover the latest Sportscraft collection of men's clothing, including relaxed shirting, classic jackets, warm coats and chinos. All perfectly curated to bring quality, style and versatility to your wardrobe. Sportscraft, we are Team Australia. Discover the latest menswear collection online at sportscraft.com.au.
Werribee Kia is Australia's #1 selling Kia dealership. They make buying cars easy. Get the My22 Serato hatch or sedan from $25,990 drive away, or the all-new Kia Niro hybrid and electric from $41,990 drive away. There's also over 200 used cars and utes in stock with their biggest clearance sale ever on all makes and models. Plus, they pay top dollar for trade-ins, any make and model. Werribee Kia, Old Geelong Road, Hoppers Crossing, or werribeekia.com.au. LMCT 114.
SEN's day session coverage of the Olympic Games 2020 for Tyre Power. Get the power of Australia's biggest independent tyre retailer. Book online at Tyre Power now.
Yeah, welcome back, and thanks as well to our supporters of the Tokyo Olympics coverage here on SEN of Mate, award-winning Aussie service mobile plans from just $20, and also zero invoicing but instantly, receipts but organised, cash flow but clearer. Try Zero for free, 30 days. Search Zero XERO. As mentioned before, Sam Stosur losing a first-round match at the Olympics. John Millman, though, he moved through happily. Johnny Millman, he is pumped about Brisbane staging an Olympics in 2032. Not sure that John will be still playing tennis then, but I dare say someone like him will be coaching tennis or involved in some way. Really good role model. John Millman gets the best out of what's been given to him, what he's been blessed with talent-wise, and it's good to see him doing well at the Olympics. Proud Australian athlete. Off to the men's road race again, thanks to Seven, with the commentary from Anna Mears, Scott McGrory and Phil Liggett.
And put in on as much fluid intake as possible, putting them into the back of the jersey, but there is the danger of those, when they get out of the saddle in particular, of the bottle falling out. So you've got to keep your wits about you if you're riding behind a rider that does have their bottle in the back pocket. If it falls out and you go over it, could be a Geraint Thomas moment.
Yeah. And these jerseys are so tight that the pockets sometimes aren't big enough to fit the bottles, which is why we see them so dangling there so tentatively, dangerously, which is why a lot of the riders go backs right down the back of their jersey as opposed to their pockets.
And it's also why they have 3 pockets in the back. So some companies back in the day would make 2 pockets, but if you put something heavy in one pocket, it would unbalance it and put it off to the side. So with 3 pockets, you can put something heavy like a bottle in the middle pocket so it stays perfectly balanced in your jersey.
Well, this is a lovely crowd here. Swinging around the lake, we'll break away from the lake. I think we might just have made the turn away from the lake just there, as we enter the feed point here where they can snatch those bags, and this is where they can throw off their drinking bottles as they snatch the bags and keep going. Now, interesting that Yuri Sagan has never won a road race at all, except 4 times the national road race champion of his country, and it was his brother Peter who largely helped him get those victories as well. It is quite a strange thing, and you're right, the only 4 victories he had, 4 times national road race champion, compares with his brother's 131 victories. So it's a bit of a difference there, isn't it?
There is a bit of a difference there, and nice of him to offer up 4 for his brother, as we see the leaders go through the feed zone.
He kept 7 for himself, though. he won the championship 7 times, Peter.
Who's older? Do we know who's older? Is it Peter?
It's Peter.
Yeah.
No, it's Yuri by a year.
Yeah.
Just a year.
Yeah, the lead peloton now of the breakaway, having gone through the feed zone, they've got their musette bags. In those bags would be little items of food, drinks, just different things that they may have requested, particularly from their conversations that they've had in the lead into this race. Every rider likes different little snacks that they like to have at different points in the race. Tricky for the Soigneurs, the position to actually hold those bidons and those bags. It's actually a fair skill to not faint away from the riders as they come up on them with some speed.
Well, we're looking at the peloton, and he's back. Greg Van Avermaet, the defending Olympic champion, doing sterling work for the Belgian team in the hope that one of his team, and there's 2 possibilities, can win the gold medal at the end. Still 137 kilometres left to ride, and I said it before, but the serious hills are still ahead.
Yeah, they are. Phil Liggett knows a thing or two about what the setup of a race is in the first half of it, but they're approaching the halfway mark of that event. The men's road race, a brutal event, especially in 33-degree heat, probably humidity approaching the 80% mark, and they've had a bit of rain there to make the bitumen a bit slippery as well, just to throw it in there as well, just to throw a little another random aspect to trying to get around on a tiny little bike with about 300 other people around you on tiny little bikes trying to go as quickly as possible. That's the men's road race. We'll be with that, dipping in and out throughout the afternoon here on SEN. Hope you're enjoying our coverage. Thanks to Mate, award-winning Aussie service NBN from just $59. Let's be mates.com.au. Back in a little moment.
Sportscraft, the official supplier of both the Australian athletes and SEN's call team ceremony uniforms.
Sustained performance in footy is more than just one great game. It's about playing consistently, game after game, season after season. It's the same with your super. Because if you're with Host Plus, you're the super fund with a history of long-term top performance. Host Plus, we go with you.
This is general advice only. Consider the relevant Host Plus PDS available at hostplus.com.au before deciding if Host Plus is appropriate for you. Past performance is not a reliable indicator of future performance.
Attention Melbourne! Lloyd's Auctions are holding a massive classic car auction online in Melbourne this weekend, including Australian, American and European classics, featuring Glenn Seaton's championship-winning Ford Falcon EL, Russell Ingall's Castrol V8 supercar, low-kilometre HSV GTSR and more, all starting at $1 at Melbourne's greatest auction house. Bid now. Also on offer, Ford Mustang Mach-1, Valiant Pacer, Shelby Fairmont, XP Falcon X Police, VL Walkinshaw Group A, Monaros, Jaguars, Porsche and Ferraris. Bid now or call now to put your classic car into our next record-breaking auction.
Werribee Kia is Australia's #1 selling Kia dealership. They make buying cars easy. Get the My22 Serato hatch or sedan from $25,990 drive away, or the all-new Kia Niro hybrid and electric from $41,990 drive away. There's also over 200 used cars and utes in stock with their biggest clearance sale ever on all makes and models. Plus, they pay top dollar for trade-ins, any make and model. Werribee Kia, Old Geelong Road, Hoppers Crossing or werribeekia.com.au. LMCT 114.
Gazy, as an Aussie athlete, you did it all. Carrying the flag for Australia has to be right up there.
Well, Jared, it was an amazing honour.
And if scores are close, who should we rely on in the last 5 minutes?
These days, G, always Tyre Power. A quick, free 5-minute tyre safety check at Tyre Power and you're on your way to a podium finish, G. Protecting your family on the roads is more important than any medal.
Tyre Power, Aussie owned and operated. Your trusted tyre experts. tyrepower.com.au.
SEN's day session coverage of the Olympic Games 2020 for Tyre Power. Get the power of Australia's biggest independent tyre retailer. Book online at Tyre Power now.
Yeah, welcome back, and thanks to Tyre Power and also Mate, award-winning Aussie service NBN from just $59 and zero online accounting, invoicing but instantly, receipts but organised, cash flow but clearer. Try Xero for free, 30 days, search Xero, Xero. The swimming starts tonight. We'll have all the heats here live on SEN. Thanks to the coverage on the 7 Network as well. Sports Illustrated has predicted Australia to win 6 gold, 12 silver and 2 bronze at least. The person who did the preview on Sports Illustrated, they've got a relative swimming in the women's 4x200 free, so they neglected to tip in that one, given the obvious bias there. But, that'll be a handy return. 20 medals from the pool, according to Sports Illustrated, who have analysed all the times, the breakdown. It's not gospel that they will win 20 medals, but 6 gold to Australia, according to Sports Illustrated, including Elijah Winnington in the 400 free tomorrow at about midday, and the women's 4x100 relay. They are not unbackable favourites, but they are very much the liked option when it comes to that particular event, given we've got the 4 fastest swimmers in the world this year in the 100-metre freestyle combining for the 4x100 relay. So it's all a bit of guesswork, but seeing how it all works here with the swimming, it all starts tonight. The heats will get underway. Let's get back to the men's road race, which is ambling through the flat the low-lying areas around these hills are about to start climbing, I think, these riders. The men's road race, back to the 7 commentary team, Scott McGrory, Anna Mears and Phil Liggett.
Harmony between this group of 5, and they are still about 17 minutes out in front of the peloton, and the peloton has been led by only 2 nations, but 2 individual riders from each of those nations. So one rider from Slovenia, Tatnik, and also Greg van Avermaet, the defending champion from the Rio Olympic Games for Belgium. So Slovenia and Belgium are the 2 nations that have decided to put 2 riders on the front of the peloton to make sure that this gap doesn't blow out any more than it already has. We've only had the 1 climb so far, out the Doshi Road, and we're on our way towards the Fuji, or the outskirts of Mount Fuji, the lower slopes of Mount Fuji, with a very big climb to come. And we would expect, Anna, for this gap to start really coming down as we get onto this next big climb as they go on the lower slopes of Mount Fuji.
Yeah, even though there's some good harmony now in front with those 5 riders working well together. We see Tatnik and Greg Van Avermaet of Belgium doing the pacemaking on the front of the peloton. The pace has come up quite significantly. You can see that they're strung out. The attitude of the peloton has changed significantly. The facial expressions are no longer smiling and waving to the cameras. Their focus is on now pulling that time gap back, because the biggest climbs we're about to see are Fuji. We've also got Mekanu Pass, where we do anticipate this race to be super animated.
And we have seen one nasty incident so far as well. So 2 riders from the one country, Great Britain, unfortunately for them, they saw Theo Gegenhardt and also Geraint Thomas go down. And Thomas, former Tour de France champion from 2018, would have been one of the outside favourites for this title here today. Just don't know what his form is like, because he dislocated his shoulder in the first week of the Tour de France. And as we see Richie Porte being led by Luke Durbridge just coming through the picture. So it's the only real incident we have seen, but it looked a bit nasty. Geraint Thomas, his blood streaming down his right elbow, his jersey is all torn open. You can see the skin that's off in his shoulder on his back as well. So Gegenhardt and Geraint Thomas in a little bit of trouble from that crash. They both are back in the peloton, and hopefully the damage isn't too much. We also saw Giulio Ciccone also go down in that crash, but he was very quickly back into the peloton for Italy.
And you can just see in the background there the bottom slopes of Mount Fuji. It is looming large. Riders will be able to see that. And as you could see, the riders, just the camera panning back through the peloton, started to see some organisation of all the nations lining up against each other or with each other. And that sends a strong signal that we're about to see moves made, moves covered, riders wanting to get to the front, so they're up front and out of trouble by the time they get to these climbs.
Well, Denny's not short for Dennis. This is in fact Denmark, and this is Jasper Asgreen here, who is just sitting off the back of the peloton, but I can assure you he's not tired. He had a great Tour de France, and he'll be relishing the rest of this race and also the time trial, which is on Wednesday.
And a great season so far, Phil.
Yes, brilliant classic season, absolutely brilliant classic season. And the peloton are running around the edge here of Lake Yamanaka, and very shortly they'll break to the right of it and leave it behind as we start the next climb. Still Van Avermaet. If you're with us from the start this morning, Van Avermaet was the pacemaker and stayed that way for at least an hour. Took time out, went and had a drink at the back of the field and came back to the front, and he's been there ever since. He is the defending champion, but by the way he's riding, he's clearly thinking of the 2 likely possibilities of medalists for Belgium, which would be Remco Evenepoel and Wout van Aert, star of the Tour de France this year.
Just under 130 kilometres to go, just over 100 kilometres race. Plus they did have the 10 kilometres of neutralisation, so it wasn't too difficult for them at all to cruise along in that first part. But that then blows the race out over 240 kilometres. The conditions are very sticky in Tokyo at the moment. We saw riders sweat dripping off their noses before they even took to the start line. So they were very nervous before the start to make sure they hydrated enough. And in the early runnings of this race, they were drinking so much water going back to the team cars. And this is the first rider from the breakaway that got dropped, finally coming back to the peloton now.
Yeah, it's Aykin Azadov from Azerbaijan. He's had a long day. He's been out in front for more than 100 kilometres, 106. And that's going to tell when we get to the next climb. I doubt very much he'll go much further than the finishing line first time around, which is still a little way away. We passed through the finish. 171 kilometres done into the race. We'll see the finish again at 189 kilometres done. And the next time after that they see it is the finish.
Just got a glimpse then of the Australian trio, and we were eligible to have 4 riders on the start. Rowan Dennis, in discussions with the coaching staff, he was actually willing to ride. He was okay with being in there and helping the riders at least early in the race, but he was advised not to take to the start line because he is one of the absolute favourites for the time trial in a couple of days. And with a quick turnaround from a race this long and this difficult in these humid conditions, they just did think that it might take a little bit too much out of him and lessen his chances to race for gold. So we'll look forward to seeing Rowan in the time trial in a couple of days. But that leaves Luke Durbridge, Lucas Hamilton and Richie Port looking very splendid in their yellow jerseys, Phil. Fantastic, and they were just coming towards the front as well. There was a lot of
building up.
Yeah, a lot of relaxed riders early on, wasn't there? Big favourites going down towards the back, laughing and joking and waving at the cameras. That really has changed now. The configuration of the peloton is much more serious than it was earlier today.
That's because we're getting into the really serious climbs now, as we've gone over the Doshi Road, which I guess was a very fast main road climb, but the situation will change shortly. Over the pass now, then we'll descend, and then we'll climb up the base of Mount Fuji as well, to the high spot of the race, which is 1,451 metres. And then we're going to go round again, and then finally run into the finish over 2 more hills. Excellent springboards towards the end, Scott, for where if you are behind and strong, just like in Rio, you might well reach the leaders, like Greg Van Avermaet did, to win the title.
Yeah, well, the final climb, it is really, really steep and difficult, isn't it? The middle section, there's a little lead up about 500 metres that's more of a false flat, and then the last kilometre or so at the top does flatten out a little bit. But the main body of the climb averages 13.5%. It's a really steep hill for about 5.5 kilometres. But then there is still that plateau along the top, another tiny little pinch, and then the downhill run back to the motor circuit, the Fuji Speedway. So there is time for riders to come back on. A rider like Wout van Aert, who can climb but might get distanced by someone like today Pogacar, he might be able to time trial his way back to the finish. It could be absolutely thrilling. We saw Rafa Majka out on his own in the last 10 kilometres of the Rio Olympic Games and got run down and caught 1.5 k's from the finish.
Oh, it was so heartbreaking. You were really willing him home over that finish line, weren't you? And when he did get caught by the eventual winner, Greg Van Avermaet, and Fuglsang from Norway, it was almost like he relinquished. He's like, okay, I've got the bronze. I don't have any legs left. And we're anticipating some exciting action about to happen.
Massive crowds out there on the race as well.
Well, the peloton, more preoccupied now. Time to grab some food. This is Guillaume Boivin, the French-speaking Canadian, who's at number 77 there, just taking his bag. And there's one for Austria. How they're picking out 3 riders in a bunch like this, I don't know, but that was Hermann Pernsteiner, who just got his for Austria. And this rider here, also getting his, was Lawson Craddock of the USA. Surprisingly, the USA only have 2 riders in the race. The other one was pretty much a star of the Tour de France on the same team as the man that won it, Tadej Pogacar, and that's Brandon McNulty. Okay, well, while they're in the feed, the race is split by some 15 minutes as they continue their tour of Lake Yamanaka.
Yeah, and those bags been handed out with nourishment for all the riders, much needed as well, about the halfway point of this men's road race. And interesting to note, the Americans, even though there's 2 of them, they've got the cool bags. They've got little bags carrying their supplements and also the water bottles. Well, the stars and stripes on them. It's very defined from the Americans doing things right in that regard. Just before we go to a break, a real interesting story today, earlier at the table tennis. Hind Zaza is a Syrian athlete who competed today. Unfortunately, she got beaten. It's her first ever Olympics, and it's understandable it's her first ever Olympics. She's 12. The youngest Olympian. 12. Producer Dan? 12 years of age.
Wow.
She got beaten by her Austrian opponent 4-zip in the women's singles, the preliminary rounds. But, the photo of her on the Olympic website, it's like it probably is. It's a grade 4 or 5 passport photo, the school photo. So
I don't think when I was 12 I would have been competing in any event in the Olympic Games.
No. You'd flip the numbers and no chance either. So she's the youngest competitor at these Olympics. Report on Sports Illustrated, the 5th youngest Olympian ever, youngest in Tokyo, only Syrian player to win national titles in 4 age groups: Hopes, Cadets, Junior and Senior. She's 12 years old, youngest Olympian since a Romanian figure skater in 1968. The youngest of 4 siblings. Zaza first picked up her racket at 5 years old. 6 years later, she defeated Lebanon's Lebanese opponent, 32 years her senior, at the West Asia Olympic Table Tennis Qualification Tournament to secure a spot in Tokyo. Incredible. The oldest competitor is actually Australian. Equestrian.
Yeah.
Mary Hannah, 66 years of age.
Just a bit of an age difference.
Just a bit.
Just a little bit.
It's a few generations in between Zaza and Mary. But, Mary Hannah competed Atlanta, Sydney, Athens, London, Rio. Don't know what happened in Beijing, but no, it's quite incredible. And Andrew Hoy as well, he's 62. The great Olympian. He's about to compete at his 8th Olympics. We're off to a break here on SEN's coverage of the Tokyo Olympics. Thanks to Mate, award-winning service and a bonus title music subscription included on selected mobile plans, and also Rebel Sport. Sporting dreams start at rebelsport.com. Back in a moment with the continuation of this men's road race.
Sportscraft, the official supplier of both the Australian athletes and SEN's call team ceremony uniforms.
Sportscraft are the official formal uniform supply for the Australian Olympic team in Tokyo as they go for gold. For your own podium finish style, discover the latest Sportscraft collection of men's clothing, including relaxed shirting, classic jackets, warm coats and chinos. All perfectly curated to bring quality, style and versatility to your wardrobe. Sportscraft, we are Team Australia. Discover the latest menswear collection online at sportscraft.com.au.
Sustained performance in footy is more than just one great game. It's about playing consistently, game after game, season after season. It's the same with your super. Because if you're with Host Plus, you're the super fund with a history of long-term top performance. Host Plus, we go with you.
This is general advice only. Consider the relevant Host Plus PDS available at hostplus.com.au before deciding if Host Plus is appropriate for you. Past performance is not a reliable indicator of future performance.
To celebrate 50 years of Macca's, we're introducing the Mac family. And with every medium or large, Mac Junior, Big Mac or Grand Big Mac meal, you'll get one of 6 free Macca's glasses, but only for a limited time. Available after 10:30am while stocks last.
Calculating GST. Help. But automatically.
Thank you.
Preparing your BAS.
Oh, yeah.
But in a few clicks instead.
Oh, yeah.
With Xero, it's business but better. Start your free 30-day trial at xero.com.
Werribee Kia is Australia's #1 selling Kia dealership. They make buying cars easy. Get the My22 Serato hatch or sedan from $25,990 drive away. Or the all-new Kia Niro hybrid and electric from $41,990 drive away. There's also over 200 used cars and utes in stock with their biggest clearance sale ever on all makes and models. Plus, they pay top dollar for trade-ins, any make and model. Werribee Kia, Old Geelong Road, Hoppers Crossing or werribeekia.com.au. LMCT 114.
SEN's day session coverage of the Olympic Games 2020 for Tyre Power. Get the power of Australia's biggest independent tyre retailer. Book online at Tyre Power now.
Yeah, welcome back. Adam Peacock with you throughout the afternoon on SEN. I hope you're enjoying the action wherever you're listening around the place on the SEN app. We'll get back to the men's road race in a moment, but for now, let's get to the tennis. Ash Barty is playing her first meaningful match since winning Wimbledon. She's playing the doubles with her good mate Storm Sanders. They're taking on the Japanese combination of Nao Hibino and Makoto Nemayiwa. And we'll get there now with Casey Delacroix and Bill Woods with the call.
Epic and historic Wimbledon final. A lovely gesture from Storm, and now, of course, they're teaming up. Storm has played an event since then, but we'll get onto that in a minute, but they're teaming up for Australia.
Storm had a fantastic tournament at Wimbledon, made it through to the semi-finals, her best Grand Slam result. Really, really happy for Storm. She's in career best form and now here making her debut, as is Ash at the Olympic Games for the Australian Olympic team.
Perhaps a few nerves from Ninomia. Big responsibility, of course, the host nation team. Barty and Sanders, of course, rankings-wise, depth of experience in the big tournaments is greater. But Ninomia and Habino have actually had their share of success at Grand Slam level too.
Yeah, all of these players will know each other's games very well. Both teams have played together as a team at different times throughout their career. Ash and Storm have played a lot through juniors, and actually when Ash was on her way back in 2016, played a ITF event together in the UK. Now, beautiful move there from Storm. Set up well by Ash, but great initiative from Storm to take that one, finish it off.
So, Habino broke into love and now pressure on the Ninomia serve. Testing pass there from Ninomia.
Yeah, that came in hard and fast from Storm, so Ninomia did a great job to redirect that one down the line. Just caught Ash off guard there. And that is a beautiful return there from Ash. It's the one thing that the team, Japan, will look to do is they really try and make you feel uncomfortable as opponents, and they try and move a lot. You have to commit to your shot, and Ash did a wonderful job there on return of serve to commit to that off forehand, forcing an error. Same thing there again. You can see Habino at the net trying to help Ninomia out on serve, but just moving a little bit early, and Storm committing to the return, again forcing an error.
So break point for the Australians. Oh, well played from Japan. It was a lucky let court initially. Barty, though, made good use of the opportunity. Took Ninomia right out of court there, but she played it well.
Yeah, Ash did a good job to get up to this one. Ninomia had some width to work with and just took it through the middle part, apologising for the net court. The sorry, not sorry in tennis.
And that's again more pressure on the Japanese with that double fault. Advantage Australia again.
Can't help but feel that double fault has just come from that pressure on return of serve that Ash and Storm have created from the very first return here in this match.
So another break of serve for the Japanese. They trail Australia 3-love in the first round of the women's doubles.
Yeah, looking pretty good early doors there. Storm Sanders and also Ash Barty, the other Australian pairing in this women's draw. Sam Stosur and Ellen Perez. Sam Stosur out at the first time of asking in the women's singles event. Krejcikova and Siniakova of the Czech Republic. They're the number one seeds. They're in Barty and Sanders' quarter, so they're scheduled to meet in the quarters. Krejcikova, of course, had a great French Open where she made the final. But, hopefully we can find a way through there for Ash and Storm Sanders and get through to a semi-final and the possibility of a medal as well. And just at the tennis as well, Daniil Medvedev, it was no easy thing against Alexander Bublik of Kazakhstan. Medvedev not competing for Russia per se, competing for the Russian Olympic Committee. Obviously an individual who has nominated from Russia can't compete under the Russian flag, given what has happened with the allegations and proof of state-sponsored doping in the last decade or so. We're going to take a little break here on SEN's coverage of the Tokyo Olympics. Award-winning service, NBN from just $59. That's Mate, and it's proudly brought to you, this Olympic coverage, by Mate and also Xero. Invoicing but instantly, receipts but organised, cash flow but clearer. Try Xero for free 30 days. Search Xero, Xero. We might get back to the men's road race after this.
Sportscraft, the official supplier of both the Australian athletes and SEN's call team ceremony uniforms.
As we cheer on our athletes, there's a star of Australia you can always rely on, and that's Tyre Power. Each Tyre Power store is independently Aussie owned. When you visit your local Tyre Power, you're literally dealing directly with the local owner. And Tyre Power dealers love a podium finish, having recently won CanStar Blues prestigious events across customer service, value for money, plus the highly sought after overall satisfaction events. Tyre Power, your trusted local Aussie tyre experts. Get the power of Australia's biggest independent.
Sustained performance in footy is more than just one great game. It's about playing consistently, game after game, season after season. It's the same with your super. Because if you're with Host Plus, you're the super fund with a history of long-term top performance. Host Plus, we go with you.
This is general advice only. Consider the relevant Host Plus PDS available at hostplus.com.au before deciding if Host Plus is appropriate for you. Past performance is not a reliable indicator of future performance.
Attention! Lloyd's Auctions are holding a massive classic car online auction this weekend, including Australian, American and European classics, featuring Glenn Seaton's championship-winning Ford Falcon EL, Russell Ingall's Castrol V8 supercar, low-kilometre HSV GDSR and more, all starting at $1 at Australia's greatest auction house. Bid now. Also on offer, Ford Mustang Mach-1, Valiant Pacer, Shelby Fairmont, XP Falcon X Police, VL Walkinshaw Group A, Monaros, Jaguars, Porsche and Ferraris. Bid now or call now to put your classic car into our next record-breaking auction.
Werribee Kia is Australia's #1 selling Kia dealership. They make buying cars easy. Get the My22 Serato hatch or sedan from $25,990 drive away, or the all-new Kia Niro hybrid and electric from $41,990 drive away. There's also over 200 used cars and utes in stock with their biggest clearance sale ever on all makes and models. Plus, they pay top dollar for trade-ins, any make and model. Werribee Kia, Old Geelong Road, Hoppers Crossing or werribeekia.com.au. LMCT 114.
SEN's day session coverage of the Olympic Games 2020 for Tyre Power. Get the power of Australia's biggest independent tyre retailer. Book online at Tyre Power now.
Yeah, welcome back, and it's all thanks to Mate as well. Award-winning Aussie service and a bonus title music subscription included on selected mobile plans. Check out Mates, letsbemates.com.au. And also thanks to Channel 7, their coverage. Stream every Olympic sport on 7 Plus, live and free. Plus get to know our Aussie athletes in their Road to Tokyo stories, and there's plenty of them. And there's some absolute beauties in there. Download the 7 Plus app for your smart TV, mobile or tablet to watch Tokyo 2020. For love now, Australia, Barty and Sanders putting a gap between themselves and their Japanese opponents in the first set of the first round women's doubles. Let's, though, get back to the men's road race because it's getting a little interesting at the moment. This main pack, the peloton, are looking to reel in the leaders, and then the race will change complexion rapidly. They're on a descent at the moment, 113 Ks to go. Let's get back to Scott McGrory, Anna Mears and Phil Liggett on 7. Oh, let's not. They just took an ad break. That's always the way. Always the way. Anyway, looking forward to the swimming a bit later on. We've got the heats and then the finals tomorrow. So the slated finals tomorrow, just to let you know, because the finals are a bit different. They're not on at night, as you'd traditionally expect, and that's the way they were for the trials. Instead, they're flipped around to suit American television. 11:30 tomorrow, Sydney time, or Eastern time here in Australia, the men's 100 IM. And then 11:40, it's the women's 100 fly semi-finals. 11:50, the men's 400 free final. Just after 12:10 will be the women's 400 IM final, the 100-metre breaststroke semi-finals after that, and then the night, wait a minute, the day two action. The first lot of finals, that's what I'm going to call them. The first lot of finals will be rounded out with the women's 4x100 free, where Australia probably has their best chance, with all due respect to Elijah Winnington in his first ever Olympics. Not expecting too much from him, but certainly all eyes will be on the women's 4x100 free because heavily favoured in that. So that's what's coming in the swimming. We've got the heats tonight, opening the swimming program at just around 8 o'clock Eastern Australian time. We've got the Matildas happening as well. Sweden, our opponents for the Matildas, the Australian women's football team. Water polo is about to start from an Australian perspective as well. Our women's side taking on Canada. Of course, we've got a good medal history in this event. The quarterfinals in Rio, but gold in Sydney, bronze in Beijing and London for our women's water polo side. And they're about to start things in their first match against Canada in a little under 1 hour's time. We're going to take a quick break here on SEN. We will get back to the men's road race in a moment.
Sportscraft, the official supplier of both the Australian athletes and SEN's call team ceremony uniforms.
If you love racing, then must-listen radio is Bensley on SEN Track 1593 AM. Each morning, Andrew Bensley covers the latest news from the stables and track.
Ben and JD Hayes will launch off in a matter of days.
He's the broadcaster that racing personalities, leading trainers and jockeys talk to.
Welcome, Les. Ben joins us. Morning to you, Henry.
Bensley, Monday to Thursday, 8 till 11 on Australia's home of chasing, pacing and racing. SEN Track on 1593 AM, the SEN app and DAB+.
Hi, I'm Tim from Red Energy. The Australian-made logo is a true mark of Australian authenticity. So, for Red Energy to be certified to use the famous green and gold Australian-made logo, well, it's fair to say it's something we're pretty proud of. Here at Red, we're owned by the mighty Snowy Hydro, and that makes us 100% Australian. We're also based right here in Melbourne, so you can speak with a local who understands your needs. So, if supporting Australian means something to you, switch to Red today. Call 131 806.
EdMatch at 40 Winks takes the confusion out of buying a bed. And right now, get any size mattress for the price of a single. That's a queen, king or super king mattress for the price of a single. But hurry, limited time only. 40 Winks, serious about sleep.
Oh, we've been there for every game, the 4 and 20 pie.
Purchase any 4 and 20 product from anywhere 4 and 20 is sold for an opportunity to win 4 PS5s. One for you and your 3 best mates. Together you'll go head-to-head in a game of Fortnite with your AFL Dream Team. Plus a 4 and 20 branded Sharon Footy to be won daily. T&Cs apply. See FNT AFLGameOn.com.au. Ends 31/8/21. Retain receipts or wrappers. And get them while they're hot.
Oh, what a lovely party, mates, a 4 and 20
Invoices.
Hooray.
But sent instantly.
Hooray.
Keeping track of payments.
What?
But managing them online instead.
What?
With Xero, it's business but better. Start your free 30-day trial at xero.com.
Gary Lyon here. Good mornings. Start with Temper. If you're not sleeping on a Temper mattress yet, well, that means you're not sleeping on a NASA-certified mattress. NASA-certified, if you don't mind. Temper's range of mattresses and adjustable bases adapt to the exact shape of your body so you can put your head and feet up in comfort. Did I mention NASA-certified? Visit the Temper range and Temper Athlete Stories at temper.com.au. And like we say, sleep on it.
Werribee Kia is Australia's #1 selling Kia dealership. They make buying cars easy. Get the My22 Serato hatch or sedan from $25,990 drive away, or the all-new Kia Niro hybrid and electric from $41,990 drive away. There's also over 200 used cars and utes in stock with their biggest clearance sale ever on all makes and models. Plus, they pay top dollar for trade-ins, any make and model. Werribee Kia, Old Geelong Road, Hoppers Crossing or werribeekia.com.au. LMCT 114.
SEN's day session coverage of the Olympic Games 2020 for Tyre Power. Get the power of Australia's biggest independent tyre retailer. Book online at Tyre Power now.
Great to have your company. Adam Peacock with you throughout the afternoon on SEN, and it's all thanks to Mate, award-winning Aussie service NBN from $59. Back to the men's road race. This peloton, as mentioned before they threw to a break on 7. They're trying to close the gap to this breakaway. They should do it, and then the race will change complexion. Back to Anna Mears, Scott McGrory and Phil Liggett.
Most cards to play in terms of sending riders to the front and pull big turns like we have seen with Greg Van Avermaet, although he seems to be pulling the turns for the entire peloton at the moment. And as the defending champion, what a remarkable sight that is to see. We still see riders down the back holding up their hands, calling their team cars forward, looking for more hydration, more bottles, more food, even though they've had a few feed zones to go through. And we saw the start of the race at 240 kilometres to go. The back of the race was actually the busiest.
Yes, Hugo Jensen, he's signalling without a bottle. I think he wants something more important than a bottle. The last rider on the race was the South African Stefan de Bod. He rode his first Tour de France this year and got to Paris. Actually, he didn't get to Paris. No, I'm just remembering now he banned. So he went out with Nick Lamini, so that they had three South Africans in the race, and Louis Menkes got back to something like his old form and finished right up amongst the overall leaders. Good ride by Louis Menkes. Menkes, by the way, in Afrikaans means little peas, so the little pea is doing very well.
And his compatriot, Nick Lamini, South African, just going to the back of the group now. And you can see the wet roads here. It's only been a couple of patchy sections where the rain has come down. It's always been before the riders got to it, so the roads were wet. But these microclimates around Mount Fuji just dampening the roads a little bit.
You can see a bit of a conversation there from Sagan, a little hand signal, like getting ready to go type thing. Those conversations, Phil, you talked about earlier, the language of the peloton is English, so even though all these riders represent different countries, they will be able to talk to each other. And it looks like Sagan has taken, in some ways, the captaincy of this breakaway.
Well, he's probably the most experienced, even though he's never won a road race other than the national championship for his country, Slovakia. But again, she will continue to decline. It's caught, that black cloud has definitely caught this little town out in the shadow of Mount Fuji. It's a very pretty route, I must say, which we expected today. And I think some of the great beauty spots are still ahead of the race too, and the dizzy heights. But it looks like blue skies ahead. So the faster we go, the sooner we'll get to the blue skies.
With the wet roads, it really does increase the humidity as well, which we know is going to be a big factor over such a long distance with the climbs towards the end. It's going to be very challenging for the riders, and Mushi Atsui is Japanese for humidity, and that's something that's going to play a big role here today.
Yeah, definitely. We do see the riders making the climb of Mount Fuji just once, and a well-known Japanese saying does actually suggest that a wise person will climb Mount Fuji once in their lifetime, but only a fool would climb it twice.
And guess what? How many times have we climbed it?
Once.
I thought we climbed it twice. Only once. Oh, it's okay then.
That's spoken by like a true...
can call us a fool. That's fine.
A true track sprinter is that's quote's coming from.
Mate, I wouldn't even do it once.
Well, I estimate we're on the lower slopes now. Whether they counted, I don't know, but we're certainly climbing away from the village here.
Well, there's Valverde with the yellow helmets. You've already mentioned him, Phil, the oldest rider in the race.
Yep.
And there is no competition. He is 4 years older than the next oldest, and there are two of them, Japanese rider Naruyuki Masuda and also Nicholas Roche. So those two are 37. You can see the Aussies, Luke Durbridge in his first Olympic Games. Richie Porte just tucked away in the middle and behind Durbridge. So we've seen, every time we've seen Richie Porte, we've seen Luke Durbridge in front of him. So he is being piloted through the peloton all day, tucked in the wheels of the big, tall Western Australian Durbridge. And the other rider, Lucas Hamilton, he's been going back and forth to the team car, doing some of the grunt work to look after Richie, trying to save his legs. If he's on his best form, Richie Porte really can play a big role in this race when we get to those final climbs.
Well, everybody with a plan needs to come forward now, because you can see by that plan of the peloton, the riders who are planning to push the pace once this slope steepens. including Dan Martin, who was being powered there by Nicholas Roach at the front of him. And the Spanish are right in position here at the moment. This is going to be a big tempo ride very shortly, and if you can't go with the move, then you'll miss it, because it's not far away now. Trantnik, last drink before the attack, maybe 107 kilometres to go.
And speaking of moves, you can see the green jerseys there of Ireland. Looks like Eddie Dunbar there is ready to cover some moves to help his main man in Martin. He obviously is a potential contender for today's race.
New Zealanders coming up on the left as well. So Patrick Bevan just looking over the shoulder to see if he could find George Bennett. And George is a good climber. Again, 2021 he had a good season. Short season as it was, but he was showing some really good climbing form, and there he is just through the middle in the white jersey there for New Zealand. So Patrick Bevan doing everything he can to look after George Bennett and see if he's got his climbing legs on for today.
Well, there's a beautiful view. We don't go right to the top, but that is a beautiful view of Mount Fuji. I just saw then Tace Benoot take a bottle, and it looked to me as though he might be returning to the back of the pack to get a refill. It might be a tougher journey back to the front. These are the leaders now. I don't think they've been in the rain, but we've certainly had the rain here. As Tadej Sagan continues to push the pace. So there's 5 riders up front. The gap is now down to 13 minutes, and there's 106 kilometres left to ride.
Yeah, that won't be enough. Those 13 minutes with only 5 of them, and that chasing pack who are going at the moment a lot quicker than they are as the hills begin, the big hill, the big climb of this men's road race. Australia, with Ash Barty and Storm Sanders, they've taken the first set in their first round match against Ninomiya and Hibino of Japan, and Ash is actually serving. So it's her first match since winning Wimbledon a couple of weeks ago. How magical was that against Pliskova in the final? So Ash serving right now. Got the archery happening as well, the 3-on-3 basketball as well. At the archery, what's happening at the archery? I wonder. Where Korea have absolutely dominated in the last few years. They clean sweep, producer Dan.
Yes.
In Rio.
Very good.
Won the lot of it, and in the women's team, they have never been beaten. They've won every event from Seoul all the way through to Rio. Gold medals in all of those. They've won the majority of the women's gold medals in the individual event, and they've gone 1-2 on 4 occasions. It's just an indication of how good they are. They've won 4 of the last 5 men's team events, and they've won the last 2 men's individual events. Remember, though, Australia has won a gold medal.
Yes.
In archery.
That's true. No pressure on them this year with that record.
You got the name?
No.
Remember him? Simon Fairweather.
Yep, 2000?
2000.
Yep, I was 10 years old.
There you go. Yeah. I wasn't.
You weren't. No.
I remember it. I remember it clearly.
Yes.
A lot more clearly. So Ash just serving in this first game of the second set. It's got to juice, so a possibility of a break of serve here. It was a pretty comfortable situation in the first set, and Ash looking for the tee serve, doesn't quite find it fault. So the men's road race is happening right now. We'll keep you up to date with the tennis, and Sanders and Ash should close out this particular set as Ash goes for the lob. They could face a break point here. No, it's not put away by her Japanese opponent. Ash sends a lob that lands basically on the baseline to get them back in the rally, and Storm Sanders slaps away an easy ball at the net. So advantage Australia. First game, second set after taking the first set. We're back in a moment with the continuation of our Olympics coverage here on SEN.
Sportscraft, the official supplier of both the Australian athletes and SEN's call team ceremony uniforms.
Red Energy recently won the 2021 CanStar Blue Award for Most Trusted Energy Provider. Being trusted by our customers means the world to us, because at Red Energy, we're 100% Australian owned and based right here in Victoria. You'll deal one-on-one with a local who fully understands your needs, and what's more, knows where Melbourne is. So call 131 806 and find out why being a customer of ours means there's no place like Red.
A
Attention Melbourne! Lloyd's Auctions are holding a massive classic car auction online in Melbourne this weekend, including Australian, American and European classics, featuring Glenn Seaton's championship-winning Ford Falcon EL, Russell Ingall's Castrol V8 supercar, low-kilometre HSV GTSR and more, all starting at $1 at Melbourne's greatest auction house. Bid now. Also on offer, Ford Mustang Mach-1, Valiant Pacer, Shelby Fairmont, XP Falcon X Police, VL Walkinshaw Group A, Monaros, Jaguars, Porsche and Ferraris. Bid now or call now to put your classic car into our next record-breaking auction.
Hello, it's Gazy here. I'm forever grateful I got to carry the flag for Australia and proudly represent the Boomers at 5 different games. My secret? I had the best grip on my shoes to avoid slip-ups. And here's an extra tip. The grip on your tyres needs to be better. If you haven't been to Tyre Power for your free 5-minute tyre safety check, then book in now and get a grip on tyre safety. Tyre Power, Aussie owned and operated, keeping you safe on the roads. tyrepower.com.au.
Werribee Kia is Australia's #1 selling Kia dealership. They make buying cars easy. Get the My22 Serato hatch or sedan from $25,990 drive away, or the all-new Kia Niro hybrid and electric from $41,990 drive away. There's also over 200 used cars and utes in stock with their biggest clearance sale ever on all makes and models. Plus, they pay top dollar for trade-ins, any make and model. Werribee Kia, Old Geelong Road, Hoppers Crossing or werribeekia.com.au. LMCT 114.
When playing for the Boomers, we loved Aussie sports fans cheering us on. Well, let me tell you this. Go get a free 5-minute tyre safety check from Tyre Power and we'll all cheer you on because it means you're tyre safe. Each Tyre Power store is independently Aussie owned, so when you visit your local Tyre Power, you're literally dealing directly with the local owner. So be tyre safe and be Aussie proud. Get the power of Australia's biggest independent. Tyre Power, your trusted local Aussie tyre experts.
Sportscraft are the official formal uniform supply for the Australian Olympic team in Tokyo as they go for gold. For your own podium finish style, discover the latest Sportscraft collection of men's clothing, including relaxed shirting, classic jackets, warm coats and chinos. All perfectly curated to bring quality, style and versatility to your wardrobe. Sportscraft, we are Team Australia. Discover the latest menswear collection online at sportscraft.com.au.
Sustained performance in footy is more than just one great game. It's about playing consistently, game after game, season after season. It's the same with your super. Because if you're with Host Plus, you're the super fund with a history of long-term top performance. Host Plus, we go with you. This is general advice only. Consider the relevant Host Plus PDS available at hostplus.com.au before deciding if Host Plus is appropriate for you. Past performance is not a reliable indicator of future performance.
Just really want customer support from someone close by.
True Blue award-winning Aussie support, you betcha. Mate has got your back. Mate serves up award-winning internet and mobile. Get unlimited talk and text, plus great data inclusions with data banking of unused data up to 100 gigabytes from only $20 a month. Plus, you get a Tidal Music subscription included free with selected plans. Mate, how good's that? What are you waiting for, mate? Choose a provider you can trust, like Mate. Visit letsbemates.com.au.
SEN's day session coverage of the Olympic Games 2020 for Tyre Power. Get the power of Australia's biggest independent tyre retailer. Book online at Tyre Power now.
Just more on archery as we welcome you back on SEN, and before we get back to the men's road race with just over 100 kilometres to go, just reading through, in Antwerp 1920, one of the discontinued events in archery, or a number of discontinued events, that the individual fixed large bird, the team fixed small bird, the team moving bird. I've got to investigate this. This is not what I think it is. But they just plucking ibises out of the sky with their archery.
You need to get an answer.
Bow and arrow. Oh, wow. I'm going to have a little read of what went down in the archery in Antwerp in 1920. The Belgians, a bunch of different thoughts there from how they collected their ideas and put them together for an archery event at the Olympics in 1920. Anyway, back to the men's road race, thanks to Seven, Phil Liggett, Anna Mears and Scott McGrory.
And high performance director Simon Jones, he needs to focus on the individual time trial coming up in a couple of days because that's where their best medal chance for him is, even though he wanted to ride with his teammates and for his teammates today, in particular Richie Port. But Richie Port, very astute rider, as is Durbridge and Hamilton, even though it's their first Olympic Games. They can utilise the other teams who have a full complement to fill the gaps of the numbers that they don't have.
On the climb, 10 kilometres still to climb for the breakaway, and considerably more for the main peloton, because the gap there you can see is 12.25, and 104 kilometres to go for the leaders. And we dodged the rainstorm, which looks to be behind us now, but we are going back that way shortly, as these 5 riders are on drier roads.
Well, the nature of the circuit, the way they do loop around several times, there is always the possibility of going back into the rain. Typically, it wouldn't be too much of an issue except for on the descents or in some of those sections where we do see the white lines, and we did see one earlier where they went on a right-hand corner across a pedestrian crossing in the wet. That's when that can be quite treacherous. But the descents here at the Tokyo Olympic course are nice and free-flowing, so there's no real danger. It's possible to still slide out if you go too fast, but the riders at this level shouldn't have any issues with that whatsoever. But it does create extra humidity. Well, these little microclimates we have around Mount Fuji do increase the humidity of the race itself, and that's going to make it very difficult for these riders as they get past 200 kilometres. 240 odd kilometres is the full distance with the neutral zone earlier today. And finally, we've seen the poker face of Tratnik change his composure. He's unzipped the jersey as we've got onto the climb, and I think he has an idea of where his race ends, because the chase is really on now and trying to make it as hard as possible. Phil, it's not just about, as we see an issue at the back here.
Yes, and this is Polanc, the other rider on the Slovenian team.
They need him quickly.
Workhorse, they need him back, yes.
They really do need him back quickly, because Tratnik may not be going for too much longer as the pace really starts to heat up. Primož Roglic and today Pogačar, the 2 riders that they are working for. But it's not just about catching the breakaway group. I think that's inevitable. It's about making the race as hard as it can possibly be, because they know that Roglic and Pogačar are such good climbers. They don't want to take the likes of Wout van Aert to the last hill with fresh legs. They really need to make it hard now.
And that's where the tactics comes into play with nations and teams that have numbers to their advantage. They have to use the riders at certain times to benefit their own teammates, and Tratnik doing a great job here of making it hard for not just everyone in the peloton, but to benefit his own 2 teammates.
Still on wetter roads here. This is the back of the peloton. This is Savazadeh from Iran. Tratnik still setting the tempo here, but the face has changed on the second man, which is Greg Van Avermaet, who's done so much riding at the front for the first 130 kilometres. It's been incredible what he's done. If there is to be a Belgian winner today, he'll be the first man that they will thank for sure. Havoc of the Netherlands, the track rider, going off. You never saw him at the front at all.
He popped to the front at one moment to get his feed bag in front of the peloton, which I suspect was to actually help out his team leaders, perhaps Bauke Mollema or Tom Dumoulin, so they don't have to go and take the risk of grabbing their own feed bag. So he had his job done, and we can see the pace is really starting to come on a little bit more desperation in the peloton as well. And Tratnik on the front, we know he's starting to get a bit harder, going a bit deeper now, because he has just ever so slightly opened his mouth. He has had the poker face on for so long, so many kilometres. It's appeared that he was just breathing through his nose. Finally, it's getting hard for him because he's had to go and suck the air through his mouth as well.
No, this is good steady climbing. Now when the camera looked round that corner, you could see how steep it was as they made that hairpin bend, and that was well, the pressure's gone on completely now, because look at the riders coming to the back of the peloton. This is going to be reduced one by one until we get that select group of 25-30 riders.
And that is Patrick Bevan of New Zealand, who we saw up front doing a pace of turn. His teammate now is left on his own George Bennett. So he has gone from the front to the back as well.
And he can get up a hill, Paddy Bevan. Now, he's gone on much since then as a World Tour rider, but he was the individual winner of the National Road Series. And he was racing in America before that, part of the New Zealand track program. Went and raced based in the USA, came back to New Zealand, across to Australia, won the National Road Series, really did dominate. He was such a strong rider in our domestic scene before going to Europe, going on to great things as a professional road rider. He's done his job for George Bennett, and he'll be hopeful that George can stick with the best climbers later.
It's fine riding by this breakaway, They're still holding on to a gap. We should be inside, or very close to 12 minutes the gap now. But we'll see. They're still riding very sensibly here. Still 102 kilometres left to go. But now clearly the pace and the distance getting into the legs. Peeping in on the left for Ireland, Dan Martin. Very capable climber indeed. The return of Jan Polang, so a very good chase back at a difficult time of the race. And he'll be up alongside Tadej Pogačar, Primož Roglič very shortly. Tratnik, his other teammate, there's 4 on this squad, is setting the pace of the front. So we're in a Slovenian sandwich at the moment, back and front.
You can see 2 of the Aussies towards the back. Not Richie Porte, Durbridge and Hamilton. So Durbridge in the middle of the picture there. Luke Durbridge, the time trial, former track cyclist. So he missed the Olympic Games in 2012 on the track, and finally, 13 years on, has been able to get himself into a game. So proud moment for Luke Durbridge, the Western Australian, as it is for Lucas Hamilton, a young rider. He'll have more chances to come back to the Games in the future. Lad from Ararat, an interesting family situation. His grandfather was not the only person, but the main man around building the velodrome in Ararat. And you could say that if they didn't build that velodrome, then another famous person from Ararat, Shane Kelly, may not have gone on to win 4 World Championships and become the Kilo Man, the Minute Man.
So Tratnik grimaces on the front. 1 or 2 riders beginning to feel the pain of riding 133 kilometres already today, and still 101 to go.
Well, man, on a slippery surface as well. So anything could happen when the race really gets going. Just on this women's doubles match, which is happening right now, Ash Barty, Storm Sanders, they're careering away to a second round appearance at the Olympics because they're 4-1 up in the second set. Well, it's 1-4 on serve with the Japanese pairing as we speak right now. We're off to a short break. The water polo is not far away. The Stingers in action. Australia and Canada in the water polo. And don't forget Australia-Sweden in the women's football later on. And the swimming heats is all going to be covered all throughout the evening here on SEN. Back in a moment.
Sportscraft, the official supplier of both the Australian athletes and SEN's call team ceremony uniforms.
How's your latest energy bill looking? It's time to flip the switch and experience the amazing value at Kogan Energy. Want proof? Just upload your electricity bill on koganenergy.com.au and find out how much you could be saving on Kogan's incredible energy rates. See why thousands of Aussies are already saving with Kogan Energy. Visit koganenergy.com.au. Kogan Energy, powered by PowerShop and does not operate in all areas. Werribee Kia is Australia's #1 selling Kia dealership. They make buying cars easy. Get the My22 Serato hatch or sedan from $25,990 drive away, or the all-new Kia Niro hybrid and electric from $41,990 drive away. There's also over 200 used cars and utes in stock with their biggest clearance sale ever on all makes and models. Plus, they pay top dollar for trade-ins, any make and model. Werribee Kia, Old Geelong Road, Hoppers Crossing or werribeekia.com.au. LMCT 114.
The Kogan Money credit card is full of value with no annual fees, amazing rewards and a complimentary Kogan First membership giving you cheaper deals and free shipping at Kogan.com. And right now you can earn up to $400 Kogan.com credit when you meet the spend requirements. Plus earn up to 2 cents worth of Kogan.com credit for every dollar of eligible spend. So make the switch to a better value credit card today at koganmoney.com.au/footy.
Offer ends August 2nd, 2021. T's and C's credit criteria apply.
Product issuer and credit provider Citigroup Pty Ltd.
If you love racing, then must-listen radio is Bensley on SEN Track 1593 AM. Each morning, Andrew Bensley covers the latest news from the stables and track.
Ben and JD Hayes will launch off in a matter of days.
He's the broadcaster that racing personalities, leading trainers and jockeys talk to.
Welcome, Les. Ben joins us. Morning to you, Henry.
Bensley, Monday to Thursday, 8 till 11 on Australia's home of chasing, pacing and racing. SEN Track on 1593 AM, the SEN app and DAB+.
Do you reckon there's a way to save money by bundling mobile and internet?
Mate, choose a provider you can trust like a mate. Mate serves up NBN from just $59 a month with award-winning all Aussie service. Bundle a mobile plan to save a further $10 a month on your internet. No contracts and no setup fees. Mate, how good's that? I know. What are you waiting for? Mate! Mate's got your back. Visit letsbemates.com.au.
Werribee Kia is Australia's #1 selling Kia dealership. They make buying cars easy. Get the My22 Serato hatch or sedan from $25,990 drive away, or the all-new Kia Niro hybrid and electric from $41,990 drive away. There's also over 200 used cars and utes in stock with their biggest clearance sale ever on all makes and models. Plus, they pay top dollar for trade-ins, any make and model. Werribee Kia, Old Geelong Road, Hoppers Crossing or werribeekia.com.au. LMCT 114.
SEN's day session coverage of the Olympic Games 2020 for Tyre Power. Get the power of Australia's biggest independent tyre retailer. Look online at Tyre Power now.
Yeah, welcome back. The gymnastics, Aussies in action there right now. Tyson Bull, 28-year-old from Victoria. He is in action in the men's parallel bars and horizontal bars. So that's a way to qualify for the individual events. He's posted a pretty good score in his first event, which is the horizontal bar, a 14.433, one or second in his little section with a gymnast from Kazakhstan. But yeah, it's all kinds of qualifiers, big fields, and trying to qualify for the individual event will be some task. But Tyson Bull competing and performing at the Olympics right now. We're just seeing a few things happen with the men's road race. It's really ramping up towards the end. It's about 100 Ks to go. And the Aussies are still in contention there. Luke Durbridge, Lucas Hamilton and Richie Port, they're in the main pack chasing down this leadership group of, say, 5 riders who are going to come back to the peloton, and then it's going to really ramp up this last section of the men's road race, which has taken the best part of the afternoon and will go on throughout the next couple of hours as well. The rowing this morning, if you missed that, some great results for the Australian boats at the rowing. The women's pair, Jess Morrison and also Annabelle McIntyre. The men's pair of Sam Hardy and Josh Hicks both won their heats and they both progressed. The women's 4 and the men's 4 both won their heats. They're both through the final. The men's 8, though, and the women's 8 will have to go through the repechage program to try and progress through to the final in a couple of days' time. So they had to reconfigure all the rowing events because of the worry about the typhoon that's about to hit Japan in a couple of days' time. So they brought a couple of events forward, including the men's 8 and the women's 8, bringing it forward to squash the program somewhat. So they made sure that they got through. Let's get to the tennis, because Ash Barty and Storm Sanders are just about to win their first round match against their Japanese opponents. The home crew are serving 2-5. Australia won the first set as well. So one more game needed, and Storm and Ash are through to the next round, and they've taken the first point of this 8th game of the second set. Let's go over to Casey Delacqua and Bill Woods, thanks to 7.
And Storm, that backhand cross court there, total commitment to the return, allowing Ash to get involved at the net.
Oh, can't do much about that. Pretty amazing angle from where she was. Love 30. Looks like Barty and Sanders are very keen to have an early shower in this Ariake Stadium heat. Not this time.
Nina Mir really probably is not going to walk away from this match feeling overly confident about her serve, but in saying that, it really has been the returns of Ash and Storm that have really been.
Trying to set it up again. Kearns is not on. Have to shoot from out wide.
Yeah, Kearns getting a lot of attention when she does get herself into that 2 metre area, nice and close to the goals. The Canadian defence all come back and swamp on her, so it is creating attacking opportunities out the back, but not a lot of movement yet by the Australians, whether it be physical movement or ball movement.
McKelvey may have to shoot. She does. Not a lot on there. They really are defending brilliantly, the Australians.
Yeah, once again, look at Hannah Buckling there sitting. You know, she helps Leah as well. She's got her hand up, and that allows Unitzis to be able to dive to cover that further part of the goal. It's like having 2 goalkeepers.
So still again, they're trying to stop the ball getting into Kearns. Eventually, someone's going to have a pin. They do. And it's crossed. Ronnie Knox in a 4th Olympics has picked up a goal. Came off the hand, ended up to be almost like a ricochet to lob here. There it goes, and the keeper would hate that, wouldn't she? Right.
Yeah, that's a heartbreaker, that one. You do have to feel for the goalkeeper. She pretty much had that ball covered.
Yeah, she was up high enough, and it took the deflection, and the leg started to go.
Yeah, we don't mind those deflections when they're on your side. I wonder if Yvette Higgins is watching.
Yeah.
Little benefit there. Back in the year 2000.
Back up into that top left-hand corner it went. Was one of the most exciting moments in Olympic water polo history, and you were there. What a moment that was when Australia took gold in 2000. Can they do it again 21 years later? In control here midway through this second period.
Again, good crash back from the Australians. They're just really working together as a team. Just cramping the centre forward for Canada, not giving them any space or any time with the ball.
So Armitt's back in at centre forward again. She's been fronted. Can't get the ball to her there. That may well be a kick out. It will be. So there'll be another 20 seconds on the clock. So Australia gets a chance to set up their extra player attack. Abby Andrews walking away. They're looking for a post player. Mihailovic will shoot. Unlucky.
Yeah, interesting positional play there from the Australians. Keisha goes down in that 2 metre corner and Mihailovic up the top. I think Abby Andrews, I thought, may have been the shot there.
Also, she was well marked when she took it, wasn't she? And didn't get up high, didn't quite get the legs up.
A bit of
this could be a kick out here too, or a 2 metre.
Yeah, and all sorts of trouble there. Mihailovic totally caught on the wrong side.
So we've got a penalty, which will be taken from the 5 metre mark. Yeah, well taken. Higgins puts it away and draws them back within 2.
Yeah, it's a lovely shot there from Monica Eggins. She's got really long limbs. She's just about 6 foot. Well, here's the exclusion. You can see Mihailovic is engaged, allowing the ball to come in, and the crash back not quite fast enough for her. Legs were down.
Yeah, not the best, 20 or 30 seconds for Lena Mihailovic. First of all, the shot, and then giving away the penalty.
It's a really nice shot there from Eggins.
Let's hope that she gets some confidence back shortly.
Arancini, she's just got this beautiful whip action. It was a nice one-action shot there. No balking, just the bar there just helped the goalkeeper on that occasion.
Yeah, it was also a sandwich between the right hand and the post, wasn't it? Oh, great shot. Well, that's 2 in about 35 seconds for Eggins. That's a marvellous shot.
Yeah, clever play. Just experience showing through there. The Australians, when they get their their defence set, they're just very hard to get the ball past. But you can see that no hands up there in front. When you had Hannah Buckling playing at centre back before, she's always got a hand up, helping and channeling the ball. Just caught the defence napping there. Excellent goal from Eggins.
There's been some great matches between these two teams over the years. Mihailovic out of the water, and they're not quitting. There's no doubt about that, Canada. That was a cracking shot. There, Gophers.
Just in that situation there, Australia are nicely set up, but there's no ball movement. There's no cross passes to try and move the goalkeeper. So they're in good position.
Are you looking for player movement as well, Deb? There wasn't a lot of driving. There wasn't a lot of cross. We'll come back to that in a moment.
Ellie Hummett obviously not chasing back her. Finds herself in terrific position.
A bit of cherry picking, and Claire Wright's come straight over the top of her and given away the penalty. Didn't have much choice. This should get put away by Rowie Webster. It's not. Wow. The skipper would love to have that again.
Yeah, you could see her sort of roll her eyes up to the ceiling, top of the pool then. Certainly had the goalkeeper beaten, just put a little bit too much on that. That's her bread and butter. She'll be very disappointed.
Yeah, Australia currently 4 from 15. And now they've got another player kicked out, so another opportunity for the Canadians to draw themselves level. Paul, she's going to look across to the post. No, she goes wide. Thought the post player may have been on. Oh, they've given away an offensive foul down on the post. Very frustrating for the coach. Would be going nuts on poolside. Great chance, little lob, thank you.
Oh, she's so clever, Zoe Arancini, reading the play so beautifully. Fantastic counter-attack right up the middle of the pool. She's got legs ready to go, gets the ball. She knows what the goalie's doing, just holds it that tiny bit longer, and then beautiful release.
One of those 2-goal turnarounds, isn't it, too? It's an extra player up the other end. There's every chance you're going to get scored against. You come up with a dumb as dishwater offensive foul, and then the ball's up the other end and you get a goal scored against you. You'd be really frustrated as the Canadian coach right now. Pressure can do all sorts of things.
Yeah, absolutely. Terrific goal from Zoe Arancini. Just reads the play so beautifully. With no time left on the clock there.
Yeah, half-time between Australia and Canada. They try the alley-oop, but it's Australia 5-3.
Enjoying the call with Debbie Watson and John Harker on the 7 Network. Off to a quick break here on SEN. The Olympic coverage continues. They're on this is a weird look, Formula One track, which isn't used anymore in Japan, but the cyclists are on the road on a Formula One track at the moment. Beautiful surface. It'd be unreal to ride on, but we'll be back with the continuation of the men's road race and also keep you up to date with the water polo. After this, Olympics on SEN.
Sportscraft reckon our Aussie athletes look like winners? Find your own podium finish style. Discover the latest Sportscraft collection.
Sportscraft are the official formal uniform supply for the Australian Olympic team in Tokyo as they go for gold. For your own podium finish style, discover the latest Sportscraft collection of men's clothing, including relaxed shirting, classic jackets, warm coats and chinos. All perfectly curated to bring quality, style and versatility to your wardrobe. Sportscraft, we are Team Australia. Discover the latest menswear collection online at sportscraft.com.au.
Do you reckon there's a way to save money by bundling mobile and internet?
Mate, choose a provider you can trust like a mate. Mate serves up NBN from just $59 a month with award-winning all Aussie service. Bundle a mobile plan to save a further $10 a month on your internet. No contracts and no setup fees. Mate, how good's that? I know. What are you waiting for? Mate! Mate's got your back. Visit letsbemates.com.au.
SEN's day session coverage of the Olympic Games 2020 for Tyre Power. Get the power of Australia's biggest independent tyre retailer. Book online at Tyre Power now.
And welcome back on SEN. Let's get back to the men's road race. Thanks to Mate as well, award-winning Aussie service. NBN from just $59 at letsbemates.com.au. Back to Anna Mears, Scott McGrory and Phil Liggett.
Can inspire a nation and a world.
Little change at the front. It looks like the Norwegians have moved up on the left-hand side of the picture. The Australians are piercing the front now on the right, led by Luke Durbridge, as we go out on the next circuit before we come back and see the finishing line once more. And then we go out onto the mountains again. 57.9 kilometres left to ride.
Knew that had happened. We'd go to it and then they'd go to an ad break on the 7 network. But yeah, it's a weird look on that Formula One circuit where Felipe Massa, by the way, I was looking that up, he holds the lap record, but they don't race the Formula Ones there anymore. There was a bit of controversy about it being a Toyota track back in the day, and crowds went to the Formula One and weren't allowed to actually support anyone else but the Toyota, like the paraphernalia around Formula One fans, producer Dan. They weren't able to even support Ferrari or anything like that. Just put all the flags away.
Looked like there's a bit of a crowd there.
There was a crowd there.
Definitely, 100%.
Yeah, almost as big a crowd as there was in the CBD of Sydney today. But that's another matter, and we won't go into any great detail right now. It is half-time in the water polo as well. Just with the water polo schedule, Australia, it's a game and then a day's break and then a game. Australia's next one is against the Netherlands on Monday, and then they take on Spain on Friday, so a bit more of a gap. So, wrapping around. Actually, they're back in the third quarter. It's not much of a half-time. We're going to get back there right now. Debbie Watson and John Harker. Third quarter, Australia up 5-3 against Canada.
Get up high, beat Eggins for the ball. So the Australians will get first use in this third quarter, up by 2. It's early days, obviously. This is the first match. But based on their group, it really is one that you just want to win.
Yeah, most definitely. If we, hopefully get this one, that just takes a little bit of pressure off our next 2 games. Otherwise, you feel like you're chasing the whole time. It's better ball movement here for Australia.
You don't want to feel that you actually you have to beat both Spain and the Netherlands. I'm not saying Australia aren't good enough to beat them both. I think they absolutely are, but
that's a lot of pressure to, if you didn't happen to get this game, then feel the pressure to beat one of those, or at least 2 of them. It certainly compounds.
Yeah. They're fouled from outside the 6-metre zone. You can pick up and shoot from there, or you can play it, and if you play it, if you make the ball live, then the defender can get involved in the action. But if you pick it up and shoot in one clean motion, that's an offensive foul. Just a little. Well, it might have been inside the 2, was she?
I think it was an offensive foul. So turn around there. Canada off on counter attack now.
Yeah, the 2 metres is marked by that the red lane rope. But yeah, I think she was outside. So obviously that you picked up something, a little push off or something. Oh, looking for the backhand. Again, great defence. Rory Webster got there very quickly to help Hannah Buckling out. And now Buckling is going to drive the centre forward nuts by making her swim all the way back as fast as she possibly can. Finally getting back into play now. The amount of work for the centre forwards and the centre backs, if you've got a centre back, then keep making that centre forward have to chase back. It drives them nuts, doesn't it?
Oh, definitely. And Hannah Buckling just holds that position particularly well. She's really driving our defence and our attack at the moment.
Cracking player. Second Olympics. She's been to a couple of world champs for a bronze and a silver.
Almost finished her studies in medicine. Incredible person. Yeah,
she's an underachiever, isn't she, really? Part of the Sydney Uni team. They've got 3 players in this outfit, so another extra person attacked with Aaron Sini out. They're just trying to work Unixes across the goals. Again, great help for the keeper as well from her players, channeling that ball towards the middle.
She's a great studier of the game. She knows where the shots are going to come from, Unitsis, and she was in terrific body position to save that goal.
It's her 157th international for Australia. And Ahmed saying, surely you can't be doing that, and the referees agree. So extra player for Australia. So they don't have the left-hander in. You've got Prodding Halligan down on that right-hand side of the pool.
A little bit cramped there, Australia. Amy Ridge and Hannah Buckley really tight together, just not creating much space there for each other.
Mihailovic, the Australian coach, originally from Serbia. I don't think they're going to mind if they... I mean, Eggins has got a great shot, but I don't think they're going to mind if she shoots that often from there.
Yeah, I think she'll try and get in a little bit closer. I do think they're having more success shooting before Australia have the opportunities set up. It's definitely the way to try and catch them. And again, try to shoot off a cross pass rather than that, stationary. Oh, there'd be a penalty.
Yes, there'll be a penalty for sure. Foul as she went up to try and take that cross pass was Ellie Ahmed. Nice bit of work. And in fact, Bronnie Halligan, she had an embarrassment of riches. She could have got the ball to either of them. There were two players with inside water. Cross pass to Ahmed. Ahmed fouled. Acacia Gophers. We've missed 1 5-metre penalty earlier. Let's hope we don't make it 2.
Referees, I think they're looking for a cap in the water, are they? There we go. Hayley McKelvey recapping. No fun when your cap's on the bottom of the pool and you've got to dive down to get it and you haven't really got the breath to get yourself down there. Goalkeeper cheating, needs to get back on her goal line.
Yeah, Gophers. First goal of the Olympics for her. It's back out to a 3-goal lead for Australia.
Yeah, midway through that third quarter. Let's jump back over to the men's road race. There's a few things happening here. There's under 60 Ks to go. The peloton is closing in on the leaders, and there's breakaways from the main pack of the peloton back to Anna Mears, Scott McGrory and Phil Liggett.
With who is marking them as well, because that is Van Sevenants, so he's not one of the favoured riders from Belgium, and Caruso, as a podium in a Grand Tour this year, he can get over a hill. He'd be happy to be racing Van Sevenant up the final climb if they were to get a gap. But this is really starting to make this interesting, and we'll start to now get an indication on any of the extra little rises that we see over the next couple of kilometres, who still does have anything in the legs.
Well, I saw Nibley not far away from the front when this attack was launched, so Nibley may have said to the guy on the front to give it a go, Caruso, because he's certainly got a little bit of a result here, because for the first time the Netherlands has come in onto the scene here, so they're going to start getting worried about this now. This is the end of the Olympic champion from Rio after an amazing amount of work he's done for Belgium in Greg van Avermaet.
As he pulls into the pits, grease and oil change. He might need that after today. It's been a tough day out. And Yuri Sagan. So the next rider to go from the breakaway group. Then there were 4, but it does look like Nick Lamy is also having some issues as well. So it might be down to 3 riders out in front. They are going to get absorbed now. They will be coming back very, very quickly indeed, and especially under these attacks that are happening, being led by Damiano Caruso. Wilco Kelderman there as well, 2nd place. So 5th place and a shake of the head from Van Sevenants. So the Belgian rider just there to try and police this move. He's not going to do anything to help them gain an advantage. And Wilco Kelderman, 5th place at the Tour de France, just behind Aussie Ben O'Connor. So he's coming in with good form.
This is Lamini. He's been dropped by the breakaway on that little rise. 170 kilometres in the front for the South African. That's a real valiant run at it. But now there are 4.
Now that we anticipate the breakaway will be absorbed by the peloton, even though we're starting to see some attacks, fireworks will really start to reign supreme, and we're getting to the exciting end of this men's Olympic road race for Tokyo in 2020.
Still plenty of firepower back in that peloton, because this trio is not going to make it work. They're going to come back to this trio. as they have just realised here.
Kelderman swings over. And there's another orange jersey sitting right in behind, and there's the next one to go. So that's Dylan Van Baarle. So Dylan Van Baarle, the winner of the Herald Sun Tour here in Australia, the last edition that we had, and he's gone straight over the top.
This is so typical of the way the Dutch ride and attack and counter-attack the moves here. But this is Eddie Dunbar here for Ireland, who's trying to tag on to the back wheel. Is this Remco Evenepoel who's now gone to the front?
It is Remco Evenepoel, so one of the big favourites for Belgium. Maybe it's too soon. He's a big star, big favourite, and maybe the emotion of the Olympic Games getting to him, but that has caused a big reaction because that's Vincenzo Nibali that's trying to come across now as well.
And well, it should. Now, Remco and back his teammates and countryman Wim van Aert, they both said we are very competitive. So they're joint leaders of their four-man team, and whoever gets the advantage will get the support of the other one. And at the moment, Van Aert started the move. Nibali has hatched onto the back. Now, Nibali left the Tour de France about 3 days from the finish to get over to Tokyo and not finish the Tour. I think he left on the second rest day of the Tour de France with 6 days to run. He's right there now in the white.
This is a dangerous little trio forming here, working well together. The capability of these riders to get up McAnoo Pass, and as a result I can actually see some yellow jerseys of Australia starting to slide forward in that peloton as well. Flick of the elbow to indicate Dunbar wants some support. It's your turn to come through, take a turn on the front. Evenepoel obliges.
Big move from Remco. He's only 21 and an absolute superstar, a sensation that burst onto the scene straight out of the under-19s. He bypassed the under-23 racing and then put himself straight into a professional contract and has been so successful in his very, very short professional career, right up until he fractured his pelvis last year, falling down a ravine at the Lombardia Classic at the end of the season. Fully recovered from that, obviously. Has he been able to do enough training to still get over this final climb and make it all the way to the end? He's showing some very confident signs that may be the case.
Well, these three riders are the first, if you like, the big names of the Olympic Games road race. Eddie Dunbar, Remco Evenepoel and Vincenzo Nibali. Now, the others are going to have to chase these three. Nibali is a great climber. Remco seems to be able to do anything. And don't be surprised if Eddie Dunbar climbs well. But they're still going to catch the remainder of the breakaway in front. Just on 50 kilometres to go.
Getting really interesting, that road race. There's a few things happening at the front of that peloton, bridging the gap to the leaders. So we'll be back to the road race in a moment. Let's flick over quickly. It's now 7-4 in the third quarter between Australia and Canada. Canada with the Australia, I should say, with the lead. Back to Debbie Watson and John Harker with the women's water polo.
We're going to get a kick out here somewhere.
Yeah, Emma Wright has drawn that on Bronwyn Knox. Emma Wright certainly holding and playing much better in the second and third quarters and a lot more dangerous.
I just might check the stats in a moment whether that's the second for Bronny as well. Maybe.
Again, nice save there. Bakazi not really doing a lot with the ball in hand. It's Amy Ridge just playing the ball, waiting for our centre forwards to try and get into position. Tilly Kearns trying to get herself there. The ball to be on the far side of the pool.
A little lob.
A little bit unsure, I think, in there as Dusan Damjanovic.
Yeah, so it is two.
Assistance.
Yeah, it is two for Bronny Knox. I thought it may be. So we've got two players in a bit of foul trouble, and they're two key players, aren't they? Hannah Buckling and Bronwyn Knox.
And here's another one. And lucky.
That's Amy Ridge.
Yeah. Hannah Buckling was looking. I think she's going as well. I think they're a bit confused on who's been excluded here. Need to just wait for clarification. Two Australian players have swum to the box, and unfortunately it's Hannah Buckling for Australia, not Amy Ridge. So that will be
the end of the game for Hannah. So she'll need to be replaced. She'll be rolled for 3 major fouls.
That's a big loss for Australia. Give other players an opportunity. Bronnie Knox would be the player that would normally just step into that position. There's still some questions over what actually happened. Referees,
I think they're worried about paperwork now more than what actually happened, I think.
Rowie Webster not getting much of a break. They need her experience and expertise in the water now that Hannah's been excluded for her 3rd foul.
And as you say, with Bronwyn Knox also in foul trouble, she's down for 2 at the moment.
Good opportunity for the Australians just to gather their breath, and hopefully they're trying to get themselves into their favoured positions, just regather.
I've seen legislation pass quicker than this. This is taking forever.
Yeah, very interesting. Hannah not happy, obviously.
She's tied the cap back up. So maybe she's thinking, hang on, not me, sir.
Yeah, wishful thinking possibly.
Yep.
Yeah, the Australians are just struggling a little bit in our attack, trying to, get our centre forward set.
Yeah, I thought it's just me, and we're a long way away, but I thought the second of those major fouls was a bit rough. Anyway, she's out. And this would be a huge fillip if the Canadians can score here with not long to go. Oh, could easily have put that away. Good defence from the Australians.
Yeah, very good defence there. I believe Emma Wright, the far post possibly was the opportunity for the Canadians, but good defence there by Australia. Not long left in this quarter.
And very professional too. They didn't take the arm, which would have finished in a penalty. And with 1 quarter to go, Australia have got 1 player out of the water. And it's 7-4 they lead the Canadians.
Yeah, Australia leading 7-4 over Canada in that one. Just doing enough, just staying far enough in front as it stands right now. We're going to take a short break on SEN's coverage of the Tokyo Olympics. We're going to be back in a moment. We'll pick it up with the men's road race. Back soon.
Sportscraft reckon our Aussie athletes look like winners? Find your own podium finish style. Discover the latest Sportscraft collection.
Who'd you go with for unlimited data?
Want unlimited data and top speed with your internet service? Mate, Serves Up award-winning all-Aussie service. Get the Elite Mates Home Super Fast plan for $89 a month for the first 6 months. Mate, how good's that? Plus, get unlimited data on all internet plans, no contracts, and 1 month risk-free guarantee. What are you waiting for, mate? Choose a provider you can trust, like Mate. Visit letsbemates.com.au.
How's your latest energy bill looking? It's time to flip the switch and experience the amazing value at Kogan Energy. Want proof? Just upload your electricity bill on koganenergy.com.au and find out how much you could be saving on Kogan's incredible energy rates. See why thousands of Aussies are already saving with Kogan Energy. Visit koganenergy.com.au. Kogan Energy, powered by PowerShop and does not operate in all areas.
SEN's day session coverage of the Olympic Games 2020 for Tyre Power. Get the power of Australia's biggest independent tyre retailer. Book online at Tyre Power now.
And we'll get back to the water polo in the 4th quarter in a moment. For now, though, back to the men's road race. Under 50 Ks to go now. Back to Anna Mears, Scott McGrory and Phil Liggett, thanks to 7.
Richie Port has really got to get himself up to the front here, because it's not far after we leave the circuit. We go down a hill, hit the base of the climb, and then we go up the climb itself of the Mikuri Pass. And you need to be in the first 8 to 10 riders once they start that climb.
I can see Lucas Hamilton right of screen. I can see Luke Durbridge left of screen. Richie Port, he likes to hide. Here he is, Richie Port, left of screen, about 10 riders back. So he has moved forward, Phil. He heard you.
He's obviously got his earpiece in.
Yeah. He's just getting flanked now by Luke Durbridge. So the Australians starting to get themselves organised, which is great to see.
Luke is such a good addition to the. It was a late selection, as you know. He was only named on the second rest day, I think it was, of the Tour de France, to be definitely in the team. Hot-footed away from the finish line of the Tour de France. He's here, but he'll guide Richie as best he can into a position. That's his job for the day. Once Richie's in the position of the move going forward, Luke can just happily finish his Olympic road race and be content with his work. The French on the front, first and second. This is unbelievable. The lactic acid getting a little bit rough in the legs by the look of it. Kenny Ellison shaking his legs out. Benoit Gonefoy on the front, now switching partners. No, not quite. A little bit of a rush on the right as well. The racing off this circuit, I just noticed that, Scott. They're racing for the exit as if it was the end of the race to get position.
They know how important it is to be in the right position for this final climb. There is a little pinch after the Makuni pass. And, whoa!
Yep. Ouch.
Well, that was
all safe and sound.
It's safe and sound, but you don't want to do that too many times.
All that road, and you go and choose the narrow bit.
Cosnefire it is still for France, driving it on the front, Ellison behind him, and you can see the Dutch all lined up. Alkamolema's in position. We saw some movement from Wilco Kelderman in the orange colours as well, going on the attack. And the Aussies, there's Durbridge and Richie Porte. They do need to look out for each other and ride close to each other, because at the Olympics there are no race radios between the riders. And so you can't just tell each other where you are and what you need to do. You have to ride up physically beside them to talk to them, and that's something we see different in the professional World Tour races like the World Tour. You can be at the back of the bunch and still talk to your teammates up the front. That's not the case here.
Yeah, we saw Lucas Hamilton on the far right of the bunch, and we saw Luke Durbridge on the far left with Richie Porte in the middle. Now you can start to see Lucas Hamilton making his way across to the other two Australians, and Richie Porte and Luke Durbridge, and that's really good, because what they can do is they can flank him either side. They can protect him in the sense that they can provide him some safe space from clipping wheels and other riders like that, but also then have the space to deliver him into the right position ahead of Makunu Pass. And we know that Richie can climb, but he's got big competition here.
We saw the three Aussies. Phil, we saw the three Aussies in the middle there, and we mentioned
together. Yep.
We mentioned Lucas Hamilton, and he has a somewhat semi-famous grandfather who did play for the Collingwood Football Club. He played 111 games for Collingwood as a defender. I'm a Carlton man, so
I'm a Port Adelaide girl.
I shouldn't even mention that he played for Collingwood. But Kevin Wade, for any of you Collingwood fans out there, and grandfather on the other side, Keith, he was the man that built the Ararat track, the bike track, which was a fantastic launching pad for Shane Kelly, amongst others that have come through the Ararat Cycling Club in the past.
You can just see there, Scott, in the middle of the peloton, the Portuguese duo starting to move forward as well. One of their main contenders is Almeida, 22 years of age. He was fourth in the Giro in 2020 and sixth this year. He's got some good climbing legs in him as well.
He's a good rider. He could really do well on a circuit like that. And we also saw, I don't know if you saw, halfway down the peloton, one of the riders threw a bidon away, a water bottle away, didn't get it over the barriers, hit the barriers and bounced back in, and almost took one of the riders out at the back of the bunch. He wasn't too happy about it.
You've got some feeling of speed as they come through here now, because the leaders are keeping the pressure on to stop anybody advancing from the back of the peloton.
You can see the flags on the left as well, Phil. It is a headwind up this finishing straight. Such a long straight. We don't expect a bunch sprint, of course, to happen after the climb that's about to happen. But it still does mean that you have to think about where you are if you are sprinting in a small group into a headwind.
Yeah, absolutely. And, 60 riders going to the foot of the climb could result in 10 or 15 of them coming.
So we'll keep an eye on that men's road race. For now, though, we're going to go back to the concluding stages of this first up game for the Stingers. Australia and the women's water polo team 7-4 up against Canada inside the last 5 minutes. Back to Debbie Watson and John Ahaka.
I bet. Oh, that's... Oh, again, I thought to the naked eye that... flicked off the fingers onto the post, but no.
Good cover there from Rowie Webster. Knew Bronte Halligan was going to take that shot. There again, trying to get those fast shots away. Emma Wright, she's quite quick with her action when it does come in. Lee Unitsis in perfect position. She's having an absolute cracker of a game.
She's only 24 and she's played over 200 times internationally, Emma Wright. You know, comes from a water polo family, obviously, and her sister's up the other end in the goals.
She's probably had lots of shooting practice. Maybe they've got a backyard pool.
There she is. And Canada again trying to get themselves set. Right on the 2 metre line. She's in an ideal position, but again they've been able to force a shot from a reasonably average position. So she was well out wide, horrible angle.
Yeah, no, very good work there. And again, Bronte Halligan, she's doing a mountain of work as well, not only in her attack, but she's also just picked up the slack there from Hannah Buckling going out, and she's holding that centre-back position well. Been another terrific blocker, making it hard for the Canadians. Zoe Arancini underwater there. Just absolutely swamped by the Canadian defence. She'll chase hard to cover that little break.
And as you watch the score and as you watch the time tick down, if you're watching water polo for the first time, 2 minutes 50 seconds is a long time. A 3-goal lead is not something you just comfortably sit on for that long. Remember, the clock stops every time the whistle goes. They need to keep themselves on the money, the Australians. That was a terrific shot. She's done that a couple of times already, Eggins. She's very good off the hand, isn't she?
Oh, it's beautiful to watch. You just love a catch and release. They're so difficult for the goalkeepers to stop, and often Australia also would benefit from doing this. Sometimes we get a little bit sort of bogged down into holding the ball and trying to control it too much, where just that beautiful catch and release straight down the post, almost impossible for the goalkeeper to get to.
Yep. So 3 goals and 5 shots for Eggins, but you didn't take the time to fork, which would have given Unitsis time to get herself set. A lot of that's got to do with a good pass too. You know, the pass has got to be perfectly to the hand. Offensive foul. That time against Ellie Ahmed. Just a little pushback to centre forward. Now she's trying to suggest she's being held.
We're trying to get a turnaround there, but Monica Eggins is now in front with the ball.
All right, with a chance. Great defence, Rowie Webster. Came in and snatched it.
Yeah, excellent work there from Rowie Webster. Had Zoe Arancini centre back. Not in terrible position, but definitely needing assistance there. Terrific work from the captain.
And Webster, she'll put this one away. Australia, they're home now, you'd think.
Yeah,
out by 3 again. 8-5.
Yeah, good captain's call that one, that shot.
It's a good captain's period of play. She's stolen the ball down the other end, and then she's just almost willed it to herself and put that bounce shot away.
Yeah, a lot of power in it. There's Hannah Buckling. Joyful seeing that one go in the back of the net.
She spent time as probably the best player in the world for 3 or 4 years, Rowie Webster. Great player.
Incredible power athlete, particularly when they had the 5-metre shots. It was just her cup of tea, just belting the ball in the back of the net from 5 metres.
Yeah, Ellie Ahmed didn't realise that she had so high right on her shoulder. She's come from behind her and stolen it. So a little chance at a counter here, but the Australians get back quickly. Paul trying to get herself set at centre forward.
I think that turnover there, and I think Ronnie Knox calling for that one.
Yeah, Lee May Lavoie, she was holding on to the Cossie. And one of the things that you're watching at home, if it's for all the young players watching, the effort that Bronte Knox went to make it obvious she was being held. She worked the legs to show that Cosy was being held. Got a chest out of the water. You could see that the costume was tight. You could see it was being held. The referee can't rule on what he can't see.
Yeah, absolutely. Use those legs to for good. It's a good pass in there to Ellie Armit. Exclusion. Just slowing it down, need to use their time here. Good to see convincing goal.
Might see another one from Rowie Webster. Will we? No. Knocked over, but that does give them an extra 20 seconds with the ball. The extra player will be over. There she comes in now.
A lot of balking going on.
Well, they've got plenty of time. Use it up. There's only 13 seconds left to go in the match. 5 seconds left to go on the shot clock.
Yeah, good practice. Good opportunity there to actually dump the ball. I mean, 3 goals in front, but, you know, a little bit later on in the tournament, you might have that same opportunity and same play. And, you know, if you've gone through the process where instead of taking that shot, yeah, we're 3 goals up, but you really want to give them an opportunity now. They've got a timeout, you know, in a different situation. Sometimes you've got to take those more calmer approaches, I suppose, and dump the ball, allow your team then to just be able to defend.
Well, he's pretty calm, the Canadian coach. To be perfectly frank, I'd be wanting to just get out of here. It's 5 seconds to go. You're down by 3. He's bothered to take the time out. He's thinking about what's happening for the rest of the tournament. What he's talking to them about now, and whatever he's going to plan now, is about learning for what's to come. This game's gone. It's an interesting time out.
Yeah, it is. You know, you have to take these opportunities. You know, you don't get opportunities like this, you know, with this sort of pressure in these sorts of tournaments very often, and so you have to make the most of every play. I mean, this play could happen later on for a medal. You just don't know. So
get out and practice what you want to do later. We may well see another Australian kicked here. That was a little. No, they're going to set it back up again. It's a clock problem. And so there it goes. That's the game. Full time it sounds, and probably appropriately. The woman with the ball is Bronte Halligan. What a game she's had with that hat-trick. Australia defeat Canada 8-5 in the opening round here at the Tasumi Water Polo Centre.
And Australia will now look forward to their next match against the Netherlands on Monday. That one at about 9:15 Australian time. Oh, sorry. 6:20 Japan time, so it's 7:20 start Australian time. And the men's water polo team, they will take on Montenegro. The Balkan countries always powerful in men's water polo, so a tough first up task for the Australians in that. Just with the Matildas kick off in under an hour now, taking on Sweden in their second match after beating New Zealand. One change for Tony Gustafsson, the Swedish coach, against Sweden. It's a big call. Lydia Williams has been dropped. The goalkeeper, Tegan Maiko, is in out of the W League this season. Tegan performed really well and got her debut not that long ago, one of the friendlies. Now, it's a big call because Lydia Williams is, she's nearly at 100 caps. So, experienced goalkeeper makes way for a younger custodian. So, Tegan in for Lydia in the Matildas' second up match, which is on the way. We're off to a quick break here on SEN. We'll get back to the men's road race right after this.
Sportscraft, the official supplier of both the Australian athletes and SEN's call team ceremony uniforms.
Attention Melbourne! Lloyd's Auctions are holding a massive classic car auction online in Melbourne this weekend, including Australian, American and European classics, featuring Glenn Seaton's championship-winning Ford Falcon EL, Russell Ingall's Castrol V8 supercar, low-kilometre HSV GDSR and more, all starting at $1 at Melbourne's greatest auction house. Bid now. Also on offer, Ford Mustang Mach-1, Valiant Pacer, Shelby Fairmont, XP Falcon X Police, VL Walkinshaw Group A, Monaros, Jaguars, Porsche and Ferraris. Bid now or call now to put your classic car into our next record-breaking auction.
If you love racing, then must-listen radio is Bensley on SEN Track 1593 AM. Each morning, Andrew Bensley covers the latest news from the stables and track.
Ben and JD Hayes will launch off in a matter of days.
He's the broadcaster that racing personalities, leading trainers and jockeys talk to.
Welcome, Les. Ben joins us. Morning to you, Henry.
Bensley, Monday to Thursday, 8 till 11 on Australia's home of chasing, pacing and racing. SEN Track on 1593 AM, the SEN app and DAB+.
SEN's day session coverage of the Olympic Games 2020 for Tyre Power. Get the power of Australia's biggest independent tyre retailer. Book online at Tyre Power now.
Now let's get back to the men's road race. There's something happening here. I think one of the favourites is trying to force a breakaway from the main pack as they go up a mountain, one of the last ones before they descend and get back to the motorway, or the speedway, the Fuji International Speedway, back to Anna Mears, Scott McGrory and Phil Liggett.
Dancing on those pedals as he was. He feels like he was running on the track. Michael Woods been very successful in his time. We see Roglic just back there at the back end of what remains of the front peloton. Pogačar here doing a remarkable job for Slovenia.
Tadej Pogačar is seeing his trade team and teammate come up behind him. He's not eased off the pedals at all because he's riding against him as a nation. Slovenia versus the USA here. USA only qualified 2 riders. Lawson Craddock is gone. And Brendan McNulty here is trying to just hang on in there. Comes from Arizona. And just behind Michael Woods, who made a real name for himself in the Tour de France this year, before leaving the race just before the end, bound for Tokyo. He's made his choice well. 3 riders. They know the quality of Pogačar. They raced behind him for at least 2 weeks in the Tour de France. In the case of McNulty, he rode in front of him to help him win the Tour de France. And they're opening the gap. This is going to be some pursuit once they're over the top by the other riders to get back.
Wout van Aert from Belgium on the front of the group, just ahead of Bettiol from Italy, trying to just close that gap down, minimise the gap. If they go over the top with a short gap, there's still such a long way to the finish. There's a real opportunity or possibility that they can bring it all back together. But McNulty now coming through, doing some extra work on the front.
So saw Carapaz there from Ecuador, one of the great climbers, as well as Maximilian Schachmann of Germany. He's also there.
Carapaz was right up there. There he is. He's number 60, going through in the white jersey now, taking the lead with the white helmet on. He knows the quality of that attack by those 3 riders. If they don't jump on it right now, you're not going to see them till the finish. And Pogačar knows that. Michael Woods, a great climber. And if it comes down to a sprint finish, I really don't know which one will win the sprint, to be absolutely honest. It's such a difficult sprint, and only 3 riders coming down that straight.
Such a difficult climb. They make it look easy, these guys, even the ones that are struggling sort of off the back. But 6.8 kilometres in total length. But the majority of this climb is at 13.5% average gradient, with steeper pinches all the way up around some of the corners. And Wout van Aert just dragging this group up the hill now. Rigoberto Urana's there, Schachmann, Carapaz. Yates as well from Great Britain, looking very comfortable. There's Bauke Mollema in the orange colours as well.
And this is Primož Roglic here, and I think maybe still struggling from that crash he had in the Tour de France, but we need to pan right. I think he's being dropped by the group.
Sadly for Australia, I don't see any yellow jerseys not in that lead chase group of these 3 riders who have got a 19-second gap as they head up Mikonu Pass.
Well, Van Aert doing a good job of containing this move as well. This is the steepest part of the circuit. These pinches around this particular corner here, 20% in gradient, so very, very steep indeed. But the man that can do anything, Wout van Aert, he's controlling the pace behind, just trying to keep the pressure on the pedals so those 3 leaders don't go too far ahead.
17 seconds they've stretched out, and they've had to really work for this, but there's still a lot of resistance down there. But that peloton of nearly 60 riders at the bottom, I think we can officially say there's about 6 chasers and then a little gap, chasing 3 riders here with the stunning views across the backdrop. The Olympic gold medal is being decided right now.
Mollema and Schachmann struggling a little bit. There's the silver medalist from 5 years ago in Rio as well, Jakob Fuglsang for Denmark, just behind that little group from Wout van Aert.
And the strange thing about Fuglsang was he didn't start the last stage of the Tour de France, 100 kilometres left to ride in a race that was over 3,500 kilometres, and he didn't start. He blamed the after effects of a COVID injection some weeks before the Tour started. He said he was not riding well, and he didn't start the last stage. So I found that very strange indeed, except he left immediately for Tokyo. He's in the decisive move, but he's not near the front yet. Wout van Aert pushes on now. This is Bettiol right behind him.
Well, he hasn't asked for any assistance.
I think that is Simon Yates. I apologise if it's Adam, because I can't tell them apart. They're identical twins.
Well, Wout van Aert hasn't asked for any assistance, and perhaps the gradient here is so steep that there's not much more anyone else can do. But he is really taking control of this chase group. He feels that it's his gold medal that he doesn't want to lose.
This is
what about this, though? Brendan McNulty.
Yeah, 23 years of age. He rides for UAE Team Emirates. He got a second place in the Giro in 2020. He did ride this year's Tour de France. And obviously, the fatigue that we were concerned about could potentially affect some riders has not affected him.
Well, coming from Phoenix, Arizona, the heat's not going to affect him one iota, because temperatures often run 35 to 39 degrees Fahrenheit over in Phoenix, where he comes from. Carapaz on the right here. Nobody to help him. I would take one look at these riders here. They are hanging and cracking slowly but surely, I would suggest at the moment. This is Max Schachmann, also in a spot of bother at the back. Number 13 is David Gaudu. I didn't actually see him till just now. And that's the French climber who rode so well in the Tour de France.
He finished the Tour off so well. He had that one day in the Alps midway through the Tour, Phil, where he had an upset stomach, but he did finish off at the end.
I think. Yes, he did, and he was very annoyed with himself in the Alps. He lost all chance of a high finish in the Tour there, but he fought back, and he got in some good breakaways in the Pyrenees.
Van Aert from Belgium still on the front of the bunch. Bettiol from Italy in second position with the pink helmet. Then it's Rigoberto Urán from Colombia. Mikhail Kwiatkowski from Poland as well.
What did we say about Rigoberto Urán? He'll either finish last or he could win, and he's right here.
He's right up in the mix, isn't he? Schachmann has been able to ride himself back onto that group. Gaudu with the mouth open for France. Really digging deep. And there's Jakob Fuglsang, the silver medalist. Wasn't happy with his form at the Tour de France, but he's put himself back in contention for another medal. So that's a great ride by the Dane. Unfortunately, not seeing the yellow jersey of Australia, though, of Richie Porte.
So we've got those three riders up there, Pogacar, McNulty and Bettiol, as the counter-attack is just trying to get away here, but this is... They're trying to really rally the troops a little bit here, because they realise those three leaders are trying to go clear of the field. The gap is coming back again. Good effort, 9 seconds. And this is Kwiatkowski, I think, who's trying to get up there, is it? Looked like it was.
Yeah, one of the Polish riders definitely taking a strong turn of pace off the front. Kwiatkowski, world champion of 2014. On his wheel is Carapaz of Ecuador. We've also got Urán there of Colombia. We've got Bettiol of Italy. A really select group here. It will be very interesting as they have pulled back to 4 seconds of that group
well,
of three.
This is incredible. These are the strongest left in that chase group, and it is now or never as far as they are concerned to get across to those front runners, and here they are. Three riders up front. McNulty trying to desperately get over the top of this 6.5 kilometre climb. Will be a short descent, little run along the valley, and then up a small pinch. Then we descend down towards the circuit for the last time. But
Yeah, so a short break there. It's getting really serious in the men's road race. We're done with this particular shift at about 6 o'clock, so 20 minutes' time. They won't finish that race in 20 minutes' time, but Jordan Cornelis will take you through the evening here on SEN and bring you up to date. This is SEN's coverage of the Tokyo Olympics, thanks to Mate, award-winning Aussie service mobile plans from $20 a day, and NBN from just $59 at letsbemates.com.au, and Xero as well. Proudly supporting this broadcast. Xero invoicing but instantly, receipts but organised, cash flow but clearer. Try Xero for free. 30 days. Search Xero, Xero. Back in a moment with the continuation of the men's road race.
Sportscraft reckon our Aussie athletes look like winners? Find your own podium finish style. Discover the latest Sportscraft collection.
Attention! Lloyd's Auctions are holding a massive classic car online auction this weekend, including Australian, American and European classics, featuring Glenn Seaton's championship-winning Ford Falcon EL, Russell Ingall's Castrol V8 supercar, low-kilometre HSV GTSR and more, all starting at $1 at Australia's greatest auction house. Bid now. Also on offer, Ford Mustang Mach-1, Valiant Pacer, Shelby Fairmont, XP Falcon X Police, VL Walkinshaw Group A, Monaros, Jaguars, Porsche and Ferraris. Bid now or call now to put your classic car into our next record-breaking auction.
Just really want customer support from someone close by.
True Blue award-winning Aussie support, you betcha. Mate has got your back. Mate serves up award-winning internet and mobile. Get unlimited talk and text, plus great data inclusions with data banking of unused data up to 100 gigabytes from only $20 a month. Plus, you get a Tidal music subscription included free with selected plans. Mate, how good's that? What are you waiting for, mate? Choose a provider you can trust, like Mate. Visit letsbemates.com.au.
Sustained performance in footy is more than just one great game. It's about playing consistently, game after game, season after season. It's the same with your super. Because if you're with Host Plus, you're with a super fund with a history of long-term top performance. Host Plus, we go with you.
This is general advice only. Consider the relevant Host Plus PDS available at hostplus.com.au before deciding if Host Plus is appropriate for you. Past performance is not a reliable indicator of future performance.
Werribee Kia is Australia's #1 selling Kia dealership. They make buying cars easy. Get the My22 Serato hatch or sedan from $25,990 drive away, or the all-new Kia Niro hybrid and electric from $41,990 drive away. There's also over 200 used cars and utes in stock with their biggest clearance sale ever on all makes and models. Plus, they pay top dollar for trade-ins, any make and model. Werribee Kia, Old Geelong Road, Hoppers Crossing or werribeekia.com.au. LMCT 114.
Sportscraft are the official formal uniform supply for the Australian Olympic team in Tokyo as they go for gold. For your own podium finish style, discover the latest Sportscraft collection of men's clothing, including relaxed shirting, classic jackets, warm coats and chinos. All perfectly curated to bring quality, style and versatility to your wardrobe. Sportscraft, we are Team Australia. Discover the latest menswear collection online at sportscraft.com.au.
If you love racing, then must-listen radio is Bensley on SEN Track 1593 AM. Each morning, Andrew Bensley covers the latest news from the stables and track.
Ben and JD Hayes will launch off in a matter of days.
He's the broadcaster that racing personalities, leading trainers and jockeys talk to.
Welcome, Les. Ben joins us. Morning to you, Henry.
Bensley, Monday to Thursday, 8 till 11 on Australia's home of chasing, pacing and racing. SEN Track on 1593 AM, the SEN app and DAB+.
SEN's day session coverage of the Olympic Games 2020 for Tyre Power. Get the power of Australia's biggest independent tyre retailer. Book online at Tyre Power now.
Second gold medal, it's gone to Iran in the shooting, the men's 10-metre pistol. Javed Farougi has won gold for Iran ahead of Demir Mekic from Serbia and Wei Peng of China. China won a gold medal earlier in the women's event. For now, though, let's get back to the men's road race, getting really interesting. Under 35 Ks to go. Back to Anna Mears, Scott McGrory and Phil Liggett.
Bauke Mollema, who himself says he felt he had a chance to win the gold medal today. Well, maybe he does.
He's in the mix.
Is in trouble.
He's brought himself back into it. There's the silver medalist from Rio 5 years ago. complaining about his form during the Tour de France, and he looks in much better condition here in Tokyo. So his focus has been these Olympic Games. He's getting older, 36, former mountain biker, came across into cycling, became a very good rider of the Grand Tours. And I think as we look further back down, it might have been Schachmann that was a little bit further down, trying to come back across now as well. And this group really has swelled, and Wout van Aert now becomes the favourite for gold. Still 33 kilometres to go as Fuglsang starts to struggle.
I think we're going to have about 10 riders here coming together, which I find very surprising. But they resisted that attack by Pogacar, and Pogacar actually rid himself of his teammate in Primož Roglič, because he's been dropped from the group completely. Michael Woods is still here for Canada. It's a long time since Steve Bauer managed to get an Olympic medal for Canada. A second back in 1984 in Los Angeles at Mission Viejo.
Behind Alexei Grewal, but it was Bauer that went on to be a far more successful professional rider.
And here goes Woods. He's listening to the conversation because he's launched an attack. Now, can they go after him? Is there going to be a reaction? Yes, there is. And look who's doing it. He's only just joined the leaders, and Wout van Aert is after Michael Woods.
What can you say about Wout van Aert? Bunch sprinter, time trailer, mountain climber, and now chasing an Olympic gold medal. And Michael Woods, the former runner, really putting them all to the sword, the samurai sword, as they come over the top of the Makuni Pass. And now we get a bit of a glimpse to see who it is. And it's Schachmann that's trying to come back across. Yates as well.
Yeah, Yates is trying to hang on to Schachmann, but they've still got to make up a little bit of ground here. Once we do this short descent, run along a little bit of a flattish road, and we climb a short pincher, which will be the top of the Kakosaka Pass, and then we plunge down for the finish. So that will be about 16, 17 kilometres descending and then running in towards the motor racing circuit again. They have tried to attack everything here. They've been marshalling everything. Fuglsang would like a drink. Anybody? No takers.
Moscon comes up over the top now as well. Van Baarle at the back.
This is the second group, yeah.
That's the chase group. I think they are a fair way behind. They'd have to work incredibly hard if they're going to try and come back to this lead group. And Michael Woods, he's not well known for his descending ability, but they're not that technical. You can see the consequences of getting it wrong, though, with those very steep gutters on the outsides.
That was a very polite way of saying that, Scott, because he's a terrible descender. As he just demonstrated again coming off that corner, he fell on the descent in the Tour de France and got back up.
He's getting better, but he's still not.
Is he? Okay. Well, now's the time to improve, I must say. Running down towards the finish. Kwiatkowski, the first and only Polish world professional road race champion at the back here in the white jersey.
They really have been a very strong nation. If you go back to the amateur days of the Olympic Games and the Amateur World Championships, the Poles. And good to see Kwiatkowski racing for himself, going for a win and a medal here at the Olympic Games. He spends so much time in the professional ranks working for others.
It's probably good too for Michael Woods being up front if he is an uncomfortable descender. He has a bit of space around him. So you can just see here Mollema kicking out the left leg to be able to take that sharp left-hand turn. And it's still Van Aert doing the chasing of Michael Woods of Canada.
And if you get it wrong, and you can see with those really steep gutters, we see those a lot in Asia as well, racing in China, it's similar. If you get it wrong and run wide, you don't just run off into the grass and then get back on again. You are down and out. You're going straight down one of those gutters, and the consequences could be dire.
So the descent looks as though got a little bit of recruitment at the back. Kwiatkowski the last to get back on. The leading group now, and just out front there is Michael Woods of Canada, and they haven't won a medal in the road race since Steve Bauer got silver in 1984.
So a short break there from the men's road race here on SEN, and I hope you're enjoying our coverage on the app. It goes all the way through to midnight. We've got it all covered here on SEN throughout the Tokyo Olympics. Thanks to let'sbemates.com.au. NBN plans from $59. Off to a quick break. Back with more from the road race after this.
Sportscraft, the official supplier of both the Australian athletes and SEN's call team ceremony uniforms.
Do you reckon there's a way to save money by bundling mobile and internet?
Mate, choose a provider you can trust like a Mate. Mate serves up NBN from just $59 a month with award-winning all Aussie service. Bundle a mobile plan to save a further $10 a month on your internet. No contracts and no setup fees. Mate, how good's that? I know. What are you waiting for? Mate! Mate's got your back. Visit let'sbemates.com.au.
Hi, I'm Charlie from Red Energy. The Australian-made logo is a true mark of Australian authenticity. So, for Red Energy to be certified to use the famous green and gold Australian-made logo, well, it's fair to say it's something we're pretty proud of. Here at Red, we're owned by the mighty Snowy Hydro, and that makes us 100% Australian. We're also based right here in Melbourne, so you can speak with a local who understands your needs. So, if supporting Australian means something to you, switch to Red today. Call 131 806.
From rugby to running, sporting dreams start at Rebel. Shop the biggest range with the best brands in-store or at rebelsport.com today and bring your sporting dreams to life. Rebel. Sport is calling.
If you love racing, then must-listen radio is Bensley on SEN Track 1593 AM. Each morning, Andrew Bensley covers the latest news from the stables and track.
Ben and JD Hayes will launch off in a matter of days.
He's the broadcaster that racing personalities, leading trainers and jockeys talk to.
Welcome, Les. Ben joins us. Morning to you, Henry.
Bensley, Monday to Thursday, 8 till 11 on Australia's home of chasing, pacing and racing. SEN Track on 1593 AM, the SEN app and DAB+.
To celebrate 50 years of Macca's, we're bringing back the custard pie and introducing a new birthday McFlurry. Creamy custard pie pieces mixed in with caramel fudge and sprinkles, but only for a limited time. Available after 10:30 a.m.
SEN's day session coverage of the Olympic Games 2020 for Tyre Power. Get the power of Australia's biggest independent tyre retailer. Book online at Tyre Power now.
And the swimming starts tonight. You'll hear that tonight on SEN. The heats in the pool, night one of the pool and the heats. And Novak Djokovic, he has made a winning start to his hope of winning a gold medal because he's already won the Australian Open, French Open, Wimbledon this year. So he's looking for the Golden Slam, which was last done in tennis by Steffi Graf in 1988. Bolivian Hugo Dellien was his victim today, 6-2, 6-2. Pretty comfortable for Novak, who has been the star of the village so far. The women's football, Australia-Sweden, will stay across this evening on SEN. Australia taking on the Swedes, who they took on a couple of weeks ago in a friendly. It was weird that they organised that because they knew what the groupings were going to be for the Olympics, but still they played that match. It was 0-0 on that occasion. But for now, let's get back to the men's road race because we're under 30 Ks to go. Back to Anna Mears, Scott McGrory and Phil Liggett, thanks to 7.
Opening ceremony. Our chief correspondent Chris Reason was inside the stadium during the incredible show, and they will show the finish of the men's road race.
That was Shervo, who was just wrapping things up for 7. So we're watching this road race unfold, and there's breakaways after breakaway attempts at the front of this chasing pack. So yeah, it's all happening. It's all trying to sort itself out, and it's going to be a really exciting finish over the concluding stages. Earlier today, if you just to bring you up to date before we hit the 6 o'clock news and the evening session starts on SEN, and a reminder of those swimming heats later on tonight, the 400 IM, the women's 100 fly, the men's 400 free, the women's 400 IM, the men's 100 breaststroke and the women's 4x100 metre freestyle relay. We had the rowing, some good results for the Australian crews in the rowing, or at the rowing. The women's pair, first in their heat, Jessica Morrison and Annabelle McIntyre, who backed up and formed half of the women's four who also won their heat. The men's pair won their heat, Sam Hardy and Josh Hicks, and the men's four won their heat as well. The men's 8 crew and the women's 8 crew will have to go through the repechage to make it through to any medal races, because they finished 4th and 3rd in their heat respectively. So, we're just looking at what's happening with the cycling. We'll get back there right now quickly with Anna Mears, Scott McGrory and Phil Liggett.
The moment, and a complete flurry of counter-attacks here. They know they cannot allow the rider to get 10 seconds, because the chances are he will stay that way to the finish. So they're just countering every move before it actually starts. Pogacar reaches the lead along with Mikael Kwiatkowski. Wout van Aert comes straight up again in that light blue jersey, knowing he's only got to contain these riders to win the sprint finish and take home the gold medal. And that would be the first back-to-back winners of the same country in the Olympic road race, if it were to happen, of course.
Also one of the favourites for the time trial as well, and if he was able to win the road race and the time trials, we see McNulty now go on the attack for the USA. He has been a revelation of this race, but if Van Aert was to go away with the 2 gold medals, it's never happened before in the men's Olympic road events. It's only happened in 2000 with the women, and that was Lieutenant Zylard van Moorsel. She won the road race, the time trial, and got a 3rd gold with the individual pursuit on the track.
Well, this is Carapaz of Ecuador, who has joined McNulty in a break, and it looks like they've finally put up the white flag. The gap now starting to open. Schachmann there of Germany. Van Aert decides, I can't cover this one, guys. Pogacar, he's not making any moves. The Canadian Michael Woods, he knows this is dangerous. Look at the gap that's opened up. He takes a bid in through the feed change as quickly as possible and recommits to that chase.
Takes a bid while he attacks through the feed zone. I haven't seen that happen before. He desperately wanted the bottle. Remember, it's over 30. I think 34 degrees now is the temperature. The humidity, the mushi atsui, as it's known.
So we're just going to break away from that, because we need to break our afternoon coverage to get into the evening coverage here on SN. It's been an absolute pleasure throughout the afternoon. Producer Dan, thank you for your company as well.
Thank you, Adam. Good job.
Thank you, mate. Plenty happening. Good job yourself as well. It's Mutual Admiration Society here in the studio.
Yes.
SEN. Don't forget the continuation of the men's road race coming up with Jordan Canoulis right after this, and also the Matildas. He'll stay across that. The swimming, there's so much happening later on. Beach volleyball starts with some of the Australians in action, and he'll bring you up to date with everything that's happened so far. 2 golds so far, 1 to China, 1 to Iran. So much more happening throughout the evening here on SEN. Thanks for your company. Enjoy the rest of day 1 action from the Tokyo Olympics.